what can I tell you? My apologies, I guess. Thanks very much for joining. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. In a second here, it'll finish setting up and all that kind of stuff, and we'll tell people who's allowed to be here. There we go. I think now is the time. Dee, if you could please tell people who is allowed to be here.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out.
That's
Back
it.
to
Thank
you.
you very much, Dee, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as the man said, where I am, the rules are 21 and over. So if you are under that, for example, 21, 20 or 19 or 17, whatever, all the numbers under that, you need to go away. You need to go do something else. You need to go and be gone with thee, honestly. I'd like to give positive opportunities for you so you don't feel like a sad panda. So, go watch Mr. Rogers, go watch Sesame Street, go watch checkers, chess, or badminton, backgammon, I don't know, rugby, whatever, just go watch YouTube or something. Don't watch Mr. Beast, but, go watch something else. I don't know, just go watch something else on Mr. Beast that's appropriate for children. And of course, as we always say, because it's on daytime TV, it's obviously perfectly acceptable for children. Women's Brazilian beach volleyball, obviously super entertaining and educational, so go do that. But most importantly, the rest of us are adults here, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you very much for joining us. Sit back, relax, enjoy yourself. We'll be here for an undetermined amount of time. This might be one of the last kind of freewheeling shows, because I've really been thinking about it for the last few days. Really kind of tired of the whole dynamic. Everything about this just basically chaps my ass. Almost everything, because obviously we have had some good discussions with several regulars that are on the show. Cheers, by the way, Bud Kilowatt, one of the regulars who's always very interesting on the show. But the amount of nonsense and fucking drama and this and the other thing today, just having a kind of a funny, I don't know, just another one of these deja vu discussions about cannabis. One of the people that was sending me something, I guess I don't have to say exactly who he was because he maybe doesn't want people to know that, but he sent me a copy of, it's not like he came up with this, but he sent me a link from somebody else, Dark Horse or somebody, some main breeder, I guess I shouldn't say who, he posted the police record, the arrest record for another very famous breeder, and it was literally 20 pages long. I'm looking at this, and it's not little stuff. It's not like jaywalked or some shit. It's like assault with a deadly weapon and this and this, and of course a few things that people know. If I said the guy's name, people would know exactly what I'm talking about. But the rest of his arrest record was shocking. Just 20 fucking pages of this. And of course, you people, you fucking just bend over backwards. Literally, you would suck your own fucking dicks for him if he asked you. Kind of like in The Boys, I'll suck your dick, I'll eat your shit. You'd do that for him if he asked you, despite the fact that the guy's a goddamn criminal charlatan, like a lifelong fucking criminal. And I'm just laughing to myself, laughing and crying or whatever to myself, because the dichotomy is so strange. Like, I have been accused of being a thief, and yet no one has ever been able to provide even a scintilla of evidence to prove that, right? But the accusation was enough to really fuck my life, basically, in the cannabis scene. Whereas an actual fucking criminal scoundrel does fine, does great, making probably a fucking tons of fucking money. An actual criminal. And it's just like, emblematic of the entire cannabis scene. Like, you have, for example, two options. Halfway normal person who, I don't know, maybe you like, maybe you don't like, or a fucking burning pile of garbage. And cannabis always picks the burning pile of garbage. And I'm like, fuck you all, honestly. That's how I feel about this. I don't like, I don't want to perpetuate this with allowing you idiots on my show anymore. I have to be frank. I'm sick of it. So I'm thinking about when I get to have the time, because I honestly don't really have the time right now. I want to start doing invite-only shows, basically, and how do I say this? I want hopefully a dedicated group of conversationalists. I'll be definitely inviting some regulars, of course, but I also will not be inviting some regulars as well, because I'm just kind of fed up. And hopefully I'll be able to maintain an actually like a podcast quality discussion, because that's really the thing that has been infuriating me for the longest time now, that I wouldn't even basically put these on my podcast show. And the most amazing thing is, like, this whole show is actually supposed to be named, Chronic Table, and so I actually have the Chronic Table podcast that I haven't updated in probably 2 fucking years. because we haven't had any worthy discussions. So I want to. That's not exactly true. We have had some good discussions, but I would have had to really peel them out of some of the just nonsense shows that we had. So anyway, that's basically the way that I'm kind of leaning towards it. And one of the biggest reasons why, I have to be frank with you, is that I've just completely lost interest in most of the discussions that we have. Like, and I'm being serious with this. I don't mean to attack Bud in any way whatsoever, because it's not his fault that I'm tired of California. But I'm tired of hearing about the fucked up California weed market, right? Like, I just can't anymore. I just can't. And so every show we hear about how fucked up the California weed market is. Like, no shit. This is nothing new. There's no information that is in any way new to me in this situation. It's getting worse. It's not getting better. It's not going to get better. It's all getting worse. Like, just, bro, I don't need to hear it. You know, it's just, so this kind of stuff really gets to me. It's the same discussion every time about stuff that I'm not interested in anymore, etc., etc. Half the breeders that I could talk to, you know, I used to invite breeders. That was to me, the most compelling interview subject, because I was like, oh, I really would like to know how other breeders work. And I have to be honest, from having discussed this with a lot of people, I've learned that a lot of breeders kind of don't know what they're doing, and if they do know what they're doing, it's not necessarily in a translatable way, and there's 50 different reasons not to talk to probably at this point, honestly, maybe the majority of breeders anymore. So it's like, Jesus Christ, I don't know. I don't even know where the direction of the show should go, to be honest. That's why I say, like, I'm going to have more time, to be honest, to get the people on here, because it takes a while to actually get a group of guests and get them to actually, you know, show up regularly, etc., etc. So, we talk about Bubbleman all the time. Props to Bubbleman for having a regular crew. And okay, whatever, maybe it's a little bit too clicky in Bubbleman's case, so I obviously would want to avoid that kind of dynamic. But, you know, props to him for always consistently having a group of people that are willing to have an interesting discussion. I'd very much like to head in that kind of direction. That was supposed to be, people probably forget completely, D, you're one of the original fans. You probably remember that was the original idea before I had my show, when we were originally, like, my channel was one of the life rafts, like one of the other people that we tried to put together this show. We didn't name it very well. We tried to call it Hash Wednesday. We didn't realize there was Remo already had Hash Wednesday. But anyway, we were kind of basing it off of Hash Church, and it was supposed to be sort of a similar discussion, but for the Pacific Northwest. And the show didn't really work out for a variety of reasons. And I think one time, someone's channel, Farmex's channel didn't work out or something, so we had to broadcast on my channel, and then we kept doing it on my channel for a while, and that's kind of how I started doing a show in the first place. So anyway, we have gone far, far, far afield from that, and I'm not 100% sure why, because I've thought about it 50 different ways, and I feel like there's 50 different reasons why we never really got there, but it is what it is. We never really, or even if we did toe the line up to those discussions, we never really got there. I don't know. So I'd like to kind of dial it back and get back to something that's, first of all, more interesting for me, because I can't pretend to be interested in many of the things that you guys talk about anymore, and there's no point, there's really no point. And so, for example, when I could justify it to myself, like I was selling some seeds, I could kind of justify it to myself, just sit here and not be that interested. But now that I'm not even really sure what I'm going to do with my seeds, I'm like, I cannot justify just sitting here and wasting my fucking time all day. So, long story short, take the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea who's watching right now. We'll see. 9 people watching, not too many people, but we are late. If you guys want to hop on, this is, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens with the Saturday show. I'm really not. It's like not important to me. So I don't know, folks. You need to express to me that it's more important to you, to be perfectly honest with you. But like, it's not important to me to do 3 shows a week or whatever else. It would be more important for me to have a little bit more high quality discussions than to be on the air all the time. There's plenty of other people who don't know anything, don't do anything, etc., who are on air all day long. They can enjoy that, but I would much rather have more interesting and compelling discussions where we hopefully learn something, hopefully advance our own grows in some way, etc., 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 etc. So anyway, as always, I won't hear anything from you guys because I have the most passive audience, I think, on YouTube. But if you have any ideas, please let me know. I would be happy to hear guest ideas, all of it, ladies and gentlemen, even discussion topics. I have a few discussion topics for the first few shows, potentially, if I'm able to put it together. But even still, it's always nice to have some discussion topics you guys would like to have for like a full hour or even 2-hour podcast, that kind of thing. And certainly guest ideas. And like I said a couple shows ago, or one or two shows ago, it could be cannabis breeders, cannabis growers, edible makers, etc., etc. It doesn't matter who it is, exactly the style of work that they work in cannabis. They could even be tangentially involved, but I really want them to be able to speak, obviously on camera, and first of all, be willing to, obviously, and not just kind of freeze up in front of the camera or something, but be willing to have an interesting discussion that's not just advertising to us. That's another problem with inviting people on, like basically only really ever interested in coming on just to advertise their shit. Well, that's good and everything, but we'd like to learn a little bit more. So anyway, for what it's worth, ladies and gentlemen, let me know, and that's all it is. Hardly anyone in the chat, so we'll see how it goes. I don't know. Maybe Bud is busy this evening, so I am not kidding with you, ladies and gentlemen. It's not important for me to hang around here. So if you want to have a show, it's time for you to hop on. I'm going to post a link here. If you guys want to join, you are welcome to do so. There it is, right there. Boom. The rules are different than they used to be. Basically, the rules are completely arbitrary at this point. There is maybe not even a Female Social Club anymore. I don't know. I'll have to figure out if I'm going to make it defunct. But at this point, if I want you on the show, I'll let you on the show. If I don't want you on the show, you're not on the fucking show. And if you misbehave in a normal human way, then you're just fucking gone forever. I will ban you. I will literally ban you. My tolerance for any of your dumb garbage is literally below zero at this point. So at this point, I'm actually interested in banning some of you fucking idiots. So with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, if you're capable of having an interesting discussion and not shitting your pants on camera, you are welcome to hop on here. I would tentatively like to talk to some new people, but if you shit your pants on camera, I'm going to ban you and make fun of you for a long time. So keep that in mind. And with that said, I don't know. I guess we'll roll a joint or whatever. I probably sound like an asshole, but there doesn't have to be a butt involved. Although I guess when you're an asshole, there does have to be a butt involved. Isn't that funny? Well, now that I think about it. What's up, D? Deep thoughts with, kind of like your mom's ass, deep thoughts with Fumidor tonight. There ain't no assholes without a butt.
Oh, yo.
That's it. That's it. Kind of like there's no I in team.
That's right.
That's it. Or if you make assumptions, you make an ass out of you and me.
Exactly.
Back to that ass. It's all about that ass. What's cracking, D?
I'm just chilling. I'm smoking. I wish Smash was here right now. I got some liquid diamonds I'm smoking on.
Liquid diamonds.
Yeah.
Not trim this well at all.
I got a couple different kinds. I got Runts, Grape God, and Blueberry Jam.
I smell like a Runts on Eve St. Laurent.
They're freaking good.
There's a song. It sounds exactly like that, by the way. It sounds exactly like that.
I've never had diamonds before.
Never had diamonds?
No.
They say they're a girl's best friend. What does Mrs. D think about them?
She likes them.
Nice.
Yeah, she really likes the Grape God. So do I.
Oh, that's funny. Wait, who bred Grape God? Is that... Wait, is that Masonic? No, it's not Masonic. It was...
I'm not sure.
I think it was Ethos. Yeah, I think it was Ethos. I can't remember now. Right on. The God of Grapes.
Yeah. And I got some other...
We'll give it a few more minutes. Oh, here comes Bud. All right, perfect timing.
Perfect. So I was going to tell him
So I
I have...
was going to say, we're going to fucking bounce. But if Bud is here, maybe we'll hang out for a little bit.
I got some Hollywood Pure Kush, too.
Hollywood Pure Kush.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's pretty damn good.
I smoked that one. Yeah, actually, I know that one. What's up, Bud?
Hey, bud.
Yeah, it's south out there. South.
What's that, Bud?
I was at the south of the South Bay.
Oh, fuck. Are your headphones on?
It's probably because he's moving.
Maybe. I don't know. Is your window open or something? Maybe that's why.
He's driving warp speed.
Oh, his window's probably open, yeah, because he's smoking.
Yeah, don't close your window if you're with. Oh.
better now.
Try again. Try to say something. What were you saying?
I'm just driving
Oh, it
south
is a little bit
after.
better. Yeah.
I picked up Captain 420 on Wednesday, thank God. And then I just dropped him off at LAX after the South Olympics. So I hanged with him for a couple days.
Right on. How was that? Was that fun with Mr.
Yeah,
Captain himself?
yeah, it's all right. Uh,
Cracks me up. I should have forgot. Oh, I think maybe I saw him after or before I had this discussion with this dude. So, a dude at the dog park, his dog plays with my dog. We were just talking shit, and he was saying he was from Ohio, whatever. And we started joking about it, and he's like, "Oh my god, you don't even realize like Ohio is such a shithole." I just want to tell Captain like this guy at the park, he fucking hates Ohio so much, total dump. Da, 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 da. Anyway, it just cracked me up because obviously Captain probably doesn't think the same thing. But anyway, um,
Uh,
cracked me up. He's like, "Oh, the fucking weather's garbage." Da, 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 da. Fucking
yeah,
hilarious.
yeah, I've been to Ohio way back when. Uh, Dayton, Ohio, Indianapolis,
Well, the whole,
all those
like
places.
almost the entire state, apparently, everything, all the universities, but especially in Cleveland, like half the town of Cleveland
And
is named
Cleveland.
after Les Wexner, who's the dude in the Epstein files. So it's like, what the fuck, Cleveland? They got some issues there. They got some problems with the fine state of Cleveland.
not
Oh,
all.
look at that. Stone Root's at his 20th reunion. Holy cow, Stone Root. Cheers, buddy. 20th reunion of tapping that fat ass, probably. No, what is it? The high school reunion, or that would be the logical one, probably the high school
Happy your
reunion.
mama.
That's it. That's it. Uh, I've known some people who've gone to the reunions. I haven't had a lot of interest. I don't know. I never really like was like, oh yeah, I really want to see what happened to all those high school kids. I kind of don't give a shit anymore, to be honest. But I definitely knew a lot of people that have gone back to their reunions, and even some of them had nice times, you know. But I don't know. I never really had too much interest.
Now,
Like
gee,
on some level, I kind of would like, but I'm like, whatever. Go
Oh
ahead.
my god, I can't. Oh.
I got a question, D. So what's the latest on that uh, Bezos rocket that
Oh, the
blew up?
fucking kaboom one.
Oh, dude, yeah, I just saw that the other day. That was crazy.
They say that might actually be the largest non-nuclear explosion in
Huh.
the last 50 years. Like they say that it's probably the largest explosion in this century, but it might be the last in the last 50 years. Like there were some larger non-nuclear explosions, and the Lebanon one, the Beirut one, was actually fairly close. That was a huge fucking explosion, but this was just massive. Like because they filled the whole rocket, so the whole rocket went up, and it blew the shit out of the landing platform and everything, launch platform. Bad times.
Yeah, went the flames up in the sky and then it glowed like weird orange.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
horrible.
that was crazy. Yeah, it looks like they're not doing too good right now in the space race.
Yep, it says that because they were the cargo hauler, they were designated as the cargo hauler for Artemis and all these projects. So that's going to set it back several years, apparently, at least 1 year, evidently, because what they were trying to do is use the Blue Origin rockets, if I remember correctly. D, by all means, correct me. They were supposed to use the Blue Origin rockets for the most part to launch the ancillary rocketry, basically, that they're gonna build basically a whole rocket in space, and fuel it to basically load all the stuff with the lander and all that kind of stuff so that it can come back. Yeah, so that it can come back from the moon. I guess that's the whole idea. They're literally launching a rocket to land on the moon so that it can eventually take off when they come back from the manned moon mission.
Whoa.
And so they need that Blue Origin craft to bring all the fuel up to this cosmos. And it's crazy, remember, because there's the rocketry formula to get up in space is 90-10. So for every 10% of cargo, you have to have 90% fuel. So if you want to bring up enough fuel to use in space so that you can basically launch back off the moon, you're going to have to like launch several fucking times. So anyway, they basically have to use these rockets to launch over and over and over again to launch up fuel and supplies and whatever. I don't remember all the different stuff, but it's basically all the logistical stuff. And if it's not Blue Origin, evidently SpaceX won't have enough rockets or something. So it's just a total fucking mess, basically. And the other total mess is that there's only these two companies, basically. But anyway.
Yeah.
It was like something. Yeah, I didn't
What's
know
that?
about this till now. That's crazy.
The Blue Origin rocket? Yeah, it's a crazy
Yeah.
explosion too. If you haven't seen it, absolutely fucking nuts. I was just saying that it's apparently largest non-nuclear explosion for a long time.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, like that's fucking rocketry. You know,
Is
like it's
anybody on
really
board?
complex shit. No, it was unmanned. It was just a test. And apparently, normally they would do a test like this with just like 1/3 fuel, but they were doing it. Oh, now I don't remember exactly why they were doing it. There was a specific reason why it was totally full.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, you just saw the picture or the
Yeah, I
video.
just watched
It's
a little bit
fucking
of the
nuts.
video.
Yeah,
That's fucking
you're like,
insane. Yeah,
what? No way.
like nuclear holocaust. I wonder what the
Yep,
fucking
yep,
people in Florida were thinking.
yep.
The locals were probably just like,
Kaboom!
"What the fuck?"
Yep. No,
Harry!
people on Reddit were talking about it. It sounded like an absolute fucking firecracker. Apparently, a long way away, 50 or 100 miles away. It would be a hell of a boom.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
Yep. That's the simple reason why all the launches you ever see Cape Canaveral or anything, all the people are a fucking long way away. It's like 2 or 3 or 4 miles away. I don't even remember how far away, because a boom can go a long way, and the shock wave. And even then, actually, a couple times when rockets have gone boom, even with the tremendous distance that the crowds are, there's still been debris that's basically hit the crowds over the years.
Sonic
So
boom!
crazy. Ka-fucking
Sonic boom!
boom. Bada bing, bada boom.
Sonic boom!
You go right up to them with your nice Ivy League jacket. Bada bing, bada boom.
So
What's cracking, Flora?
I caught a little bit of the your intro there. You were talking about that same individual
Oh
that
my god.
talking about earlier. Is that what you were talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, yeah. Dude with a
Yeah.
20-page rap sheet. That was where I was thinking about it. Basically, I was like, this is just absolutely fucking
And a lot of
bonkers.
it's
Like,
like
I have been accused many times of stealing.
shit in there, and the
By the way,
shit that's in
worthless
there,
seeds. Let's not fucking gloss
and
over that fact that nobody actually wanted them if I had stolen them. But anyway, it really affected the audience of my show. It affected my enthusiasm for this because I don't want to be called a thief,
absolutely.
etc., etc. And based on no evidence whatsoever,
I
none
had
at
the
all.
same problem. It's
And
like
here's a guy with a 20-page rap sheet of the, and I didn't check I didn't look through everything, but there was like fucking everything in there. Assault with a deadly weapon multiple times,
yeah,
harassment of a
domestic
female or
abuse.
something. Yeah, drug abuse all over the fucking place. Yeah, all kinds of traffic stops, all kinds of shit, like multiple times, multiple days. So getting arrested like multiple days on the same fucking week. I mean, like, dude, what kind of a fucking crazy person gets arrested multiple days in a week for different shit?
An
For
actual
different
criminal.
shit, by the way. An
Actual,
actual full-on criminal. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So yeah, and that's the cannabis scene for you.
Well, you can see the frustration.
100%. Ugh.
I actually have a pretty long record, but no violence. It's
Well,
all
that's the
good.
thing. None of your shit is violence. Yeah, you didn't fucking hurt anybody. At least according to us. I'm gonna go get my glass tip. I'll be
No,
right back.
but then again, I'm not trying to be some public brand and all this stuff.
That too. Yeah,
Because,
that too. But I think
yeah,
most of us would agree.
even
Okay, everyone
today,
has their
shit.
different line, but most of us I think would agree that the stuff, okay, we're not going to talk about the stuff you were involved in for whatever reason, but the stuff that you were involved in, I think most of us would basically be like, "Bro, that was the drug war. Like give me a fucking break." Like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
nobody was hurt by the stuff you were
And
doing.
I was a deadhead. We got in trouble all the time.
Public indecency.
Now, today, yeah, I didn't expect to see him, but I talked to him for like 45 minutes and traded some leads and stuff. I ran into James Loud at the Olympics, him and his wife, and they're friends of mine. We haven't talked since like almost a year. But yeah, it was all right. He had a bunch of flavors. Um, I don't even remember all the names of them.
You go to the are you going to the Olympics? Is that what you're doing?
I'm on my way home. I'm so over it. The act tonight, TV40. A lot of people were coming as we were leaving. Um, um, I was in there for like 3 4 hours. Uh, and there wasn't a place you could be where they didn't have speakers playing. Like what I don't even know what it was, like hip hop trance shit or like I terrible. And I even feel like, yeah, I probably, the few people I would talk to, you had to like yell to be heard. This like music that you couldn't escape it. I walked around. There was all the usual suspects. It's anyway, right? And probably raging now. I mean, but it was in the bowels of LA. It's like we were South Central, and even when we left, like a very expensive car, like some kind of super Mercedes, nice 674 to give them. Yeah, because seven something series. The windows were, the guy was sitting there not far from where we parked, and they had smashed his windows, and that was in broad daylight. Yeah, it wasn't really a place that you want to be after dark. But whatever. That's where, there's a lot of places in LA that bring a lot of more people, but they can't. You can't do an event like that unless it's the bowels of LA where the cops are in on it, whatever.
Don't all talk at once.
I'm fucking muted. I was talking this whole time. I'm fucking muted. All right. So, what was I just saying? Somebody was just trying to get in, and I didn't see them until just the last second, and they stopped wanting to get in. So I'm making a couple of co-hosts because I actually don't know who it was. What was I going to say? So I had the funny experience. That's the story I was just trying to say. That I went to go get this glass tip, and I just stepped out for just a second, but I was grinding up this pine sol joint, basically, and I came back, and I was like, fuck, the whole house smells like coffee. And I'm literally walking back, as I walked across the house, and I come back, and I'm like, what the hell, I didn't make coffee since this morning. I'm like, what smells like coffee? I'm walking around. Sure enough, it's this pine sol. It has this like noticeable coffee smell. And I've had this expression or this experience before, but I oftentimes smoke pine sol with a cup of coffee, so I just always assumed it was the cup of coffee. So anyway, I guess there's a little bit of coffee aroma to this pine sol. I always talk about, it's only gas, and that's for the most part the flavor, but there's a little bit of coffee aroma to it.
Is that from Humboldt CSI or who's that
Pine
from?
sol? No, it's from what's his face from Bodie.
What's it across of?
It's basically just his Goji OG. We looked it up just the other day. It was Goji OG by Goji OG or something. So let me look it up again. Fuck, I can't remember.
I haven't seen the Goji in a while. That was all the rage in 2015. I'm sure Buddy
made that
was running
into the
Goji
Kimbo
back
slice,
then.
right? That was the big mail everyone was using. The Kimbo slice. That was
That's
Goji
what
OG to, I don't remember the other one.
Looks like
Exotic had a Kimbo that was blackberry to Starfighter.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Nepali OG to Snow Lotus. There we go. So Pine Sol is actually Goji OG. It was just a cut. It's one of the cuts of Goji OG. Now I'm remembering a little bit more every time I look this up. Somehow I'm amnesia.
So it's just
And
a Fino
it's
of
Nepali
Goji?
OG to Snow Lotus. Yeah.
I see. That's nice. That sounds really good.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
I like it. It's good enough for me.
I like it a lot. Cheers, folks in the chat. Cheers, Stone Root. Cheers, Bob Gnarly. Who's what's hanging? Bob Gnarly. Silent Truth's in the house. He's out at a show, almost over. He says, kind of funny. A bunch of theater folks showed up at the last minute. iMedic's in the house. What's up, iMedic? Cheers, buddy. Welcome. Smoking some White Walker #2. I just mentioned I'm about to smoke some Pine Sol, so that'll be yummy. Flora and I were talking about the banana OG earlier today. I'm lucky enough I'm going to actually grow some banana OG here pretty shortly.
Yeah, that Oregon Kid cut, you definitely should do some breeding with for, make sure you don't lose that because that's a special cut.
It's a nice cut, yeah. I've gotten a flower at once, but it was still a small plant. But yeah, it's got that kind of...
No, it yields well. You get it.
It should yield well, yeah. Even though this plant was small, it still yielded pretty okay, yeah.
Flip her when she's about, 2.5, 3 feet tall, and you'll see.
Huh.
But she's going to stretch.
Banana
Yeah.
OG is awesome.
Got some stretch.
Have you
Yeah,
smoked
yeah.
it, D?
Yes, I like banana OG.
Yeah. Um, It's been one of my white whales, honestly. Like everybody, I think has their white whale, and it was my first tester that I ever got from Subcool was Banana Jack. It was Banana OG, the Banana OG Oregon Kid Cut
Yeah.
across the Jack the Ripper.
That was
And
delicious,
it had a
actually.
terrifyingly low germination rate. I only got 2 out of 10 seeds to germ, and I texted Sub about it. I was all nervous because it was like the first thing he ever sent me, right? And he was like, "Oh, that's okay. You know, thank you for your honesty, da, 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 but we actually had some problems with somebody else. I don't know. Maybe it got fucked up in the mail or something. But apparently, it was a common problem with other people too. Some people had no problems with the germination whatsoever, but then some people had a bunch of problems. Maybe some of the seeds got stuck in a hot warehouse or something. I don't know, honestly. But the 2 that I got, I should have kept the male because the female was fucking spectacular. It was one of the first things that I started taking out with me to the old cannabis club, because Portland used to have a cannabis club, the Northwest Cannabis Club, and that's where like our garden club, that's where my tasting club first met. Anyway, so I'd go to events, and that was one of the first flowers that I would bring to kind of show off with friends, and people fucking loved it. They were like, "Holy shit, it's banana, but it doesn't taste like banana peel," and blah blah blah. It was so fun, and it's pressed really well. Like it washed and pressed extremely well, and true to type. So that's the other thing. Like a lot of fruity strains don't really press or wash true to type because they lose a lot of the monoterps and stuff. But the banana OG, it passed right into the jar. It was amazing, and to the point that you'd smell the jar and it just smelled like ripe bananas, maybe with a little bit of banana peel, but it was really, really,
No,
especially
that
that banana jack. It was very rich, like custardy banana. It was awesome.
I like that banana that tastes like a fresh banana when you smoke it. You even taste like something like green.
So that's probably the banana OG. Yeah, it's got a little bit of the green to it. Yeah,
Oh,
or it could be a different phenotype too, of course. But
they're
and
all
for
good.
example, Flora, we were talking about that banana daddy from Ethos. I did not like that at all, and I think Bud said the same thing. I got it from Bud, and I don't think either of us liked it. It had the banana
Agreed.
flavor to it, but it was like a very green banana for the most part, and had this. Normally, I would really love kind of pine needles or pine or something to it, but it was like a forest flora kind of flavor, but it just did not work at all. It tasted like I don't just even know, like just all the worst things about a sativa somehow.
Didn't
And
get
mind
you
you, I
that.
love sativas, right? What's that, bud?
It didn't get me that high.
Yeah, it didn't
I
get you that
didn't
high
like
either.
that.
Yeah, exactly. It's
I
kind of just bubblegum weed.
I agree with you guys. I had it in a pen, a vapor pen, and I didn't find it too good at all.
yeah.
So,
Come on, motherfucker, burn,
cheers, everybody.
burn, motherfucker,
420.
burn.
Terrence and Philip weed. You guys need a Terrence and Philip strain.
Terrence and Phillips Rain.
Yeah, for Canada, they need a
Hey, fuck you, buddy.
fucking
Oh my god.
taste like
It would
whale.
have to smell like farts. No, like the Terrence and Phillips strain would have to smell like farts.
Yeah. Who?
Well, they got the Northwest dog shit. They
I
could
was
use
just gonna
that.
say, yeah. Why won't this fucker burn?
Too tight?
Maybe. That's how your mom likes
That's
it.
what your mother said.
Nice
Yeah.
one, D. I think I liked your version better.
A little
What
more.
do you think?
Hey, a little more lube, and you can retry. You know.
Lube your joint. What's that, D? What we're gonna say? Well, I guess just honestly finding conversation topics, folks. Sometimes it takes a minute for these conversations to take off. Bud is still driving, so it's not easy for him to be a super conversationalist. So, folks, if you guys want to hop on here, we got a nice little group of people here. Seems like it should go for a little while.
Like,
What's that, Bud?
I spoke out all day. I'm like so baked.
That's funny.
Finally, like after whatever, the snow was going down. The vibe was like starting to pick up, really. But I was over it. Like it's like, I don't even know. Like to be honest, like right when I got, realized why am I here? It's like I'm too old. Yes.
It's just like a normal cannabis
All
show.
that.
Oh, you were
Like,
you told us about this the other day. It was kind of a gray market show kind of thing.
yeah, it's like a giant set, though. It's big. They charge. I don't know what they charge to get in. Parking. We found the spot. Parking's like the whole hustle. It's
Are you
like
talking about the Olympics?
Yeah, Central
Oh,
was
that's all. That's all
61st
legal.
Street.
Oh, is it all legal?
There was no. Okay. Emerald Cup.
There's some stuff that
The
goes on there
booths
that might,
can't actually
gray area.
like the booths here are sold directly to the customer. That's not a metric event. Metric event, all the vendors' product is distributed through another booth that like yeah, Emerald Cup and a true metric event. This isn't a metric by far the opposite. But now a lot of metric events, uh, uh, all the people were there, you know. But then I realized, okay, like Sea Junkie, yeah, he had a huge booth. They weren't selling any seeds. People kept asking about. Sea Junkie's not there. Jungle Boys, Ivan's not there. It's just the people working the booth. You know what I mean? Like basically bud tenders, a lot of scantily clad, not to have attractive women that are like the typical weed models. Uh, First smoke of the day was at a booth. James, you know, all the players. And he was just walked around and whatever. And it's a lot of people that from other parts of LA would never go to an event South Central like that. Like you're definitely like, yeah. So the people that were there were mainly the people from that area, or it's kind of like that ethnic, say. Uh, that's one of the reasons I got out there before it got dark. It's like, yeah, I I had went to parlay earlier, so I have like worked with me, so I didn't mind.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
You heard the better news, right?
What was it called?
You heard the better news, right? I'm saying there's some news that was much better.
No, I didn't hear it.
So Dougie announced that Chalice Fest is coming back.
Oh, back in San Bernardino?
Yeah, it's Chalice Fest will be back, like he said, like next year.
Oh, that'd be good. But
Yeah.
like, you know, one thing I was like trying to point out, yeah, I miss the good old days. They were good old days. Like when these type of events.
But that's the only one that's like really for the people, you know. It's like you go
Yeah.
and you camp out and meet everybody, and
Yeah, I mean, no, that was what today was too.
well, Dougie,
Well, Dougie's, I like Dougie. I've known him, man, for a long time.
he's Hitman, but he's gonna. I think he's gonna bring Hitman back too, though.
Yeah. Well, back then, like from 2010 to 15, when I was at all the high time stuff, every glass competition, and that I can remember. I don't remember anybody else winning during those years. That hey man, it's like the most elaborate please. It's like now there's a lot of more people that blow at that level.
Oh yeah.
But back
You have
then,
any-
he was like,
Does Fuminor, you have any expensive glass?
Not really. I mean, what qualifies as expensive glass? For some people, $50 is expensive. Like my
Oh,
dab rigs. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying like the stupid stuff, like the
Nothing like that.
$500
Nothing like
plus
10,000. Probably either one of my rigs. I don't know what I could sell them for, but one rig is like obviously custom glass blown blue and whatever the fuck from a guy I actually traded some weed for. It's probably worth maybe $400 or something. And the other one, the one that I kind of use more often, honestly, it's oh, I can't think of the fucking brand right now. It's also handmade, but it's a little bit more kind of industrial size. It's also like maybe $400. So I mean, like I'm not that interested in buying like a mothership or anything like that. Like I would have very little interest. Um, I don't
No,
want
it
to be
has it
stressed
has
out
to
by my
be
glass. You know, like it's just it's fucking farcical to me, to be honest.
no, it has to be functional.
Yeah.
And if
I
I'm
mean,
afraid,
everyone says that motherships are great and whatever, but and I have taken dabs off them and they were nice and whatever. But dude, my I'll go find it here in a second. It's a recycler. It's so smooth, whatever. You know, it cost. I actually traded for that one as well, but it was $300 or $400 something value, and the banger is probably worth about $100. Like, and I suppose all the different little pieces when you think about it, because you put the cap
How
on
about
there,
some
that's
others?
handmade, and so well, realistically, I guess the cap, the banger, and then the rig. The balls are just whatever. So, but that's probably $600. It's really not that much. But again, compared to some people that say, "Holy shit, you got a $600 rig," or some people would never buy anything that expensive. So
yeah,
expensive, I guess, is relative.
yeah. But some people are spending 1,000 plus
100%. Yeah. No,
on
Bubba, speaking, we
something.
were talking about Bubba Man. Like, he used to regularly go to that one glass shop in Vancouver where they had $100,000 pieces all the time. And one of the regulars famously used to tell this story on Hash Church from time to time. One of the regulars, who was apparently kind of a prick, dropped one. Basically, it was like a $130,000 rig, and he just fucking dropped it, and everyone just went silent because they're just like, Jesus Christ, that's money on the floor now. And so it's literally, this guy drops $130,000 rig, apparently just being a dumbass.
Yeah, I don't think you can probably insure that as a business.
That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, as an art gallery, you could probably insure just about anything, but that's the question. Are they allowed to be an art gallery or something? I don't know. I mean, I would think that that's art glass, and a lot of that glass does go up in value tremendously, so I would hope they can insure it. I don't know.
Hmm.
And they'll insure anything. It's just for what price.
That's the thing, yeah. But I suppose if you're willing to pay
And most likely they don't
130,000 a
have a way
rig,
to validate the value like other things. There's market value systems in play that are trusted by the insurance company. I don't know, like if
hmm,
you said it was worth that much. Well, I mean, if somebody paid that much and you have documentation, that makes it worth that much.
that's it.
Yeah, one of a kind art is so hard to prove.
But
And
like you
I
said,
think
you had a receipt
probably,
for the purchase. You had the receipt for the wholesale purchase.
yeah,
You'd have comparable purchases from that artist because it's not going to be a one-off out of nowhere. They're
yeah,
going to know who that guy is, etc., etc. Yeah. As I remember, it was some crazy. Actually, the Bud would be said it would be kind of like it was like a crazy Grateful Dead rig. I don't know. It's been a few years since I heard the story, but yeah, it had all Millie Fury of like the dancing bear and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, yeah, it was apparently a sick
and
piece, but.
everything in it. Like that, I remember looking at that going, wow, it's way
Oh,
out of my price range.
you saw the rig that he was talking
Oh
about?
yeah,
Oh wow.
that's a and it's valued at whatever.
Uh,
It's $400,000 rig, but you look at it, oh, the amount of work and the different every symbol, all the symbols of the Grateful Dead are in that thing. There's
mm,
so much down on it. You know, there's some rigs that are, you know, they have a. I think today, in today's modern world, and like you say, oh, there has to be like not under the table value, over the table value. Uh, probably it's like pretty expensive.
dang it,
Because
you're
everything can
roboting.
be
You're
insured.
roboting a little
So
bit, bud.
what rate?
You might be going through a
Yeah,
dead
I'm
zone.
sorry.
You're kind of hard to hear you.
Should be, but I'm on the coast. I'm down, just going to Dana Point,
Huh.
which is like the rich area, but they have the
I
worst
love Dana.
internet.
Dude, I love Dana Point. It's one of the best places ever. If you
Yeah.
have the money, but I don't have the money, but I like going there.
Well, if you're spending a day in LA, the pot potholes and the vibe and the whole thing. I'm so glad I lived in North County, San Diego. Like that's why I lived there. That's why I came back there and got to live there under the under the uh, less money or less opportunity. Just live there, then yeah, other places in Southern
That's what I
California.
liked. That's what I liked about my old place. It was actually a little like oasis. I actually really missed that place. It was an oasis right in the middle of like fucked up LA. And LA's not fucked up, but it is a mess, and the traffic is crazy. And people are speeding everywhere, and it's just a complete fucking circus zoo. And there's literally like police helicopters flying everywhere, and all this different shit, just all day, every day. And my place was just this little sheltered little area, right up at the base of the hills, basically. It even had a kind of a microclimate, so it was a little bit cooler than even just a few blocks. Literally, you could drive a few blocks down, and it was noticeably warmer. So if it was a hot day, it'd be like halfway decent up on the hill there a little bit. Like, oh, it was fucking so nice. And
Well, that's a
for
cool
example, like even
spot.
if you're driving around, you're stuck in traffic for hours, you come back to my street, and it was quiet. Like
Like
people were walking their
Getty, were you by
dogs. It was so
Getty or
nice. What's that?
were you near like the Getty Hill, like that hill over there?
Basically, I was right in Hollywood, but there was
Hollywood?
places. There's a few different places that are just nice and kind of isolated and quiet. Yeah, there's very a few blocks, honestly, from all the fucking nutty stuff. But yeah, it was nice and
But that's
quiet.
how a lot of the crazy places are, like really nice shit, and then like there'll be like a street that divides like
Yeah.
really terrible with the really nice.
I was just talking about that the other day. Evidently, I just saw some video. One of the food YouTubers or something I watch on YouTube maybe was walking around Kensington Gardens in London. Yeah, I think that's what it was. It was like a food reviewer, and he was walking around. The restaurant was in Kensington Gardens, which is apparently one of the most expensive pieces of real estate in the entire world. It's literally the mansions where all the oligarchs from Russia don't actually live, but they have their houses there just for investments or whatever. And so multi millionaire, not even like billionaires basically. Everyone has a fucking Bugatti and everything else, right? Well, apparently like 3 blocks away is like shitty fucking neighborhood. Da, 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 da. So that's even in London, where you have like such rich neighborhoods. You just have to walk a couple blocks, and all of a sudden it's ragtag. Kind of funny.
Now you don't know this super blue moon is until full moon tomorrow. Are you guys checking out the giant moon tonight? Pretty
I'll take
fucking
a look.
big.
That's how you
At
roll.
least down here, I don't know if
We got
that's
clear
it
sky. I'll go
goes
take a look.
around. Yeah, it's fucking beast.
Cheers, folks in the chat, by the way. WSP's in the house. Who else in here? Not too many new voices,
The
but
sun is still setting. It hasn't quite set here.
What the fuck? Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
this time of year, California, it sets earlier. It's really a
Now,
trip. Like it's still light. It's still perfectly light here. It's gonna be light for another hour.
D's in the dark.
Yeah.
Probably light for another hour.
Widespread's in the dark, and
This is
somebody
another
should
good proof that the Earth is not flat. So all the fucking flat earthers that they do their idiot experiments, like you could have a little Zoom group like this, and you could purposefully talk to people that are on different latitudes. And some people in the evening it'll be dark, and some people it won't. So for example, for Flora and me, we're roughly on the same latitude. It's going to be light for another hour. Like it's light. It's basically like
It's
maybe
fucking
twilight,
sunshiny
but
right now.
sunset is I think at
Yeah,
9:30 today. Let me
it's like
just check
fucking
here.
sun shining right now.
Yeah, whereas like as you see, Bud is driving in the dark. Yeah, 8:51. I'm sorry, I was wrong. But basically, for another 20 minutes, it's going to be bright ass light, and then basically it's going to be dusk for another half hour, 45
Well, when I
minutes.
first
Yeah.
came on, it was still light out. It just got dark. But the
I'm just
moon
saying,
was
we're all on the West
headed
Coast. We're all on the
directly
same.
at it. So
We're all on the
been-
West Coast in the same time zone, and it could
But
just be,
different
like, dramatically
latitudes.
different.
Yeah, that's the thing. And so the
Oh, I
curvature
get
of
it.
the Earth is
Yeah.
pointing at the sun differently. Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
D's not
well,
in the same time zone, but for the
No,
sake
D's
of argument,
and D. It's been dark for 3 hours for him, probably.
yeah.
Yeah. We get dark around 8:30. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So, well, because now that we think about it, you're probably not. I wonder what parallel you are. Do you happen to know what latitude you are, D? That'd be a weird
No.
one to off the top of your head. Most people don't know. Let me double check.
well, it's
No, I
got to
don't.
be higher up than you guys. I'm surprised it doesn't stay
You'd
dark
be
wider.
surprised. A lot of places have a very similar latitude. For example, Paris and like Berlin and even London are very basically equal with Boston, but have very different weather. Toronto is located at a latitude of 43. How interesting.
There you go. And it gets dark at 8:50 here, Eastern Standard Time. That's 5.
That is not, there's no
Oh,
way. All right, we got to look at, do I have Google
But
Earth?
then it must come. But
You might be lower than we are. There's no way. No. 43 is close. Okay, no, you are further up. Okay, you are further up.
well, then
But not
where his
much.
time, he doesn't turn the time back or something, so the sun comes up early. Where when we fell back, right? Or no, we sprung forward.
bring on your mom.
Because I know we down here in San Diego, 13 and a half hours of sun is like our max. My buddy that lives in Ukiah, it's like 15 3/4 is their max of sunlight. During the peak of the year. Here, yeah, that's why, like, yeah, it's without supplemental light, it's hard to keep plants vegging because we're so close to 12, 13. Yeah, they trigger a lot just because they don't get enough sun.
Okay, it's been a while since I've used fucking Google Earth. Oh, especially on the web page, it's too complicated. I'm gonna freaking give up on this. But I wanted to show you the latitude. Maybe I can just look up something else. Hop on, folks. WSP, some of you other guys, if you guys want to hop on here, welcome.
The fucking amazing deal. $75K. It's amazing what you can get on the other side of the country for $75K.
Oh, here we go. This is actually working. Sweet. I didn't know you could do this in Google Maps.
What did you do?
You see, you just learn something every day. I turn it into a globe. I didn't look that. I didn't. I feel like this feature is new. I'm not sure. Well, anyway,
Did they
regardless,
integrate
I'm
like
very happy about
Google
it.
Earth and Google?
It seems like it, yeah. So anyway, can I show?
Happened to the lines.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm trying to show latitudes. Give me a fucking break. All right, stop share so that I can look at this a little bit more.
You should show some Brazilian beach. Maybe we'll see some volleyball.
That's it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Why can't I? Maybe
Brazilian
I'm not
beach
signed in.
volleyball.
No. Layers. There we go. All right. Layers. Huh. It fucking won't let me show latitudes. That's annoying. Well, anyway. There's got to be an easy way to do this. There used to be an easy, like a toggle that you just turn on the latitude, longitude lines. But for some reason, it won't do it.
Somebody DCGF, there you are.
Well, anyway, as we're looking at it, this is actually wild. So, it never occurred to me, but I guess this should occur to me, that Toronto really is almost on the same latitude as Portland, Oregon. the reason why you guys are so cold, I was just watching a video about this, geography by Jeff or whatever, I can't remember, on YouTube. He was talking about Hudson Bay and how Hudson Bay basically, first of all, it led to one of the world's largest corporations, the Hudson Bay Corporation. And second of all, it is the single biggest driver for weather, not only in Canada, but the entire North American continent. Every winter it freezes over, and it's so big that it's like this ice sink, basically. It's like an ice pack for the entire country. So it basically generates a huge amount of frigidly cold air that, unfortunately for D, is very close to him. So unfortunately, he gets the brunt of that shit. But
Yeah.
anyway, so like literally, Toronto is almost the same. It basically is almost the same latitude. Unfortunately, I can't show the latitude lines right now, but almost the same as Boston. It's lower than Minnesota. What is it? Minneapolis, Minnesota. Or what is it? Yeah, Minneapolis, and can't think of all the fucking towns in Wisconsin and stuff. Those are actually further up a little bit. Seattle is even further up than Toronto. How fascinating is that? But Toronto is so much fucking colder in the winter because of Hudson Bay.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
But at least I don't live like in
I
Northwest
wonder what would
Territory.
happen. This is
Or-
like comically too big of a human project for us to undertake. But I wonder what would happen if we blocked off Hudson Bay. Like, I wonder what would happen. Like, for example, just built a impassable dam across there or something, and then like drained it. Obviously, we can't do anything that big. But how interesting would that be? You'd stop the freaking winter freezes.
Who lives there? Inuits?
Hudson, but not too many people live in the north part of Canada. Like something like 90% of people basically live within 100 miles of the U.S. border. So it's basically like a little buffer zone here in Canada. And there are people up here, but not all that many.
People in the Northwest Passage, it's fucking cold up there. It's like minus 60.
Mm-hmm. And there are
No-
places in Canada that are uninhabited. A lot of these islands up here basically have nobody.
None of it has lots of people in it. That's what you want, none of it. And none of
That's
it.
None of it.
It's freezing.
Apparently, it's a super fun place to go. I used to know a guy that lived in Windsor, Ontario, and he would drive up, mostly in Ontario, but sometimes he would go with his dad to Nunavut. He told me about it. Apparently, just an incredible, like, otherworldly place because it's full on tundra and everything else, and most of it, I think, is frozen year round. And anyway,
And a lot of the villages are dry villages. I mean, you can't can't have alcohol.
interesting.
And it's illegal to bring alcohol into it. You can get arrested and fined and shit.
So there's the equator. I wish I could just show the longitude and latitude lines, but as you can see, most of Europe literally sits above the U.S., but most of Europe is warmer than a lot of the U.S., especially in the wintertime, which is kind
See,
of
where's
fascinating.
Israel? It's right there.
Israel's right over there.
There,
Yeah,
yeah.
Israel is parallel basically with South Carolina, North Carolina, California.
So that's pretty nice weather.
Yeah, mostly. Super hot in the south of Israel, like the Negev Desert. Not too many people live down there in the Negev. Same thing with Egypt. Like this whole Sinai Peninsula, there's almost no one there. And they actually have a huge problem with the Muslim Brotherhood and stuff. They basically set up their like training camps in the desert because there's fucking nobody there. And it's literally 200 miles in any direction. There's no one. So they can run their little terrorist camps. And Egypt has had a huge problem shutting them down.
You didn't cross in any of those Muslim countries?
Say again?
You didn't cross in any of the Muslim countries?
Not recently, but way back when I went to Jordan. We went to the West Bank. I mean, I guess you could say Palestinian territory. We were supposed to go to Egypt, but then Egypt got butthurt and we didn't get to go. But a long time ago. You can go, I mean, Americans especially can go to Jordan anytime they want. I think Syria technically has now started to actually offer visas, but Lebanon was a little problematic for some people to get into. But you could still get into Lebanon. You could get a visa and everything. But What, Cyprus is totally
Yeah.
different. You can totally go to Cyprus. I got to go to Cyprus 10 years ago, so I guess I should say that. I got to go to Cyprus there. And technically, I crossed into the northern part as well.
Did you get there flu or
Literally just
boat?
walk. Oh, my mom took me on a like 2 day
Hitchhike.
cruise.
Oh.
3 day cruise. I can't remember, 2 3 day cruise. I think it was totally 3 days. We were back on the third day. And of course, it's one of those things. Honestly, at the time, I was like, "This is fucking lame, Mom. Couldn't we do something more fun?" And of course, now, if my mom were still alive, I'd be like, "Oh, Mom, can we go do that again?" But she's not here anymore. What can you do? What WSP Freak says: I catered the wedding of Anita Zucker, who is the daughter of the founder of the Hudson Bay Company. No kidding. Spent almost $2 million on her wedding. Jesus Christ. Wow, she's the daughter of the founder of the Hudson Bay Company? So she's old, is what you're saying, because the founder of the Hudson, that was like 18 something. Or maybe the daughter of the current founder or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll look her up. Who's Anita Zucker? Sounds like a Bond villain name. Anita Zucker. Oh, she's got a Wikipedia page and everything. She's not that old. She is born 1952. She's American. She was the chair at the Hudson Bay Company. I could be showing this to you.
I thought they went down. They totally went under.
No, they're still around. They've got... Oh, no, she is 73, 74. Okay. She took over after her husband's death in 2008. She's the chairperson of the Intertech Group or something. She's the daughter of Holocaust survivors, Rose and Carl Goldberg. She career after... She's the widow of Jerry Zucker, who took over the role of chief executive of Intertech. Okay, so what's the deal with... Oh, wow, she's pretty rich. As of February 2023, she's the 1,600th richest person in the world, with an estimated wealth of $1.9 billion. Not too shabby. Charleston, South Carolina. Of course she's a Republican. Okay, so what's her fucking connection to the goddamn Hudson Bay Company? This is the most abstract shit in the world. She must have married into it or something. I don't know. Weird. Whatever. Yeah, she's a billionaire. Sounds like it. How's it? You know what? Maybe you just got it wrong. She was the daughter of the founder of Intertech or whatever the fuck, but she worked for the Hudson Bay Company for unexplained reasons. Because the Hudson Bay Company was founded in 1670. So her dad would have to be a little old. 356 years ago. So just saying, maybe her dad is Highlander. Not 100% sure.
There can only be one.
That's
yeah, there can only be one, exactly.
You pull that mule.
By the way, they're making a new Highlander. Do you guys know that? With what's his face? His name just fell out of my head. The fucking English guy. He played Superman. 3 English guys played Superman. Jesus fucking Christ! He was in the League of Unreasonable Gentlemen. No, that's not the name of it. Jesus fucking Christ! Why can't I think of this guy's name? He played Witcher. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is this guy's name?
Hey, well, you look that up. I'll just say hi.
Henry Cavill. There it is. Jeff, have you been here this whole time?
Yeah.
We fucking did it again with you. Oh my god, you sneak in quietly and we don't notice it somehow for fucking 10 hours. Welcome, Jeff.
Like 10 minutes ago.
He was so polite. He's so polite because it's so like it's like ambiance with those green leaves. You don't even notice it. It's like, oh, it's delightful wall art. Cheers, Jeff. What's going on?
Hey, cheers. No, I was listening to you. It's interesting. I'm not even familiar with the Hudson Bay Company, but I looked it up quick. I mean, I guess there are stores in Canada still, at department stores. I don't know.
That's basically the only presence, and they make very expensive but very high quality stuff. So if you know like Pendleton blankets and shit like that, Hudson Bay is like actually nicer and a little bit more expensive. To be honest, they're known as kind of like expensive shit. and they only have a few stores left. But they used to be, and I guess it's still a big company. Like they have finance arms or something. I remember looking it up a few years ago. But they used to be a fucking behemoth because they were basically the entire entity that did all the Canadian. They didn't call it Canada back then, but all the Canadian beaver pelts and timber and just like all the natural resources. Now Hudson Bay is
Huh.
first of all it's enormous, but it's rich with resources. It included like the fishing and all kinds of stuff. So it was this just gargantuan behemoth. I think it was bigger than the was it called the India Company, the
Yeah, East India.
East India Company. I think it was bigger than the East India Company for the majority of its history.
Yeah, yeah, because they were. I guess they were. He was an explorer too, Hudson. I don't know who he was, but with the Hudson Bay in New York, so that must be him also. And not the Hudson Bay, Hudson River.
Mm.
So yeah, he must have been an explorer, a trapper, and
I
then
think he was
a
a
department store
aristocrat. Let me
guy
look him up.
too. Like they did everything.
I think the department store came later, but they basically were like a dry goods supplier because, of course, there were all the like gold rushes around the country. So they, who makes the money in all the rushes? We've talked about this before, right? Build a soil, the picks and shovels. He basically sold the picks and shovels for people going east to the Yukon. I remember, in fact, actually at the Hudson Bay store in Vancouver, there's like a whole, actually, that's how I know about this, I think, because they have like a whole historical museum area where they talk about they were the jumping off point for all the guys that went up to the Yukon to basically go mine for gold.
Yeah, yeah, Henry Hudson. I mean, that's kind of how we knew him here. Yeah, English explorer, navigator from England. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy what he built.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, didn't really know too much about him.
Because he's Canadian. We don't give a shit about Canada.
I always thought
Canadian,
he was
you know?
American.
Ernest Phillips.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Watch it, buddy guy. What's up, doctor?
You're my guy, friend.
So does Anita live in Canada? I didn't catch that.
I don't remember. She's apparently American, but so I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, she's rich enough. She
But
probably
she's
can
on
do
the
the fuck
board.
she wants. Oh, no, no, she
Yeah.
does. She lives in Charleston, South Carolina.
South Carolina, yeah. And then yeah, $2 billion or less than that, and you're like the
I know, right?
1700th
Isn't that crazy?
rich. It's not that many to up there in
Apparently, $1
billions.
billion doesn't get you very far anymore. You got to be part of the Tres Comas Club. Nobody else watched. Dr. Jeff knows what I'm talking about. You guys have never seen Silicon Valley?
No.
Oh, that show
No.
is fucking hilarious. Oh, Flora, you'd love that show because it's like too close to life. Everybody that I've known that worked for, Facebook or Google or whatever, they're like, I almost
Yeah.
can't watch that show because like I know the people in that show. Like it's because it's Mike Judge. I should
Oh,
have said
okay.
that first. Same guy that did Idiocracy, King of the Hill, Beavis and Butthead,
It's a
right?
show or a movie?
It's a show. It's like 5 seasons on HBO. I want
Okay.
to say it was 5 seasons. I can't remember exactly. And several famous people came from that show. So like Kumail, whatever the fuck, that's the Indian guy that's in Marvel now. He basically came from that show.
Yeah, the
A couple other
Chinese
people.
guy,
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
comedian.
Kumar, whatever.
And then one guy almost his career exploded, and then I don't know, he had some kind of a brain injury or something. One of the Erlich Bachman, actually, in my opinion, probably the funniest character on the show. He ended up having like a full nervous breakdown in real life, and they actually wrote him off the show. And he was on Deadpool. Like his career was going like this, and all of a sudden he had this incredible like psychotic break, which was apparently later explained by medical issues. So that's even a little bit more terrifying, to be honest, because it was like out of his control, and his career took a fucking nosedive. So interesting to see that kind of stuff. But anyway, the show itself is fucking hilarious, like just insightful and hilarious.
Yeah, it was pretty insightful. And yeah, they talked about AI on that show that was actually, it was relevant anyway.
Yeah.
It was like an image recognizer program, which
Mm.
was really the first program. I was talking about that with the Canadian guys up there with AlexNet. which was really kind of broke open AI. With it proved deep learning
Hmm.
was kind of what that term was going around for a while because they just like, oh, you just throw a lot of data at some kind of simple model and it just works, and they kind of proved that with AlexNet, which was some kind of image recognizer. But in the show, the guy did an image recognizer and like it recognized the hot dog, and he got a lot of
Hot dog,
funding.
not hot dog.
But no, all it was trained on was hot dogs, so that's all it could recognize.
Shen Yang, right?
We
That
have
was
a
his
wiener.
character.
But it was relevant.
And
It
the
was,
whole time he pretend. Oh, I shouldn't say. It's
it
even
was a
funnier
good
if you
show,
don't know.
Relish
Yeah, that
the
was a
thought.
fantastic show.
and they had the you know the people on the spectrum.
Go where?
Oh, I'm gonna mute you, bud.
Oh, she's
They had like the CEOs that were on the spectrum that were like, just geniuses, but they couldn't really talk or anything. Or
And then also complete assholes like Gavin Belson.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I loved his signature on the box. That was Gavin Belson. That looked like a dick with two balls. That show is just beyond spectacular.
Yeah.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah,
What was it? Oh, another show that I fucking
Come
love.
on.
People were talking about this on Reddit the other day, and I don't even know how this comes up. Oh, they were talking about hilarious things from the different shows or something. So this conversation, fuck, I don't even remember what the subject was. But regardless, someone brings up Righteous Gemstones, which is on HBO. Just an absolutely hilarious show about televangelists, basically. Not even televangelists, I guess. What, these fucking mega church pastor preachers or whatever, and imagine basically one of these mega churches and like what their whole family, because the whole family is always involved, and they make fucking millions of dollars, right? Well, imagine what their life is like. And so it's this incredible hilarious satire with Danny McBride. So that probably should have been the first thing that I say, is if you guys know Eastbound and Down and stuff, Danny McBride has that kind of sense of humor, right? Anyway, so he did the Righteous Gemstones, and the question was like surprising nudity that didn't have to be in the show. So that was the question, like surprising nudity that really didn't advance the plot in any way. And someone joked, definitely not Baby Billy. What's his fucking full name? Uncle Baby Billy, because Uncle Baby Billy famously shows wiener all the time, like in all the different seasons. But it's what's the fucking actor's name? Oh, for fuck's sake, I cannot think of his name now. The dude that he's in Fallout right now. He plays the ghoul in Fallout. Of course, I have to look this fucking guy's name up. Anyway, so regardless, it doesn't actually matter. He doesn't actually hang dong in the show. He uses a body double, but the actual joke is that they use a completely different body double every single time. So like multiple times through the show, they show his wiener, but one time it's like this teeny little tiny wiener, and one time it's this fucking massive wiener. And one time when they got one of these body doubles, the guy shows up, and he strips down naked, and they put him in the scene, and they're like, wait, what? They're looking through the camera, and they're like, wait a second, what's going on here? And they realize he doesn't have balls. He just has like an empty sack where his balls are. So long story short, in all the different seasons of Righteous Gemstones, Uncle Baby Billy, randomly, for no particular reason, they'll do like a sex scene, and you'll see his wiener, like maybe from the back or whatever. They don't obviously show like a full on like porn wiener or something, but just passing through. Maybe he'll be put on pants or whatever. And so one time he has a huge dong, another time he has a tiny one, another time he doesn't have fucking balls. I think it's just absolutely spectacular. It's just such a hilarious show. Anyway.
Oh my!
I need to. I haven't subscribed to HBO for the last few months. I need to maybe catch up. I think I think the last season maybe has just come back up. I'll have to check.
HBO. Yeah. Yes, but yeah, there's been a couple of good shows. Not a lot out though. There's another episode of Jack Ryan.
I haven't seen that one. I've heard good things about it, but I haven't seen
it's
it.
good. Maybe not great, but yeah, it's good. Definitely good. I forget what was kind of lacking. Someone was like, but yeah, there's some other good. Nemesis is pretty good. Netflix.
It's been a long time since I subscribed to Netflix. I guess there's a couple things I've kind of wanted to watch on there. There's been all that drama about Tom Hardy with Mobland. Isn't that on Netflix?
Oh, yeah, maybe I haven't watched it, but
That's supposed to be really good. It's
seen
with
that.
him and Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan, and a few other people. Apparently, he's just a fucking dick and a half to work with. He's the massive piece of shit, evidently. So everyone just hates to work with him. So it's not super surprising that he might get fired off that show. He just shows up super fucking late for everything. So apparently, if there's like an 8 o'clock, Bud was talking about how difficult it is to. Oh, I guess Bud just took off for a second. He was talking about how difficult it is to show up for like an 8 o'clock in the morning call. Well, apparently, like Tom Hardy would just never show up to those morning calls and would just make everyone wait for hours. And there's this famous story from what is it, Fury Road, where Charlize Theron, too bad Bud isn't here because his brother used to be her chef. Charlize Theron is, makeup and everything. And, when you do makeup, you have to wake up fucking hours earlier. Anyway, so
Hmm.
she's on full on makeup, whatever. She gets there for the 8 o'clock call, and she sits. The scene was in the war rig, and she sits in the war rig. And, she was piloting the war rig most of the movie, or most of those scenes of the movie. And she gets in the seat and sits there, and like everyone knows that Tom Hardy's not even gonna fucking show up, but she, I guess, wanted to prove a point. She just sits in the war rig like the whole morning, and Tom Hardy shows up at like fucking 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and she just lays into him. She calls him a piece of shit cunt and da da da. I can't remember exactly what she said, but
Uh,
she's like, find the cunt. That's what she said. She find the cunt $100,000 per hour or some shit. So anyway, Charlize Theron is over Tom Hardy's shit. Apparently that's really common. It's too bad because I actually really like him as an actor, but I guess it's not surprising. He might be a piece of shit. That's kind of his. Some people have a kind of electricity. That's what I realized. It was Brad Pitt. For many years, I thought, "Wow, what a great actor." Well, it turns out he's just a piece of shit too. So he
yeah.
uses that piece of shit energy to come off as something more interesting, but he's actually just a piece of shit. But pretends not to be on camera.
Michael Jordan's another person that has to be
Oh,
early
super piece of shit. Yeah.
for makeup. No, for
Sorry,
makeup.
Michael. Oh, Michael B. Jordan. I was thinking the basketball player.
Michael Dorn.
Oh, Dorn. I'm sorry, I thought you said Jordan. Well,
No.
Michael Dorn's kind of old now. They don't really do much anymore, do they? But yeah, the Klingon shit, famously, that was like 4 hours of makeup every day. Yeah, and don't forget, it has to be taken off as well. So not only
Yeah.
does it have to be put on for 4 hours, taking it off is a little bit less time consuming, but still, it could take 2 hours. Isn't that crazy?
Apparently, when they used to film, he used to be there the first. He used to be there at like 4 a.m.
Wow, I'm
or
not
something,
surprised. Yeah.
and makeup. Because as you can see, that's not Michael Dorn.
And
Well,
sometimes,
that's
yeah, I
because
can't
he
remember
had
that
to
guy's
put
name,
on.
but he was one of the regular guest actors, yeah. And he was in the
Yeah,
movie that
he
he
was a
too.
regular on the show.
What was I gonna say? You'll see some of those characters, when they do the full on costumes, the actors get so used to it that they just fall asleep, which is normal because I mean, if they have to get there at 4 o'clock in the morning, like they didn't have time to sleep 8 hours, right? So they probably slept for 3 or 4 hours at home, and then they come and they just sleep in the chair while the people are doing the fucking makeup on their face. What a weird job, right? But I mean, if it pays the bills, if you're a Klingon, you're a Klingon. Shit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I do that, kid. That'd be pretty crazy.
Hey, $20 is $20. That's what your mom was saying.
Ew. Meet her under the bridge later.
That's it, 100%. All right, I might.
For $1, your mom likes it under the bridge. That's crazy. Anyways,
Yeah.
Band down by the river.
that's cheap. It's only a fucking loony.
Well, she likes to do happy hour promo, and it definitely is a happy hour. After the promo.
Yeah.
Bonjour, Christophe. What's up, buddy? It's early for him. He's waking and baking for sure. I haven't decided what I'm going to do for dinner. I'm out of the schnitzels that I made. D, I forgot to send you pictures. I made some chicken schnitzels this time instead of pork schnitzels. And then last night I had my famous Milanese style tacos. Wasn't technically Milanese because I didn't beat the shit out of the chicken.
Oh,
I
nice.
basically just made schnitzels, but close, very close to Milanese, and they were good. And I made the tortillas again. Why is my dog panting so hard? What's up, buddy? Well, he was playing real hard earlier. I don't know, maybe he's just worn out. I made tortillas with rosa harina again, the red tortilla, the fucking masa, That shit's good.
Right on.
Yep. Tacos are good, bro.
I made Greek chicken skewers the other day again.
Nice, right on.
Yeah, I really enjoy that. That Greek spice on it, man. It's not that hard to make.
Sage, thyme. That's kind of the. What else is in
420.
Greek spice?
Huh.
Oregano, a little bit of oregano probably. Yeah, more oregano than thyme, but a little bit of thyme in there probably. A lot of sage though. Sage is really important for those Greek. And by the way, if you get really good Greek sage, you can make tea out of it. It's really really tasty. Very unusual. A lot of people have never tasted anything like it, which is surprising because we put sage in everything. But anyway, very common statement. People are like, "Oh, I've never tasted this before." That's what your mom said
Opa.
too.
Damn.
Closest thing you could compare it to would be mint tea, but it's not very close to mint tea because sage and mint taste so different. But yeah, like sage and meat are a classic combo, and that's thanks to the Greeks. Holy shit, that tastes fucking spectacular.
Opa.
I want to say sage might have even evolved in the Greek islands. Let me look it up.
Yeah. Ah, Oreo time.
So I got a couple more cuts.
Oh, Mediterranean. Particularly the coastal areas of the Adriatic Sea. That was nailed it. So it's literally a Greek spice. How funny is that? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah.
Where we
Yeah, I
saying?
got a couple more cuts, and yeah, I heard somebody actually also talking about with living soil that where they just leave the bottom totally alone, and then the top they'll kind of like fluff up again or something, like the top half or top, I don't know, some inches of it anyway. Do you ever hear that method with the living soil
I have
where
heard of it. It's
you
not
leave the bottom
necessary.
totally
Yeah.
alone and
What are you
I
talking
leave my
about?
pots in general alone. So that's the reason why you hear no-till so commonly. When you hear no-till, it means they're literally not tilling the soil at all, and so fluffing or anything else would be tilling.
yeah,
Now,
yeah,
don't get me wrong. It's not like there's a rule that you have to follow. No-till is a style of growing. You don't have to do that, or you're going to be the devil. But the style of no-till, the reason why they do that, well, several reasons. You don't have to. Like what did our friend Voldemort used to say? Benign neglect. You really don't have to do any of that stuff. If the soil is healthy enough, even if you don't have worms or anything else. Yeah, I try not to say that fucking guy's name.
That's
It's like
awesome.
summoning the devil, basically. So anyway, what was I saying? Even if you don't have worms or other composting critters that actually till up the soil, if the soil balance is good enough, it should actually be fairly light and airy. Famously, the right texture is basically when you grab it and you squeeze it, it should slightly stick together but also fall apart, right? So like clump together but still fall apart instead of turning into like a meatball. That's too much agglomeration or whatever, right? What am I trying to say?
yeah. With sand, loosen
I
it
was
up
I was trying to get to a
usually,
point, but I
or
kind of lost my train of thought. The
or
point is, long
perlite
story
for
short, you don't
us
really
to.
have to do the fluffing up. To be honest, if your soil is too compacted, there's probably another reason for it, and so fluffing it up, I feel like will not really solve that problem. Also, it will destroy. These are kind of my thoughts, I guess. It will also destroy any of the soil structure that you've developed over the first or second grow. So presumably you grew it once and then you're fluffing it up again afterwards, after you've transplanted or whatever. Well, there's going to be fungus. Hopefully mycorrhiza have germinated, but they take forever to germinate. But anyway, regardless, hopefully there are some in there. Any that are there, as soon as you fluff it up, you've basically set them back to square one. Maybe even killed them, because mycorrhizae are quite delicate and they take forever, surprisingly forever, to establish their first tendrils. They eventually grow fairly quickly, but especially the first like 6 months or a year, they grow very slowly. So anytime you are, and they're going to be fairly close to the surface. So if you're fluffing up that top layer, you're just going to fuck up anything that's there. And any actual other soil structure, worm tunnels or anything else, that's all going to get flattened by your fluffing it up. Now, again, if it's compacted and you have to fluff it up, for example, farmers, when they till stuff, that first year after they till, oh, things will go gangbusters.
Maybe
But,
if they
it's
got it
more
too
work,
wet,
it's more
maybe.
labor, it's da, 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 da. You generally don't have to do that.
No,
So
I
that's
think
kind of the way that I am.
I think maybe it's like when people get they saturate it too much, they might have to fluff it up.
Mhm. That could be too. But I've said this before. Everyone has a different tendency in their watering style, and most people probably I think it's probably actually. I'm laughing about this as I say this because I'm left-handed. Well, the overwhelming majority of people are right-handed. Like 90% of people are right-handed, or even more. I bet you that 90% of people tend to overwater, and I, hilariously to me, in this metaphor, I tend to underwater. And guess what? It has been my saving grace. I mean, it's probably the number one problem that people have. Actually, is just overwatering. I never have fungus gnats. Like when I tell people I don't have fungus gnats, I don't mean not as many as you. I mean, I just don't deal with fungus gnats. It's not an issue that I ever have. 3 months ago or something, I got an outbreak of fungus gnats. I didn't panic in any way. I didn't buy anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't spray anything. I didn't get yellow traps. The fungus gnats went away in 2 or 3 weeks. They bloomed because I probably overwatered and did something stupid, or maybe brought them in out from outside. But in my ecosystem, my garden system, they just don't thrive. And I think one of the reasons why is that I don't perpetually overwater my things. I never develop anaerobic environments. I never develop areas of dead root patches where the fungus gnats start to become malicious, maybe, and overpopulate. There's a number of different presumptions I guess I could make, but everyone has a different style of watering. And so I think actually I agree. As the more I babble now, this joint was very, very good, by the way. The more I babble about this, the more overwatering you do, the more tendency you're going to do something like fluffing or dealing with pests or anything else. Whereas if you were to just water less, you'd probably avoid a number of those problems. And so, for example, I just don't fluff my soil. I don't do anything like that. I don't have to. The soil is soft. So, for example, when I want to dig out some area for a new pot to put in, my transplants, I could do it with my hand because it's so soft. It's not compacted or anything like that. So but I don't need to cause that to happen. That's a result of my style of growing, right?
Yeah, mine might be a little tighter than that, just
That's what I
because
love. So,
with all the roots everywhere, with a cover crop. Besides, usually there's like one plant in the center of like a 30-inch diameter pot, air pot, and I just plant like from a 1 gallon into it. So like where I plant the 1 gallon, I always disturb the center a little bit. And I do dig down a little bit right in the center because I'll usually put some kind of amendments in a little bit just to help it. Just because I never tested the soil,
Hmm.
so I always had a little like just kelp, some yeah, and something with phosphorus like seabird guano and then blood meal too, because I don't know, it seems like the nitrogen
blood meal
is
takes a
never
little bit
enough.
longer too, so that's a little bit frustrating. Okay,
Does it?
so I guess it depends on the blood
I
meal.
thought it was
Now
kind of
that I think about
medium
it, actually,
to
it's fairly
yeah.
quick, and
Yeah.
it's also really hot too. So that's one of the reasons people don't use it, and also one reason why people don't use it. And I'm not
I mean,
trying to
I'm talking
discourage
like
you. I'm
like
just
a,
giving you some of the
two
reasons why people don't use
tablespoons,
it. Is 2 tablespoons not going to kill anybody.
and then
But
I
if, for
mix it in
example,
with some
some
of the
people don't
soil
like the
underneath.
idea that the blood meal is almost certainly coming from a beef factory where they're pumping them full of antibiotics and whatever else.
Yeah.
Now, by the time you're getting the meal, are you getting any of that appreciably in your mix? Probably not, to be perfectly honest with you. But it is something that's worth considering, and so that's one of the reasons why people are like, you know what? There's better things that I can use. Anyway, but go ahead.
Yeah, just to get some nitrogen and then,
Mhm.
just some phosphorus just to make sure it's constantly getting that. That tends to get bound up. And then some kelp, maybe, and just like I said, a couple t tablespoons of each.
Right.
And basically that's it. And then stir it in with the soil that's right under it. And so I'll just disturb like, whatever, 6, 8 inch wide circle in the
Mhm.
middle for like a 1 gallon kind of pot that I'll put in there. And
So, are
and
you
that's
only
it.
flowering in 1 gallon pots?
Well, and then I'll plan for the final pot into like these big air pot, like they're like 25 gallons, something like
Uh,
that.
uh. I got you. So the
fabric
1
pots.
gallon is an intermediate pot. That makes more sense.
Yeah, yeah.
I got you.
And then into these big fabric pots
I
that
got
I,
you. Yeah,
I
yeah,
reuse.
makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that are like 20, I don't know, probably 24 inches
When you
tall or
say an air
something.
pot, are they the
The
ones
fabric
with
pot.
the? Oh, it's a
No,
fabric
not
pot. Okay.
those. Yeah, no, I have those. Yeah, no, not those. Yeah, they leaked. I've tried
Yeah, I
those
heard that from
I
everybody.
tried
Like no matter
lining those with
people, but
fabric
people
once.
lined them with like burlap. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
heard worked
basically that's
actually.
what I did.
But then
Or
by
and
the
more
time you
so,
do
I
that,
think
like why
I
don't
guess
you
at the
just use a
top.
fabric bag or whatever? Yeah.
It's like the top half where it'll really come out if it's gonna,
I'm
but
honestly surprised more. Like actually, I've never seen this in the
but
cannabis space. I've
it
seen this. I
wasn't
feel
good.
like in other places. I'm surprised no one came out with burlap fabric bags because like there's so many people hate plastic and everything else. Why not use something like that? But I don't know. Maybe it breaks down
Yeah.
too fast.
Huh. Yeah, and is burlap made from hemp?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
so
can
that
be.
would
It's not always
I mean
made
that
from
would
it,
be
but
that's a great idea. Fabric pots.
mhm.
Yeah, that's a good idea actually. And then I've tried putting fabric in to line like just plastic pots, the holes at the bottom to keep the fungus gnats down, like you were saying, and um, because yeah, that'll keep them out. And then I think on the top was covered or something. But I've tried that too. But yeah, I don't do that either anymore. I don't have a problem with fungus gnats. I still have kind of a not a big problem, but I still have a lot of the roly polies.
I'm starting to laugh now because somebody on this show 6 months or a year ago, it was a while ago, was like, "Oh, be careful with those roly polies," and I was laughing. I was like, "What do you mean, be careful with the roly polies? What's the fucking problem with the roly polies?" Well, they were saying, "Oh, if they overpopulate, they'll start to eat your plants," and I've
One
actually
time they
started
did.
to get that situation when the plants are big, the roly polies don't really pose any problems. But if I put in little clones, like I recently just transplanted, and the roly polies, like there's still a large population from when I just cut down, recently from the flower. And again, I don't do anything, right? So I just take out the old plant and put in a new plant, right? But otherwise, the pot stays just the same essentially. Well, so the roly-poly population continues from what it was before, where they had probably lots of leaves to chew on, whatever else. Well,
Yeah.
now there's only this one little clone. So sure enough, my little clones have like fucking scars from the roly-polies. So now I have to figure out what to do with the roly-polies.
Yeah, I guess
Maybe I'll go in there and pick them out or something. I don't know. We'll
yeah,
figure it
even
out.
like a mature plant
But that's the
around
thing.
the
A mature
base near
plant
the
is like not an
soil.
issue at all. Yeah.
Yeah, so it ate some of the outer green away, and it was
Uh,
just like brown, turned it into more of a bark, kind of woody. This cut for a couple inches up from the
uh,
soil, kind of thing. Yeah. So now I make
Time
sure to
for
clear away more from right around it.
yeah, that's a good thought too. Yeah.
Phoebe to move the roly polies. Time for the roly polies to move.
What are you trying to say? Make them move?
Yeah, time for them to move locations.
That's it. That's it. Roll down, roll away, boys.
Well, I
Yeah.
Aren't they North America's only indigenous land crustacean or something like that? I want to say that.
nice.
Yeah, like land shrimp, some people call
Yeah.
them.
You're trying to make a Canadian joke here, Phoebe?
No, it's just the hilarious thing about
Oh,
roly polies. They're literally
oh,
like
Probably could eat
such
them.
a funny little creature. They're not bugs. A
ew.
lot of people call things like that bugs, but they're not actually bugs. They're not even related to bugs very, very closely. No closer than we are, really, because they're far distantly related. They used to be sea creatures once upon a time. So literally, they're crustaceans that live on land now, and they're part of I think they're the same family as chitin. And here, let me look them up actually, because yeah, they're
If they're in the
very
family of
distantly
chitin,
related.
wouldn't they be useful?
Pardon?
If they're in the family of chitin, wouldn't they be useful?
Not the mineral chitin, the animal chitin. Although the animal chitin probably has a shell made of chitin too. I
The
don't know. I'll
animal.
have to look it up here.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't even know there was one.
Oh, it's a it looks like a fake animal. It just looks like this like thumb on the ground, but they're very very colorful. You see them in tide pools, for example, but you only usually see them in fairly deep tide pools. So, like when there's a minus tide, if you go out to the tide pools, you'll see chitins.
Huh.
Uh, I forget what the fucking
Chitin or
family of roly
chitins?
polies is. I'll just look it up like this. Roly-poly.
Huh.
Armadilliday. Armadilliday. Sounds like old MacDonald had a farm. Armadillidae is a family of woodlice, a terrestrial crustacean group. You see, I told you, in the order of Isopoda. Told you. Order of crustaceans. Members of this group are collectively called isopods and include both aquatic species such as gribbles and terrestrial species such as woodlice. They have rigid, segmented exoskeletons, 2 pairs of antennae, 7 pairs of jointed limbs. See, they're not bugs because they have 7 pairs of jointed limbs instead of 6 legs, for example. So they have 14 legs. See, that's even better than fucking bugs on their thorax, and 5 pairs of branching appendages on the abdomen that are used in respiration. Females brood their young in a pouch under the thorax called the marsupium. I had no idea.
That's
about
crazy
this.
too.
That's pretty fucking amazing.
A little kangaroo type.
That's it, little kangaroo fucking
Possums,
crustaceans.
yeah.
So let me look up chiton. I think they are spelled.
That's crazy.
Chiton, yes. So these are chitons. The underside of a chiton. This doesn't tell you very much. Right? Hold on, I'll find you some better pictures of chitons. Here, maybe I'll do chiton in tide pool. There we go. There's some images. Funny fucking animal. I mean, just and no, they basically have no. If you're wondering, oh, are they intelligent or whatever? No, they basically don't have any like nerve signals or anything. They're like a starfish. They basically just kind of wander around the ground. That's one upside down, so that's basically the foot of it. And the top, they usually look like this kind of armored thing, basically, right here. Those fuckers, basically. So I'm going to look up here in a second because I don't know that they're related, but I think that they're related. Let's see here. Oh no, they're not biologically related. They represent entirely different branches of the animal kingdom that evolved similar segmented armored-like shells for protection. Chitons are marine mollusks, making them close relatives of snails, slugs, clams, and octopi. Well, you see, you learn something every day. I had no idea that a chiton was a mollusk.
I guess.
Chiton, no, there's almost no. They're one of the only fucking sea creatures that basically there's nothing to eat on that.
No, there's nothing to eat on. No.
They're kind of like a starfish. There's nothing on there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like when you think about it, you've never seen anyone eat a starfish. It's because there's basically nothing to eat on the fucking thing. It's like legs, skin. That's it, basically. Like there's no there's fuck all. That what in India, I think they dry starfish and they grind it up or whatever, but it's not like.
Yeah, like medicine.
Yeah.
Kind of
even
thing.
jellyfish can be done. Like people do stuff. Like people dry it in China, do all kinds of stuff with jellyfish. They make jellyfish soup, but chitin and starfish is fucking useless. Even urchin. Urchin famously has the gonads inside, but the rest of the urchin is useless. So like all the spines and stuff, you just throw that shit away. Kind of fascinating.
It's all gonads.
Yeah, iMedic is saying roly-poly, pill bugs, woodlice, etc., are generally great for soil, but can indeed something young plants. He missed a verb there. And that's one of the reasons why I've been more tolerant about the roly-polies, because they're actually native, whereas the worms that I was such a big fan of, I realized finally, no, they're not native to North America. They're actually an invasive species. And even though we consider them positive, when you talk to biologists, I looked it up a little bit, basically online, yeah, sure enough, they actually have quite a bit of negative effects. They basically create a different environment than our native creatures are used to, that our native plants are used to. Whereas, for example, the woodlice basically are endemic, and their soil structure behavior is basically native. So if you were to develop a permaculture garden, for example, especially a native permaculture garden, you wouldn't really want to have the worms, or especially wouldn't want to add worms because you're not going to get rid of them. But you wouldn't want to add more worms, but you would definitely not necessarily shoo the roly-polies away. You don't want to have them. Because I didn't buy any. They showed up one day, so.
So that was the invasive worm you were talking about?
Yeah, pretty much all the
that
worms that we
jumping
talk
worm.
about. There are native North American worms, but they're usually the very deep earthworms. We effectively never have them in our soil because they don't really survive. Like the native earthworms, they're usually the long like night crawlers and stuff. We oftentimes call them, and they're deep in the ground. They're usually 4, 5, 6 feet in the ground. So who has a pot the size of 4 feet deep, not 4 feet around, but 4 feet deep? And so earthworms. They won't basically like I can't remember what it is, but they essentially don't survive. They almost never survive in those kinds of pots.
So that's about how deep the holes I would do in my in the greenhouse when I was doing the greenhouse. That was about
Interesting.
well, we'd use an auger and we'd put about 4.5 feet deep, and we'd fill
Huh.
them with super soil.
Oh, interesting. They probably had earthworms and stuff. Yeah, 100%. But like the red wrigglers, and
You know
basically
what?
all the
I
like
never had
fishing style
any.
worms we have, they come from Europe. Yeah,
I
100%.
never had any problems with anything except for white flies in the greenhouse.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the jumping worms were like an
Jumping worms. What
invasive.
the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, no, this is an invasive worm called it's from Asia, an Asian jumping worm.
Hmm.
I don't know if we have that in the Northwest.
We probably will soon if it's invasive. I
Well,
mean,
they
if Colorado has
spread.
it, we'll get it. How
I
did
don't know if
Colorado get
they.
it?
I'll see where they are.
I don't want it. They can keep it.
How do you say, Jeff? How do you say your home state? I keep probably saying it wrong.
I say Colorado.
Oh, it's the same thing, Colorado. Okay. I thought I was saying it wrong. I thought you were
Colorado.
supposed to say Colorado or something. No, it's
Colorado.
It's
No,
not.
no, 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 I don't think so. No, Colorado.
Because
Um,
most people that are not from the West say the state's wrong, right? For some reason, people say Idaho correctly. I don't know, because that seems like a very strange one. You'd look at it and you're like, I don't know, Idaho or something.
Yeah.
But almost everyone says my state wrong. How would you say my state?
Yeah, yours is
You might know
Oregon.
already. Oh, yeah, you
Oregon.
know already, yeah.
Is that
Like
a lot of
Oregon, yeah.
Oregon? I
Most people say Oregon, yeah. Especially if
Oh, Oregon,
you can
yeah.
always tell, like actors on TV, you can tell when they've never been to Oregon because they'll say Oregon, or you can tell when a show is supposed to be set in Oregon, but it's not actually there, and maybe the script supervisor was not paying attention because they'll say Oregon. Nobody in this state says Oregon.
Yeah, they also add an R on Washington. Washington.
Washington. Yeah, some people
It's
do
kinda
say
hit
that.
and miss.
Yeah.
I think that used to be a generational thing. Now I think it's a rural, urban thing.
Maybe
'Cause
that
I
was the
never heard
Midwest
people
or
say that in
something.
Portland, but I do hear it all the time in the country. Washington.
Yeah.
And old timers used to
Missouri's
say that all the time.
people say Missouri different. Some
Missouri.
that's what they
Yeah,
say.
I've heard people say
Missouri,
that.
Missouri.
Yeah.
They call it misery.
Yeah, Missouri
Misery.
too.
I've also heard people say that as well.
Missouri.
They probably have those worms there. They have everything there.
Oh, I'm sure they got them there. Mississippi,
Everything.
the Mississippi River flows right through there, so I'm sure they
Oh,
do.
man.
And the Mississippi
Driving to
famously has been one of
Florida.
the conduits because it's a lot of it is close to sea level because there's not all that many locks or docks or dams or anything for a long way up the river, way up. Like because it's got several big rivers that are tributaries, right? So I don't think there's any dams basically way up. It's past Missouri, I want to say. So it's very easy for
Missouri.
invasive species
Maybe
to
like
just
way up in Iowa or
flow right
something.
up into it. Basically, what's that?
So maybe up by Iowa or something way
Yeah,
up there.
100%. Yeah.
You know?
They say that, what is it, the Suez Canal
Iowa.
is a terrible environmental catastrophe because it allows the interchange basically between the Indian and Red Sea basically and the Mediterranean, and apparently it has led
Thank
to
you.
a
Come
huge
again.
amount of invasive species just literally slowly swimming through the very shallow Suez Canal locks, basically, that are just sea level. There's no
Hammers.
locks or anything. You just kind of it's like a swamp, basically. There's almost no current, so all kinds of invasive creatures have entered the Mediterranean and have wreaked havoc.
So that's where the scammers come from.
Probably that's it. Going through the Suez.
Through the canal.
Whereas, for example, the Panama Canal has elevation changes and goes through locks, and so there's a tangible hard stop basically for creatures just swimming through. It's much more difficult for them, and apparently the Panama Canal is aware of some it's been a while since I've read anything about this, but I think I'm not making this up, that they actually go to some effort to not allow creatures to go from one side to the other. And it's just physically more difficult, whereas like the Suez Canal, they just swim across.
There's no locks at all in the Suez Canal?
No, it's just sea level. They just
Yeah, I
dug a
never
canal
realized
pretty
that.
much through it. Yeah.
Just pull them
And the
along.
Mediterranean Sea is, I believe, lower than the Indian Sea. It's funny, a lot of people don't realize, but all the different oceans and lakes and stuff are all at different sea levels. The Mediterranean is lower than the Atlantic, for example, so there's a constant inflow into the Mediterranean. What else?
Thank you. Come again.
The Black Sea is lower than the Mediterranean. What else? And then the lowest of all is the Caspian Sea. That's like 100 feet below. Although the Sea of Galilee, it's a
But the
fucking
Black
lake.
Sea,
It's a very small lake, to be honest. But the Sea of Galilee in Israel, I think, is the lowest. Well, the lowest is the Dead Sea, but the lowest freshwater lake is, I think, the Sea of Galilee. And it's like 500 feet. It was 287 meters or something. I don't remember. It's fuckload, way below sea level. Crazy pants. What were you saying, Flora?
I was wondering about the Black Sea.
Black Sea, I think, is lower. I might be making that up. Let me see here.
It's kind of a weird sea.
Yeah, Black Sea, yeah. Up there. Caspian. Up there
No, it's
near
actually higher at sea
Iran.
level than the Mediterranean Sea. Interesting. The mean sea level of the Black Sea sits 57 centimeters, about 22 inches higher than the Aegean, a subsea of the Mediterranean. Because of this elevation difference and massive influx of fresh water from rivers, that's what it is, because it's got so many fucking rivers. There's a net surface current of water flowing out of the Black Sea through the Bosporus Strait and into the Mediterranean. Interesting.
Yeah. Huh. That's Russia uses that path to get their ships around, their Navy ships. It's probably connected with like Syria, that deep water port they used to talk about a lot.
They lost that, yeah. They lost that with the Civil War.
But yeah, because otherwise they don't have a lot of access to water. It's all like I said, like the Arctic Ocean. The northern coast is like that's the longest coast. That's their access.
That's
to
why
water.
they were so butthurt about
It's all ice.
keeping Crimea, because that's basically their only warm water port
Yeah.
at this point.
And then they're trapped up there in the northern polar circle, whatever they call it, the water, just the Arctic Ocean. It's hard to get out of it. You got to come past Alaska or Greenland. You can't sneak ships by so easily. No free
This is
access.
what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. If you are unfamiliar with the map, this is the planet that we live on. I know that some of you might think that it's not flat, or that it is flat, or whatever, that it's triangular. I don't know, but I hate to break it to you, but it's basically round. We're talking about these areas, the Mediterranean. Actually, aka one of the cradles of civilization. The term Fertile Crescent is a modern invention, so it's not something that ancient people had any idea. Like, you'd be like, "Oh, I live in the Fertile Crescent." They'd be like, "Como? Ese?" Of course, because they spoke Mexican Spanish. But anyway, the Fertile Crescent is basically this area from roughly Israel, because remember, the bottom of Israel there is basically desert. Now, a few thousand years ago, actually, Saudi Arabia was green, so these weather areas were very, very different. Honestly, a lot of this area was a lot more fertile and green. But anyway, it's basically from lower Israel around up into the top of Turkey here, around this area of Baghdad, and then down like that. So like this basically. And the Tigris and Euphrates rivers are right here basically. And then here's Black Sea, here's Caspian Sea. What else? Funny enough, without this war, Russia has a very small exposure to the Black Sea. So you're right. Yeah, if they lose Crimea, they're only going to have that stuff over there on the east, and Ukraine's going to control all of that. Romania, Bulgaria, and those are both European and NATO countries. Interesting.
You think Ukraine is weak? I smashed it as a board.
And of course, my dog's ancestors are from Anatolia, aka Turkey, right here.
Yeah.
I like Turkey.
Turkey's good. Actually, they changed their name. They got butthurt about everybody calling it Turkey and getting it confused and making the joke like gobble gobble gobble. So literally now they changed. I'm not even kidding. They changed their name to Turkiye, and the official reason was they were fucking fed up with people, just messing up the name. So literally, it's called Turkiye now, but everyone probably just remembers it as Turkey. Welcome back, bud.
Super dark, bud.
Yeah, but Russia's trapped up there, really, as far as the ocean goes. Yeah, we're not totally trapped, but they don't have a lot of access. They can get
Russia is
out
one of the
near
only countries in the world that's
Poland.
actually rooting for global warming. And I'm not kidding. They are literally rooting for global warming because they think that the northern country will open up, and specifically they think they'll have northern passages. So literally, like as
Okay.
official policy, Russia roots for global warming.
Can't blame them though. Those northern countries, it's
I
just
can
bad.
actually, like everybody. Russia is they only have 150 million people for the world's largest country. Indonesia, a handful of islands, has 150 million people, and the island of Java. In fact, since I have this map open, I can show you the island of Java itself. So this is Indonesia over here, one of the weirdest countries in the world. It's all islands, and not even all their islands are their own. So this southern island right here is not very well populated. This northern one is not very well populated, and these guys are crazy, crazy populated. And especially this one right here, Java, and that's where Jakarta is. Jakarta is the world's largest city by population, whatever. Anyway, there's 75 million people, I think, that live just on this fucking island right here. And the scale down there, 50 miles for roughly, okay, I'll scale it out a little bit. There we go. 100 miles for the space between Jakarta and Bandar. A little bit less. That's probably about 75 miles. So this is probably 750 miles across, something like that. That's it. And then it's deep, literally less than 100 miles, maybe at the most 100 miles across. Whereas Russia, and by the way, this entire country has 250 million people, I think. 250, 275 million people. Whereas fucking Russia, that goes from all, technically it has this little part over here, where Kaliningrad right there, but it goes from all this shit to all the way the fuck over here. Mind you, hardly
Alaska.
anyone lives over here. Yeah, literally looks at Alaska, because remember Sarah Palin
Then
can
they
see
used to
Russia.
own
I can
Alaska
see
too.
Russia from my house.
They would be,
And there's only 150 million people in the entire country. And mind you, it's a little bit like Canada. Almost everybody lives over here. So Kazan is a big city, and there's a few other cities here. Novosibirsk is a big city, but almost everybody in Russia lives basically west of the Urals. So those are the Ural Mountains, and almost all of Russia is west of there. And back here, it's just fucking hinterlands and trees.
yeah.
It's
almost
absolutely
halfway
hilarious.
around the world, though.
Yeah,
It's just, they're so far
It is
north.
by far the biggest country. Not even close. It's the biggest country. And all these
I
cities
bet.
that exist, they're only on a train line. Like Russia specifically built train lines across the country at great expense. It was incredible. And to this day, they have to maintain it incredibly, because up here it's like tundra and whatever else. Anyway, my point is that Russia has no
Yeah.
excuse. They have
But they even
almost
go
no
past
people for the
China.
amount of resources they have. It's incredible.
They go further east than China.
They do.
They're above China. They go, even they go past China.
And do you know why? Because they stole all that land from China. Like to this day, there
Yeah,
are
I
quite a few
kinda
people in
remember.
China that are like, we're going to be taking that land back pretty soon.
Yeah.
I bet you Siberia's asking for global warming really bad.
Siberia is actually, believe it or not all that bad. Siberia is further south than people think. It's
I thought that was the coldest place
here,
in the
right
world.
here. But the colloquial sense of Siberia is all of this like area, basically east of the Ural Mountains. So that line there, right there, that's the Ural Mountains. Everything east of there, a lot of people just consider Siberia, but that's not actually what it is. Siberia is around here. And so like the capital of Siberia is right there, Novosibirsk. And it gets cold, but it's like Toronto cold maybe. It's not like fucking
Oh,
6 feet of ice. It's not like that.
where's the...
I used to know somebody that lived in Novosibirsk.
Yeah, but the weather's, yeah, it's hard.
East
It's hot
Antarctic
as fuck
has.
in
And
the summer
dark.
and cold in the winter. Yeah.
Yeah, dark in the winter. Sure, like Denmark. I don't know.
Okay,
They
so
must
it
have
says
long,
here.
northern Russia anyway, must get long nights.
Oh, fucking Arkhangelsk and all those places. Fuck off. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be great. That's kind
It
of like
says here the coldest
Svalbard
place in the.
in Sweden. What's that, D?
It says here the coldest place on the Earth is the desolate ridge on the East Arctic Antarctic plateau,
I buy that.
where it could
Yeah.
get up to minus 98 Celsius.
A balmy minus
Damn,
98.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I was wrong. I thought it was Siberia was the coldest place, but
No,
I guess
no,
not.
by far not. No.
Huh. There you go, folks.
You see? More you learn.
And now you know. Knowledge half the battle.
And Siberia, let
My
me pull that map up since I fucking have it. Do I still have it open? Yeah,
So
there it
it's
is.
probably just because it gets so little sunlight. Must be a big part of it
Yeah.
down there.
But it's also very, let me see before I lie to you. Yeah, I think it's basically very close to the Gobi Desert. So when we were talking about the Hudson Bay, yeah,
Yeah.
it is very, very close. So we were just talking about the Hudson Bay and how it's such a driver of the cold in Canada. Well, Siberia is right there, and the Gobi Desert, the world's largest desert, is right there,
Hmm.
in the south of Mongolia and the north of China. Anyway, probably makes
Yeah.
it more cold in the winter. Probably flowing winds that just blow through all that sand, and then in the summer it probably builds up all that heat and then sends it straight to Siberia. So that's probably why it's so fucking hot. Apparently they have, same thing as like the upper Midwest, just fucking mosquitoes like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, enjoy the USA. Today was great here. Weather was beautiful.
Oh, people that live in Colorado, it's one of those states where everybody's like, "Oh my God, I love living in Colorado." Yeah, when you talk to people from Midwest, they're like, "Oh, I don't know, the weather's kind of shitty," da, da, da," but everyone from Colorado seems to fucking love it.
Yeah, this year has been good.
Colorado.
Colorado.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's not like it, it's not near the ocean, but there's water and there's lakes. But other than that, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of good things about it. A lot of nature. I mean, not a lot to do, it's not a lot of, it's not like LA or New York, San Francisco, but a lot of
Actually,
nature, a lot of things.
by the way, I'll just say this because I think it's faster for me to say this than to type it. Bob Gnarly asks a very reasonable question. He says, "Do you guys brush the roots of your plants with mycorrhizae when up potting?" And there's different ways to express this. I think the brush one is from Build a Soil, but you can sprinkle. What is it, mycos, whatever. A lot of people have been doing that for years now, right? Well, I stopped doing that, and for good reason. And I didn't just make it up by myself. I've talked to a few different people who knew what they were doing. It takes longer for mycorrhiza, and you can look this up. I'm not making this up. It takes longer for mycorrhiza to essentially, it doesn't exactly germinate like a plant does, like a plant seed, but to effectively build its associations and to start to develop hyphal connections to plants. It takes around 90 to 120 days for mycorrhizal spores to germinate, or for even hyphal strands that are still alive, because don't forget, most of the hyphal strands, fragments that you'll get in a bag won't be alive, but some will be. The ones that are, it takes so long for them to come back to life, I guess, whatever the word for it would be, that your flowering plants will be dead and gone and harvested and you've smoked them already. So the only time that mycorrhiza really make any sense is when you have something like a no-till pot that you are literally not going to be fucking with for a long time. And then it's important that you always have a live, living plant so that the mycorrhiza can literally be attached to something. Because if you, for example, have a living soil pot, this is very common, people will have this living soil pot, and then they'll cut the cannabis plant and then leave the living, quote unquote, living soil pot off to the side for a month or something without anything growing on it, and then when they come back, they'll plant another plant. Well, I have news for you. You killed all the fungus, basically, or at least all the beneficial fungus. Maybe not all the beneficial fungus, the beneficial mycorrhizal fungus, for example, actomycorrhiza, the fuck is
Yeah.
whatever, I'm babbling. All the different kinds of mycorrhiza, they need a plant.
That would be
They
an
need a plant
ecto,
root
right?
to be alive, yeah. So long story short, if you do have, let's say, for example, let me just finish my thought before I lose my train of thought. If you have, let's say, a 15 or 20 gallon pot, even a 10-gallon pot, and as long as you don't kill the soil, throw it over, till the soil, all that kind of stuff, if all you do is either chop the plant and maybe plant in a different part of the pot, ideally that's what you do. Literally, ideally that's what you do. But if it's too small of a plant, some of my pots over there are too small for me to do that. So I'll literally remove the former plant, as much of the root ball as I can so that I keep a small area, and then I'll put the new plant in that same area that I've had there, right? It depends on the size of the pot. But when I do that and make sure that there is effectively always, it doesn't have to be by the minute, but within a day or two that I've replanted that pot, the mycorrhiza still has a chance to redevelop a new association, But again, you have to remember that there's been no proof, and people have studied this, there's been no proof that hemp and cannabis make any appreciable associations with mycorrhiza really in general. So that's another reason not to specifically overspend on mycorrhiza. Like if someone gives you some free mycorrhiza, or if it comes with a bag of something you got, by all means, and by all means don't kill your mycorrhiza, but there's really no sense for you to be actively planting it. It takes too long for the plants. Usually people are not keeping living soil plants. And so, for example, if you're using any other style of ebb and flow, cocoa pots, fucking anything else, and you're using mycorrhiza, you're literally pouring money down the fucking drain because the mycorrhiza has no chance to make any associations. Whereas, for example, if you were working outdoors in your outside garden, ironically, your trees and stuff, provided that you're using the right kind of mycorrhiza, those will have time to make associations because the tree's not going anywhere. The fucking walnut tree has years to make those associations. So as long as the spore doesn't die, it will have potentially years to make that association. And you will eventually, as long as the spores are alive, as long as they're viable, they will eventually make connections with those plants and presumably have a benefit. But again, with cannabis, there's not really an appreciable scientific benefit to it, and everyone will have anecdotal stories about this, myself included. I'm not anti-mycorrhiza by any stretch of the imagination, don't get me wrong. But the evidence points to it being basically a wash. It's one of those things that you can effectively avoid. I don't know why I keep looking at Florinugs as I'm talking about this. I could just be looking at the camera because I'm answering basically Bob Gnarly. But long story short, I personally don't. I've been convinced that it's basically a waste of time, and this is not because I don't believe in mycorrhiza in any stretch of the imagination. I do. They are super important, but if you have, for example, a living soil pot, then you'll eventually develop your mycorrhizal associations. And now, by the way, here's another key. I talked to a mycorrhiza expert, literally a mycorrhiza expert that teaches at OSU a couple, 3 years ago. I keep meaning to try to, one of these days, have a conversation with him again. And unfortunately, I never even showed that stuff on my channel because that was part of that conference, whatever. Actually, that video belongs to me, to be honest, but the fucking guy that was talking on the camera, yeah, so I can't release the video because another guy was talking on the camera. Well, anyway, we had a wonderful conversation, and one of the things he talked about is that you cannot prove if a plant, cannabis or otherwise, has actually made a mycorrhizal association until you kill the plant, harvest it, and then put it under the microscope. You have no other way to show that. And so all these stories of, we saw 15% gain, no, you can't. And you can't see the mycorrhizal hyphae. They are too small. So when you see fungal hyphae, those are fungal hyphae, presumably, but it's a different fungus. And it may by all means be beneficial, but it won't be mycorrhiza because mycorrhizal hyphae are too small to be seen by the naked eye. In fact, they're too small to be seen even with normal magnification. You need a microscope to see them. You need something like 100 times power, 50 or 100 times power to see them. They're a lot more complicated than people give them credit for, and more evidence. Flora, we talk about all the shysters in cannabis. More evidence for the cornucopia of fucking shysters. The plethora.
Back.
We have a plethora of pinatas. We have a plethora of shitheads in cannabis, including the overwhelming bulk of the people selling mycorrhiza. And in fact, unfortunately, many of them even probably know better, but they're just selling crap anyway because it's not going to hurt your plants. Well, it's
I
because it's
just got
literally
back.
not. It's not going to hurt your plants. It's
I
going to
just
have
got back.
no
Wait,
negative effect, but it might have a positive effect. Maybe. What were we
I
going to say,
just
Flora?
so I just got back. I went to the store real quick. What were you
Oh,
saying?
right on. I
You
was
don't
talking
like
shit about mycorrhiza.
so you don't like ecto or endo you don't like endomycorrhiza?
For cannabis plants. For other plants, for example, for your outdoor garden or even for no-till pots that will last a while. But even then, the cannabis plants probably won't make an association. Ironically, the cover crop will. So this is another reason, Jeff, you asked me a few weeks ago, hey, should I plant cover crop? And I said, yes, actually, this is another reason why you should, because many grasses, not all grasses, but many grasses will make an association with mycorrhiza. And so if you just Google it, honestly, like your because everyone has different like cover
I
crop seed mixes. If you got crimson clover or whatever else, off the top of my head, I don't remember if clover.
I
I
don't know.
think clover does, but you can literally look it up. Vetch and whatever the fuck that comes in your mix, you can say, does vetch make an association with mycorrhiza? Does alfalfa make an association? And so if it does, by all means, plant mycorrhiza. Again, don't overspend on it because literally the only thing making an association with mycorrhiza is your fucking alfalfa. But at least there is an association, and the fungal. There's been some controversy lately about the fungal wide web or whatever they call it. Merlin Sheldrake, I think, came up with that, where they call it like the fungus internet. That might be a little bit overblown, but there is definitely well, what did Elaine Ingham call it? The soil food web. There's basically that food web between the fungal hyphae. They become the transient character of communication, carrier of communication, water, phosphorus, etc., etc. Um, and that network has to have a plant for it to actually exist. Because the mycorrhiza literally are obligate. What's the word for it? Unlike, for example, an oyster mushroom could live in its own pot, ectomycorrhiza or endomycorrhiza are obligate symbionts, I think is the word. It might be a different word that I'm thinking of, but it doesn't matter. They exist in symbiosis. Go ahead. I'm talking over you guys.
Oh, go ahead.
Somebody was trying to say something.
No,
Nothing.
not really. No,
That's my answer
yeah,
for
that sounds
mycorrhiza.
right. And then, but then other like you said, other fungi decompose roots and do other good things. And like I try to get trichoderma in there in between runs in the my big pots. And and also something to break down the roots, some kind of enzyme if I can get in there with like a hydrozyme or something, just barley or something.
Yeah, you don't really need to. That's another one of those kind of cannabis things. You
You
don't
may not.
really need if the roots aren't breaking down fast enough. That's another example of why your pot is too small. So you might ask yourself sometimes as a grower, are my pots big enough? And I've said this before, within reason, bigger is better with pots. So the bigger you can have your pots, the better you're going to be. So if you have, I have 20-gallon pots are probably my biggest pots. I think so. I think probably a 20-gallon pot is my biggest pot. I would love it if I had 40-gallon pots. I have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I would love it if I had
They have
200-gallon
those
pots,
big
if I had the space
rectangular
for it.
bin kind of
Pardon?
fabric pots. They have those big they're like
Oh, I'm sure
rectangular
they have
bins.
everything. Yeah, everything in their uncle is available. But what I
So,
have is what I have. And especially my
like,
pots
wow.
are old at this point. Many of my 20-gallon pots are 10 years old. Well, 8
Somebody
years old,
showed
something
us
like
that
that.
once on your show. He was like from somebody from the Midwest. Somebody it was like a homemade fabric pot he made, like from some kind of fabric. Yeah, do you remember that dude? He only
Yeah,
hopped on like
I kind of
once or
do.
twice.
Yeah, yeah. We've had that a
And
couple times. The one dude from Eastern Portland somewhere, or Gresham or whatever, he was doing some of his own stuff too. I cannot remember his name right now, but he was also a breeder and stuff,
but a
and he did a
big
lot of
soil
like
pot.
co-breeding. He made some of his own pots, I want to say. There's
Oh,
been a few
another
people
thing,
like
yeah, I
that.
want to say with so like the idea of yeah, maybe messing with the top part of your living soil, but not the bottom part. And then like if you top dress or eventually the lower part will get more enriched than the top, and it almost becomes like a super soil idea, where if the roots can go down deeper and get more of the more nutrient rich soil, if they need to, and as they get when they get
I
bigger too.
stop people every time because you need to remember, everyone needs to remember the overwhelming, overwhelming nutrient in every cannabis plant is carbon dioxide that comes from the air. We have a high ppm now thanks to global pollution, so it's like 400 parts per million, maybe higher in some places. And I don't mean 60%. I mean 90% of your fucking plant, 95% of your plant is carbon dioxide and water, and
No,
a
yeah, no, I
little bit of
realize that. But
micronutrients.
just the
But
super soil
my
idea
point is with
had
this,
something.
you're dramatically overthinking this. And I'm not attacking you with this because everybody that does this is dramatically overthinking this. Oh, we'll have this nutrient-rich mix in the bottom. Da, 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 da. Organic soil, organic plants will only grab as much as they want. So they can solubilize. When you do actually have fungus in your soil, mycorrhiza in your soil, hopefully a diverse cover crop. Maybe you do have clover, alfalfa, vetch, whatever, maybe a little bit of wheat like I do, and you have your cannabis plant. It's going to be a nice little ecosystem and you're going to have your bugs in there that are roly-polies that are eating the detritus and so on, and they're going to be shitting. For example, we talked about insect frass for years, right? Well, what is insect frass but the shit that comes out of a roly-poly or the corpse of a roly-poly as it's meat as it's shuffled off this mortal coil and decomposing? It's basically breaking off into the soil. This shell is made of chitin, etc., etc. Well, all those things are solubilizing in the soil, but only really on an as-needed basis. So, for example, you could have 4 cups of fucking rock basalt or whatever the fuck, right? You could have rock phosphate. You could have 4 cups of blood meal. Well, blood meal, I guess, will actually solubilize quicker. Again, one of the reasons why people don't use it, because it will actually solubilize quicker. I said the opposite of what I meant to say, I guess, earlier. But something like rock phosphate, doesn't matter how much you fucking have in there, honestly. I mean, it probably does matter because it'll maybe make the mix not airy or something. I don't know, but my point is, you could have twice as much as you need, and it's not going to matter because the plant is not going to pull more of the rock phosphate. It's only going to really need as much as it wants to. And in that case, it's going to talk to the fungal web, ideally, because the fungus is really the thing that solubilizes something like rock phosphate. And it's going to say, hey, bro, I want a little bit of rock phosphate. And the mycorrhiza is going to say, okay, sure, can I have a little bit of sugar? And the plant's going to give the mycorrhiza a little bit of sugar. And the mycorrhiza is going to exchange. It's going to do a handshake agreement, a little bit of phosphorus. But we're talking about tiny amounts. So, like, it doesn't matter that you put 1 more tablespoon of rock phosphate. It doesn't matter that you put, and I'm being literal here, it doesn't matter that you put 1 more cup or 1 more gallon or anything else. Like, these tiny handshake agreements between single cell life forms like mycorrhiza and your plant, like they're combining, they might be exchanging over the course of your grow 0.5 gram of phosphorus. I'm probably not even kidding. 2 grams of phosphorus. Because if you burned your plant to ash and did a chemical test, you're not going to find 5 ounces of phosphorus. You're going to probably find 5 or 10 grams of fucking phosphorus across the entire harvest. Same thing with zinc and manganese and all these different things. So, like, most of the cannabis community dramatically overthinks these things, specifically because it makes the companies that think of it for you a lot more money. So if, for example, Build a Soil, I think he runs a spectacular business. It's made him millions of dollars. But that's the reason why it's such a spectacular business. It's made him millions of dollars.
Oh, and he's not even the biggest.
He sells you a number of products that you just don't need. Is it going to do? And it's the perfect kind of business because is it going to do you any harm to buy those things? Of course not. But it's not going to do fuck all. It's not going to do anything for you. And so all these top dresses, I got a religion, the top dress feed schedule, just like the liquid bottles. He has a feed schedule as well. He's not the only one. He's not the only bad guy. I'm not trying to crucify him. But my point is that the whole idea of an organic fucking feed schedule is kind of laughable, to be perfectly honest with you. Because again, the plants are going to make these tiny little handshake agreements. And as long as there is any phosphorus in the soil, as long as there's any magnesium in the soil, as long as there's any calcium in the soil, you're good to go. and you don't need to do constant soil testing. You know, this and this and this and this. Like, basically, when you think about it quite literally, as long as the soil is within healthy mediums, or as long as it's in kind of a healthy range, different characteristics of soil is going to lead to one of the characteristics of terroir. So, for example, some places are going to be higher calcium. Some places are going to be lower calcium. Some places are going to be slightly softer soil. Some places are going to be slightly harder soil. Famously, there are wines that are grown on rocky soil on the edges of cliffs so that the wine, literally the grapes, must suffer. That's an expression. Great wine must suffer.
Well, it's the same thing with our plant. What we like about it most is induced by stress.
Well, for example, we were talking about the roly-polies. You know, like that's actually something I think about from time to time. Like, am I basically hitting the
if there wasn't
the pathway with the bugs? I can't think of the pathway right now.
Saying, like,
anyway, go ahead.
If there wasn't, UV, then the fucking plant would have never probably produced trichomes, right? It would have never produced those. Cause
very possible, yeah. I've heard different theories because trichomes are a common element in plants, so they've evolved probably from common ancestors in many cases. But regardless, they serve very many purposes that overwhelmingly do similar things. They create kind of a micro environment around the thing that it's protecting. A lot of times it's the seed or the fruit of the plant. Sometimes it's just the leaf and it's just covered in trichomes. And it also protects from bugs, for example, because it's very difficult to walk in and around all those trichomes. But people have shown there's a tremendous difference between the humidity under the kind of trichome field and right above it. So like right next to the leaves, there's a lot more humidity for the plant. So when you think about a developing plant, that would be important in a dry, arid environment, a sunny environment. Even if you could just keep a few more percent humidity, it would help the plant grow. Kind of fascinating to think about. It's like wearing pants or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing with nutrients, it's like seems to be getting just the right mixture at the right time, or the constant mixture, and that's probably why like hydroponics.
Why would you?
works so well.
No. In organics, why would you think that?
Well,
That's
in
not a logical statement.
any system, but that's why probably hydroponics
In hydroponics,
works
but
so
no, in
well.
an organic system, the system is eating it on demand. So the idea that you're delivering it in the right, what are you, straw feeding into the soil?
On
No,
hydroponic.
it doesn't work that way.
Well,
With
would
hydroponics, with
say
that kind of stuff, yes, I agree with you. It's very much the
well,
opposite of what
giving
I'm
it
saying.
making it available, and then yeah, like it eats it somewhat on demand because it controls what it can take in, and there's the proton pumps
You're
and
talking about different things, though. In the hydroponic system, you're force feeding the plants. In the organic system, the
well,
plants
not
are
totally
essentially
force feeding. I mean,
Well, yeah, you are in hydroponics. Everything's like chelated. Everything's broken
yeah.
down and ready to go, right? It's in and uses the mineral salts as like a carrier.
I think isn't it really the proportion,
No,
and
because
it can even
you
change.
know it's osmotic pressure is what it is, and you're forcing the fucking shit into the plant. Like the plant doesn't get to decide, right? It's
Mhm.
where like organic, like the plant's reaching out, they're like the little fibers and shit on the fucking.
The plant literally is the sugar daddy of the entire soil food web. We don't talk about it in probably simple enough terms sometimes.
But
Literally,
say like
the plant is the only thing that can create sugar
the
in the
membranes that
entire.
let
And
the
let me finish,
ions
please.
in.
In the entire soil ecosystem, the plant is the only thing that can make sugar. It's a miraculous property that plants evolved a long, long time ago from this crazy thing where they eventually
Yeah.
accidentally learned how to make chlorophyll, right? So the plant makes sugar and gives it to the rest of the field, and they basically. I'm sorry, I'm fucking apparently coming down from my joint. This is really annoying. Like I think I get more babbly when I come down from my joint than I get high from my joint. All of a sudden, I lose my train of thought. I was trying to say something insightful, and I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, for fuck a duck.
But it really
Son of
just
a bitch.
needs
Go ahead.
a little
Continue.
bit of these other nutrients. But it's really I mean, the key is really something like getting the right ones at the right time and in the right proportions. And part of
No,
that
not
also
organics.
comes
Just
with
does not work that way.
transpiration.
Organics doesn't
Part
work
of
that
that
way.
is
There's
with
no on-demand shit
transpiration.
in organics. It doesn't work
Part
that
of that
way.
is with transpiration and getting the right nutrient flow there. And I mean, the vapor pressure deficit will matter with that too. But
New growers should not pay attention to pressure deficit. I think is one of the biggest
no,
mistakes
no,
that
but I
grow
mean that's
shops.
part of the factor of I mean, the whole nutrient uptake depends, on with the water flow too and transpiration. And then it can control partly the makeup of the nutrients with, like I said, the proton pump, and it can just take in pure water,
Okay, I
has
have to be honest.
pathway.
I've lost
Like I don't
interest.
know all the.
Jeff, I disagree vehemently. None of this is relevant in organic growing, so I've just kind of
Well,
lost
it
interest. I'm
is.
going to go make
It is.
dinner.
No, well, listen. Well, it still has to take up the ions, whether they're produced by the organisms or you put it in from salts from a can. I mean, it still has to take them in, so it still has to create, either osmotic pressure or some kind of diffusion, a gradient, on some other membrane. I mean, osmotic pressure.
Here's
So
a
that
big
would really be for
difference
water,
in,
and that has pathways for
hydroponics,
just water,
organic.
the aqua pores, and then the proton pumps for controlling like how much. But it can only kind of generally control, the ion. It can't say, oh, just this. I sometimes, I believe there are certain nutrients where we could pick out just this ion, but I think in general it
Hey,
just
here's
puts
the
out a
thing.
concentration. So
Here's
I
the
just
thing. In
I don't understand what.
organic,
Please hold on a second, but I don't
if
understand what you're trying to convey, Jeff. You're trying to tell me that the organic plants are specifically trying to get these ions. It seems like you're saying 15 different things at once. What are you
Well, this is
trying to
my
convey here?
understanding of it, and yeah, I guess I am still learning all this. But the
So I have to be
organics,
honest, because you are still learning. I'm fairly certain that you are wrong on this. Organics just doesn't work this way. There's no on demand where you have to just constantly ride the plants. Build a Soil would like you to think this, that you need to constantly add, that there is a feed schedule that you must
well,
add
it still
constantly. Like,
controls the
this
ions though
does
on a
not
chemical
work that
level.
way. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. Go
It's
ahead.
still controlling them on a chemical
What's still
level.
controlling?
I
What is
mean, there's the
controlling?
endo, yeah, there's the
What is
the
controlling?
endo
What is controlling?
bacteria that's inside of it. Those you can't control, in the same way. But as far as like
We keep skipping things. Which bacteria controlling
okay,
what?
some of the ectobacteria or any bacteria or fungi, any organisms in the soil are going to just release, ionic compounds, or sometimes they're chelated, into the
No,
into the
the
media,
bacteria never release basically any of those
into
compounds
the
until they're
meat.
effectively eaten by other goddamn critters. Mycorrhiza will release compounds as a handshake agreement with the
But it
plant
still
for
just
sugar.
goes.
Bacteria do
What
not
do they
release
call that?
shit. They don't have that mechanism. They're not able. They're a single cell organism. They don't have hyphae. They don't have any of those things. When they are eaten by larger critters. Like,
What do they call
all the
that?
names escape me right now. But anyway, the larger multiple cell organisms that eat the bacteria, they then digest the bacteria, and anything the bacteria solubilized is then pooped out and destroyed. This oftentimes happens several different processes along, and that's how you get a number of the potassium and so forth. Literally from bacteria being eaten and shit out. There is no communication pathway between the plant and the bacteria. There is a communication pathway between the plant and the mycorrhiza. Okay, I think I misspoke. There are some communication pathways between the plants and the bacteria, but I think
The exudates,
I'm trying to fucking remember a
usually
little bit more.
sugars,
Uh,
because
uh,
some
uh,
some prefer certain types of sugars to others is one of the mechanisms. I mean, I'm sure there are other ones too, but I know just by the types of sugars they can control. Um, but then again, it puts these compounds into the, I forget what they call it, but the soil, matrix, the soil matrix. And so it's just into it's basically like a moist, watery kind of environment that the roots are living in, and there's uh diffusion within that, and then there's also just mass flow as it's taking up the water and it's getting sucked into the roots. There's a flow also towards the roots, and then the compounds will get near the roots. But then the plants can somewhat control, what's uptake. Like it can just take up water, like I was saying with these aquapores, but then it can somewhat control like what types of nutrients by, with the
Well,
proton
but
pumps and
wait,
some
wait,
of
wait.
these.
Let me chime in. Okay, if you're growing organically, and your soil has nitrogen still left in it, the plant isn't going to take up that nitrogen.
No, yeah,
In
that's the thing. Like people are always
hydro,
like, "Oh, you gotta flush your blue."
If
No.
what? If the
right? And
nitrogen?
hydroponically, that's why like we changed the recipe through the cycle
Mm,
and cut out the nitrogen because they're immediately available. They're salts,
mm.
which means they're water soluble, immediately available, and the plant will take it up. So like, yeah, if you use too much nitrogen in a flowering cycle hydroponically, you're forcing the plant to take in this nitrogen. That if it was growing organically, it would just leave the nitrogen behind
Mhm.
and signals that it's done with that, wants phosphorus and potash.
Yeah,
Right?
In
yeah.
fact, it's a good sign.
Right.
It's a good sign that you have something that is essentially chemically providing nitrogen the plant doesn't ask for. If your plants are too green as they're finishing, this is something that comes up all the time on this show for some reason. I'm always scratching my head because this is I don't remember who's asked. I don't know. Maybe you've asked it before, Jeff, but I know this question's come up a bunch of times. Whenever I've shown pictures, people are like, "Oh, Fumi, how did you get the plants so purple, or so the leaves so red, so purple? How did you get them to have such nice fall colors at the end?" And I just kind of, I don't know, I'm like a cocker spaniel tilting my head. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? Like the plant grew old and died. I don't know what to tell you. Like that's the natural process of life. Like when a fucking maple tree grows old and dies, or the leaves grow old and die, they get red and they fall off. But a lot of people struggle with these incredible green plants. There's too much
Yeah.
available nitrogen in their soil from things like blood meal. And so your plant is literally being force fed, whether it wants it or not. It's being fed the nitrogen. Whereas
No,
a
I
normal
think how we got on
situation,
this.
please let me finish. A normal situation where the plant is able to eat as it wants, like at a buffet, at a hotel buffet, it only eats what it wants and leaves the rest behind. The plant would just leave the nitrogen behind. It would say, "Thank you. I don't need any more right now, and unfortunately, I'm at the end of my life, and I'm going to focus on phosphorus and potassium and stuff for the flowers." How do I say, that's the sign of a healthy soil, not something that had on demand like a fucking Formula One race car where you replace the tires halfway through. Organics just does not work that way. Flora, were you going to say something?
At some point maybe, but it's a while ago now.
Oh, I gotcha. Right on.
Yeah, that might be more like Synganics, where it's like, oh, I messed. I need some more. Oh, something phosphorus. So I'm gonna just put in a quick some kind of water
Yeah,
soluble phosphorus.
that's like a Band-Aid method though.
Yeah, it's like
And
a
that's the
band-aid.
thing. You're
Right?
chasing a
Synganic.
dragon because you'll never get
well
to
needed
a.
it well before you thought it needed it.
Yeah,
Exactly
that's
right.
true too.
Exactly
Or
right.
you might
Banded
expect it.
on.
You think, and this is the thing. This is the.
You
They
might be
give
able to
you an
help it.
illusion of false control. They think that you can kind of ride the racehorse or whatever to get to some kind of a fine line, but nobody ever actually is able to show me when I hear these amazing systems where they're really tolling the line, where their leaf tips are burning. No one is ever really able to show me at the end these amazing full jars with grams per watt. And so I'm being serious. I'm not being facetious. Nobody in the history of my show has been willing to actually come on and show me. And I've asked this a few times. Hey, were you willing to tell me your grams per watt compared to last season or last harvest or whatever, when you did not ride the edge of your blah 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 blah? No one, not once in the history of this show in 5 or 6 years has ever once, not once, and I've had hundreds of people pass through this show, never, not once, has anyone actually shown the grams per watt. By the way, this is an incredibly rare thing. When I ask people, hey, what was your grams per watt, blah, 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 dear eyes, nobody has answers. Most of the time, none of you guys calculate this. Many of you guys didn't know it was a thing that it could be calculated, etc., 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 which is shocking to me because this is one of the most basic things in growing. If you know how much light you have and how much weed you grew, you can figure out so much about how your fucking grow is going and where it's going and where it's going to be and all this kind of stuff, how much you're paying, etc., etc., etc.
But that
Most people don't
doesn't
fucking know
matter.
these things. So I guess my point is, could you show me a higher gram per watt? Could you show me a higher quality of gram per watt? Could you show me any substantial change in this crazy system where you're riding the razor's edge and you really think that your chemical knowledge is so good and blah, blah, blah. And the reality of it is that our old friend Voldemort was right. I hate to admit it because he's such a fucking prick, but he was right about a lot of different things. I've met a few people in my life that were pieces of shit, but also right about something else. It's one of the unfortunate things about humanity is that we can be two things at once. he was right that shit is basically designed to take money out of your wallet, not to grow better weed for you, not to make you a better grower or have better flower or anything else, but to take money out of your wallet and make you feel good doing it. Literally. You think that you're this race car driver, you're Steve McQueen driving down the street, but actually, if you had just watered out of a fucking can, like rainwater, that came from your house, if you'd just done nothing, you would have probably gotten a higher gram per watt and a higher quality flower. And I'm not even joking. I'm not joking. I'm talking about organics, obviously not hydroponics. That's completely different.
Yeah, you have to feed them.
Have a good
There's
night,
nothing
everybody.
coming from
Later, D.
anywhere else. So the medium you're growing in is basically inert. So unless you give them something, there's nothing to draw.
That's it. Yeah. By the way, I'm going to
So,
post
yeah.
the link again if a couple of you guys want to hop on here, Silent or whoever.
But yeah, no, I totally agree. The plant only uses a small amount of anything other than CO2 and water, and yeah. But uh, but somehow like this, like you must have tried out super soil, right? You must have grown in that at some point.
Me, I was never a fan.
No, never a fan of it though.
It just, I mean, I didn't start growing plants with weed. Like I've been a gardener when I was a kid. I was, whatever, it doesn't matter what my life history is. But long story short, it didn't seem like a good system. Honestly, I have to be frank with you. It seemed too hot. I didn't like the idea of pre-making soil. Let me finish, please. I didn't like the idea of pre-making soil and waiting 90 days, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, I was very well familiar with Subcool at the time. I used to watch the GrowTube Roundtable and everything else. But organics always appealed to me, and I knew this from growing tomatoes. Tomatoes are probably my favorite vegetable, and the best tasting tomato always will come from the best quality organic soil. So it's not like I was a master gardener before, but I knew enough to know that the good tomatoes come from compost, etc. So I just kind of Googled around, and I literally asked a few people when I was starting growing weed. I was like, hey, what do you think will be the best flavorful weed, etc., etc., etc. So little by little, it became very obvious that organic is going to be the only way to go. And so sure enough, pretty much from the beginning, I committed to organic no-till. I didn't know what no-till was at the first time. And by the way, I wouldn't call myself no-till, but it's the easiest way to describe what I'm doing.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't that. He tried to be organic,
who are you
but
talking
he
about?
definitely wasn't Subcool. Wasn't.
Yeah, no, he was super soil. He had a very specific style, which I very much disagree with because
soil.
It is too much. It's a hybrid of Flora and I could talk about this probably a lot of different ways. Sub was Sub. He was a unique guy and he was a trendsetter in a lot of ways, but he was also dumb as fuck in a lot of different ways. And he would admit it. He would admit that he didn't know a lot of different things. Super soil is one of them. It was one of his stupidest ideas. It causes a huge amount of problems. You end up having to buy twice as much soil because you have to have a bunch of Tanasi, who is a great fucking grower, by the way. He was on the not the GrowTube Roundtable, the show that I used to do, the fuck with Dirtman Dan. I can't remember the name of the show. Embracing Organics. So Tanasi, fantastic grower. I've smoked his flower, and by the way, his mushrooms. Well, eaten his mushrooms, fantastic. Really great grower. He grows super soil, or at least he did back then. I don't know if he does it now. I saw his barrels of pre-made super soil in the backyard because he took it seriously. He did it like Subcool told him. He was also one of Subcool's testers and friend, so he did exactly what Subcool told him to do. And so he had his fucking trash cans full of super soil, and then when he was done with the super soil, he would dump it in the backyard because, of course, Subcool would also dump his fucking super soil in the backyard. I was like, you literally have finally made good soil after you did super soil for 2 or 3 runs. Like, now that it's not too hot anymore, you actually have good soil. Why are you dumping it out? But that was what Subcool did. So anyway, long story short, there's a lot of stuff that Sub did not do well, did not do right, did not do the appropriate way, but he didn't have anyone to teach him. So that's the reality of life. Like a lot of things, when people first started to do things, of course they did it in the stupidest possible way.
People tried to show
Eventually people learn. And Sub even learned a lot of different things in his life as well. Towards the end, he stopped pre-cooking his super soil and just made it less hot and everything else, right? But by that point, we talked about this earlier. He had a brand to protect to some degree. So remember, he started to sell super soil pre-mix heat
Yeah,
packs, whatever.
charge packs.
So of course, yeah, chargebacks. So of course he had to continue with the whole Super Soil brand. But the reality of it is that that was a very antiquated technology. I
It
guess you
was
could call it
really
because it was
wasteful,
technology,
definitely.
but it doesn't hold water for today.
But yeah, it was a method that worked, and um, yeah, I think so with organics, it seems like just getting the proportion right of like the very little bit of nutrients that it does need. These other
And even then, this is the
compounds
thing
seems
that
to
I've
be the
learned.
key,
Elaine Ingham has
and
been
at the
talking
right
about this
time,
for years. It's a
right
real
rates.
shame that people. Sorry, I'm not talking over you. I'll just finish my thought because I actually was very rude just now and was talking over you. Elaine Ingham, who Voldemort talked ever loving shit out of. God, the things that he said about her were really gross, actually. Anyway, she and many people like her have been talking about for years now that actually it's very likely that the amount of organic nutrients you have in your soil is already good enough, basically. Like whatever you have, literally, whatever you have. If you bought a bag of Sun Mix, you might already have enough magnesium in the soil. The problem is solubilization. So that becomes a different question. Now, can you easily solubilize it tomorrow? No, that's a different question. So you might have to add worm compost or whatever else so that you can actually solubilize what's in your soil. But the reality is the nutrients that you're trying to add are probably the least priority, actually. That's the simple, the kind of the silver bullet of this story is that the nutrients are probably the least important part of this metric. Everything else is more important. Literally everything else, the amount you water, the quality of sunlight you have,
Yeah.
etc., etc. All of those are more important than the specific nutrients because if your soil ecosystem can start solubilizing what's in the soil, the stuff that's in the soil already is adequate for your soil. There are sometimes some exceptions because, again, we're making a simulacrum, I guess you could say, of soil. Like we're making fake soil, right? Ersatz fucking soil, right? It's bullshit soil. So a lot of times our soil mix probably isn't an optimal mix. That's not really what the point is. Elaine Ingham and others were basically saying that like your soil will find a way to solubilize what's in it. And even if there's maybe not enough magnesium or whatever else, you're probably going to be fine. If you have way too little magnesium or something, okay, sure, you're going to run into von Liebig's barrel, right? But generally speaking, if you put together an even halfway balanced soil mix, especially if you use enough compost, especially if you end up basically amending it, like you talked about with kelp, things like that, you're going to be fine. You really don't need an extra half cup of rock phosphate or whatever. And this is kind of I guess I'll finish up. I'll finally finish up that this has been kind of my observation over a number of years now. I hardly ever add any actual dry amendments, any kind of nutrients, anything like that. But I do oftentimes add aloe, just ground up aloe fronds, you know what I mean? When I have a chance, when I remember, I'll go get barley. Now I have to find another barley supplier because Steinbart's closed down, but I still have, I don't know, maybe like a gallon worth of barley in the garage. When that runs out, in a very low priority, I'll eventually go find some because it's not like meaningful, like it's not a huge contributor. Like the soil, my pots, I was talking about how I have these 15 20 gallon pots, some as small as 10 gallons. The 10 gallons are kind of the newest ones, but especially the 20 gallon pots, some of them are 8 years old now, and I have never once, not in the history of once, dumped them out and started over and fluffed them or whatever else. The only thing that I've done is if I put in a new pot in there, like we talked about, just pull out a little area, put a new pot there, and maybe sprinkle a little shit on there. But
Yeah. No,
even
I never
even as
fluffed
you
it,
were
but the top
describing
does
was
get
way too much. I don't do that
different.
anymore. I don't put the stuff down to the bottom. None of that. And guess what? I never run into, okay, maybe not never because whatever, something happened. Like for example, over there when I had the test gardens, I had some purple stems. But basically, like my garage plants, I never have purple stems or fucking whatever, right? Like there's enough food in the soil. There's enough,
That's pretty
even
good.
though I haven't amended them for fucking I don't know how long. Now,
Yeah.
it's not technically true that I haven't amended them because, again, remember, I put some aloe in there every once in a while or some barley or whatever, but sporadically. I have a bag of whichever specific formula of gypsum I have right now. I have, one of the powdered gypsums. Every once in a while, I'll go and throw a little bit on there, but again, sporadically. And so the least priority in my life is nutrients. And guess what? That's the least thing that I have to worry about. So sure enough, it looks like some of these people, like Elaine Ingham, actually were on the right track. That actually it's the solubilization of those minerals and not the specific amount of those minerals. And guess what?
So,
Build a Soil can't sell you the solubilization, but he can sell you more minerals.
so wouldn't it be great if you could just buy like, yeah, the perfect soil, like you're talking about, just something that, I mean,
You really
as really
can't. That's another
as
thing
close as
Voldemort
you
said.
can.
And Voldemort, I hate to give him credit because, again, he's a piece of shit of a person. But he was right. You know, when he's right, he's right. You can't buy good soil. You can make it, though, but you can't buy it.
Well, if
At
you
least
can
by,
make
I
it,
don't
how
know, maybe
come?
there's a billionaire somewhere that has a private gardener. But as far as I know, you cannot buy good soil
Well, how come somebody can't make it then?
because it can't
And
travel. It's a little bit like a tomato. It just can't travel across town. Maybe across town, but it's the economies of scale dictate that there's not going to be something like that where it's across town. Uh, I don't know. Maybe if you live
well,
in
just where
fucking
you can
Build a
go
Soil's
pick it
town or
up.
something. But
Just where
that's
you
my
can go.
point. You have to basically make good soil. You cannot buy it. Uh, uh, Even if you were to
Well,
make
that
it
I
on an
guess I don't
industrial level, this is
understand.
like a perpetual issue. We've talked about this continually, where the good compost companies become bad compost companies as soon as they scale.
I'm
So
not
it's
talking
like
about it in bad, you
there's
know,
a real sale.
loose. You go there and it's loose. You get it. You use it that day. You put it in something. You know, you keep it
But
alive.
again, like, I don't know. I guess if you had a big enough nerd like one of us, basically, in theory, it is possible. It's not like the three body problem or something that's mathematically so difficult. I think you probably could theoretically make good soil.
You know,
It's
like you
just
have a
not a
drop of
realistic
it
thing that
too.
happens.
Yeah, it'd be a
Pardon?
drop. Like you'd have a soil drop. Like the compost is just right.
No,
I'm
for real.
mixing it up.
It's actually not
Tomorrow's
that
going to be
hard to
the day.
visualize, to be honest. You know, like the where is it? What direct? You guys don't care which direction it is anyway. But the dude up in Vancouver that did the compost that I always used to talk about, right? The worm
Yeah.
compost. A guy like that would be perfect at making great soil. So like he would just have to probably invest $50 or $100,000 in some soil mixing equipment, you know, just like that, just as one does, and he could basically on the spot mix you some peat, some fucking perlite, some pumice, whatever the fuck, some dry amendments, and his wonderful compost. Mix it up in his soil machine and then dump it in the back of your truck. Mwah. But how much would he have to charge for it to make money?
Yeah.
And he's already retiring. Like he's
Well, you'd have to
basically already
charge.
fed up.
Yeah.
He'd have to
And you have
charge a
to know
ton
what
that you
he's
wouldn't be
doing.
willing to pay.
And most likely, there's a period of time when those things need to be mixed together, and then
100%. Yeah. Yeah.
see, like not just to mix it, dump it in your truck that same day because it still needs to, you know, the compost needs to kick into gear, and the
Mm.
microbial life needs to, you
That's a
know.
good point. Yeah. Even if you were to mix the good stuff together, it still is going to have to almost recompost. Yeah. So that's why I say you can't really buy good soil. Again, maybe it is theoretically possible. You know, like if we actually literally try to solve each individual problem, we probably could do it. But then it'll be like Michelin star fucking soil. You know what I mean? Like, are you willing to spend $1,000 on a bag of soil? I think the answer for most people is going to be
A
no.
thousand, I
You
bet.
know,
No.
but like I
No.
mean,
Well,
seriously, like if you could buy the perfect soil for $1,000 a bag, there's a non-zero amount of people that would do that, but I can guarantee you it's probably not enough to sustain a
it
business.
wouldn't.
So
Yeah,
you
that's
know
a
what I mean?
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah,
And
And
even
even
so,
charging 38 bucks for a bag of whatever
100%. Yeah,
soil is already pushing the limit.
right.
I guess everything would be in there. And I hear what, like, yeah, Dr. Ingram said. But you know, it seems like, and from what I hear, like the soil will change. Like maybe after 2 years, it might, might last that long. But it seems like after 2 years that it does change, either from, I don't know, from water flowing, and carrying things out of it,
This is
draining
something that's not
out of
discussed
it,
enough because it's not
or
something
different
that's nice.
strains.
There's an ebb and flow in the organic kind of no-till style, and there's a bottleneck right around 2 years. And it's unfortunately, I think probably one of the reasons why people don't talk about it is that it would probably discourage a lot of at that point intermediate growers because that's maybe your second or third year, because maybe your first year maybe you kind of fucked around and then you got serious maybe your second year, and so you're still a fairly new grower. And all of a sudden, you have this bottleneck where your soil, in many cases, if you haven't been doing it right, you're full of roots. You're full of maybe the wrong kind of critters. Maybe you have too many roly polies and not enough composting bugs. I don't know, whatever. There's basically, I've seen it myself. I've seen other people have it. Dr. Scrambles up in Portland, he was complaining about it one time, and we laughed about it. We basically figured out that that's exactly what was going on. It was like 2 years after his pots had been grown. Your pots just build up a bunch of stuff, and you effectively have to get through that hump. And it's kind of like what I've been talking about. It's a question of solubilization. Like, your soil should be able to rip through those roots, those old dead roots, no problem. But something is the bottleneck. Either you have too much dead material to be eaten for the amount of things that could eat it, or you don't have the right things to eat it, or the soil moisture is wrong, so they're not thriving in that environment, something. But long story short, the composting system's not able to do its thing.
Maybe
You know,
it's
the
moist.
perfect situation is that, an old root, like, it almost by the day, it starts to get fucking destroyed, right? Like, you can visibly see the thing kind of collapsing. Like, at this point, I don't even really remove old roots. I usually just chop the plant and just kind of leave it there. And it's kind of funny because it literally just almost decomposes, and you'll see roly-polies on it and stuff. And after one or two harvests, you didn't even have to move the thing. It's just gone.
Yeah, no, the
But
roots are real
if you
good
are in that first 2 years, you might not have enough of the
in my,
different
in my soil. I
composting
mean,
critters.
yeah.
Pardon?
No, and I was saying, I mean, I don't have yeah, the roots get really decomposed well in my soil. I said what I do too. I
Well, and
use
so then there should be
trichoderma,
no reason why the
so,
water
and then,
is getting. Oh, if the water is becoming less, how do I say it? If the water's not pouring through enough, a few different things have happened. Uh, One, you probably have depleted some of your calcium. Calcium is something that actually can deplete from the soil, so something that is worth adding, I guess you could say. And that's one of the reasons why I add gypsum,
yeah,
for
I try
example.
to
And it's
add
usually
that.
soluble, or eggshells, for example. And it should be a macronutrient, of course, but it's not considered a macronutrient. And what was the other thing that I can say? I can't think of the other thing I was going to say. I guess the solution is that you can just start to use some saponins. And here's the thing where I think people just go absolutely overboard. Famously, like with Build-A-Soil, he was selling the Argentinian fucking whatever the shit saponin for crazy money, and the dude that was sponsoring it, Deer Hunter, or I don't even know, Jay Plant Speaker on his Instagram was showing you have to use fucking 3 cups of it at a time, and I'm just like, bro, at some point, his entire pots are all saponins. It's like the fucking pot of Theseus. Like, he's literally replaced everything in that. I'm kind of joking, but it's like how much saponin does your pot really need? Like, you just need a little bit of maybe soap nuts, or maybe even 1 drop of Dawn for a few gallons of water. And that's, by the way, something you could use. Is like 1 drop of Dawn. Dawn is basically environmental safe. So you use literally 1 drop for maybe 8 or 10 gallons of water, and that shit will flow right into your soil. And again, if your soil is too compacted, add a little bit
Okay.
of the gypsum to the mix. Don't overdo it. Add a little bit of the gypsum powder to the mix, and that should actually help to decompact the soil. It's one of those bottlenecks. There's not enough intermediate and advanced growers. This has been a perpetual problem on my show, because I'm not interested in talking about beginner topics. I have to be honest with you. And there's not enough intermediate or advanced growers in general. Most people quit. Most people give up after a couple of years. Most people, it was too hard, or the weed was too easy to buy at the dispensary. It was cheaper to buy at the dispensary anyway by the time they figured out all their costs. Whatever. Long story short, it's like any hobby. Actually, to be honest, most people just quit after a couple of years anyway.
A lot of
Most people are beginners, and either they give up at that 2 year mark, or they just gave up beforehand, or whatever, or they move back to or they move back to Synganics. Go ahead, Flora.
I would say there's a lot of caveats to it. So it's be kind of a nerdy art, because the growing part that's just part of it, right? And then after you cut it and dry it, like that's a whole nother art. And like I think most people, they fuck the shit up there at the drying and the curing
That's
part,
fair.
because they have no fucking clue. Because like you said, you can pretty much grow the shit with water and have fire, but if you don't know how to cut it and cure it, it's trash. It's hay.
See, that's the thing. Cannabis and tomatoes have very similar nutrient requirements. They're not related plants, but they are similar in a lot of ways. And of course, for years people used to talk about tomatoes for legal reasons at grocery stores, right? And it made sense because if you talk about artichokes, well, fucking artichokes grow differently than tomato does. But tomatoes an annual, cannabis is an annual. They both produce kind of similar fruit sites, I guess you could say. They even grow a little bit similarly depending on the tomato variety. Tomatoes can be grown with fucking water. You know what I mean? Sure, you might get some tomatoes with blossom end rot because you have too little calcium. You might get small tomatoes, whatever else, but basically you can grow and they'll be very tasty. You can just literally use fucking water. And that's a good example of how in organic soil you can use water on a cannabis plant and it will grow. You don't have to use nutrient mixes or enzyme mixes or anything else, just a fucking water. People really
But
overdo it.
how am I going to grow without my big bud?
That's it. And I understand, I understand why people do it, and people fall for it too. I was talking about this the other day, how the number one fishing lure in every category is always red or orange. These are colors that almost every fish cannot see, especially game fish generally don't see these colors. And even if they did, they would ignore them, basically, because none of their food is fucking orange or red. Nothing a bass eats is red. When you look for crawfish, for example, they're red after you boil them, but before you boil them, they're dirt brown. You basically can't see them. And so, for example, like a red lure wouldn't mean anything to a bass, but it means something to a human being who can see red. And famously, we love red Corvettes, red Ferraris, red whatever, right? Red dresses. So when you see a red lure, you are more likely to pay money for it. The shrimp or the fucking crawdad or the fish or whatever, it doesn't give a shit about that lure, but you do. And it's just another example of how marketing takes money out of your wallet without necessarily giving you anything back. Like a green lure would have been more effective than the red one. All right, I'm gonna go make some dinner. Who wants to be host?
Any of us.
You're at home, bud. You could be host. I just realized that you
Yeah.
finally got home. All
I'm
right,
host.
I can
Yeah.
make you host. Did I make
Sounds
everybody
good.
co-host? I did not make you co-host. There you go, Jeff. Flornux should be co-host, and I'll make Bud the host. There we go. My dog definitely has to get out by now, so I'll do a few things probably. What was I going to say? I wish there were more discussion about this, but there's no money in it. There's no reason for anyone that has any real stake in the game to talk about this kind of stuff because, like, why would Jeremy tell you to spend less money? Like, of course he's going to find some way. And how do I say this? Like, there's nothing he's doing is going to hurt your plants. So, like, nothing he's doing, I think, is malicious. You know what I mean? Like, and fuck, there's plenty of other people in the world that take your money more. So it's not like I think he is even a bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the argument that I'm trying to make. And again, I'm just using him as the representative. I think he probably has the most solid business model in the whole cannabis, organic space, right? So that's obvious, and everyone knows him, right? So that's why I use him, not because he's a bad guy or something. But like, 95% of that shit you don't need. Even the idea that fucking Voldemort was selling his barley, like some weird barley mix for $30 or $40 for a pound. Bro, it's $2 a pound at a beer store. $2 a pound for barley. And you don't need anything else. You don't need any of the fucking quinoa powder or anything else. And even if you did, even if you wanted to mix some quinoa in there, go get some fucking quinoa from your cupboard. Maybe your wife eats it or whatever, right? Maybe your fucking girlfriend eats it. Maybe your fucking gay cousin across the street, maybe he eats quinoa. Go get some quinoa and add it to the mix instead of spending $40 a pound mail order from Colorado. That was one of the stupidest things I have ever heard of in my entire fucking life. And yet, it made both of them lots of money because famously Florinugs made sure that the commission check, that's fucking hilarious connection there. To this day, Voldemort is the one that has made the most money off of my show by far, and by far, all because of that fucking barley connection. Thanks to fucking Florida. You guys probably don't know what I'm talking about, but this is a real thing.
Yeah,
It's hilarious.
sorry about that. I didn't know I didn't know he was gonna turn into what he
And it
turned
is
into.
what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. Who could tell? Well, who could tell? Who could tell that a man that
Well,
calls
that was a
himself a
shitty
piece of
thing
shit
actually
was
that
that?
Jeremy was doing though too.
It was a shitty thing. Yeah, to be honest.
It reminded me of like an old like Lucy's show or so I think it maybe was where it was like, oh, they were claiming like it was like a charity event or something, and it was like, oh, the money's going to some charity, but they had a raffle or something, but it was like a made up charity. They were just going to keep
Oh,
the
I Love
money.
Lucy. I kind of remember the
Yeah,
episode
kind
you're
of like,
talking about.
oh, but it
Yeah,
turned out there really was a charity named what they
yeah,
made up, and they
yeah.
took the money away. But yeah, it was kind of because he was saying he was giving the money away, and he really wasn't. So
Mm.
I mean, I don't know what started that with why he originally put that on there.
Anyway, whatever.
But
But
that was weird too. Yeah, but he's got some business going, definitely. It's unbelievable. But it's not even the biggest. Just all these liquid hydro nutrients are
oh yeah,
those
no, he's
companies
a
are
he's a he's
blowing
a
it.
tiny fish compared to
Athena,
these liquid people. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, there's not very many of those like there used to be though. There used to be a lot more
yeah.
liquid nutrients. Uh, 5, 10 years ago, there was
Mm-hmm.
a lot more, and like there's not even really hydroponic stores like there used to be
Yep.
anymore. You know, a lot of those have shut down.
Yep.
Yeah, well, but just the shops though use them, the dispo
Yeah,
growers.
but a lot of those guys like they have direct contracts with the nutrient company.
Yeah, but they make
They're paying
And
dirt.
most of them use powdered forms, bags of
Yeah,
yeah.
they're using powdered. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
like,
they don't use
like dirt
barrels.
cheap.
So they go through
And
lots
at
of
that with those business models, the nutrients are not one of the highest line items. Like when you think about was it Jungle Boys or whatever, their electricity costs I'm sure are higher than their nutrients by
And the
far.
water
Their
cost.
real estate, their water prices are much higher. The labor will be higher, so the nutrient is almost irrelevant for them at that point. So companies like that, I think that's probably one of the reasons why you still hear about these large facilities that are still using brand name nutrients. Maybe they do have special agreements, but I think honestly it might not even be that. It might be the fact that for them, the stability and consistency of something that they can just buy off the shelf all day, every day, that's one less headache for them to deal with. And we all know that they don't give a shit about the actual, I shouldn't say it that way. The priority is not the quality of flavor and so on and so forth, because I was in almost the way I was saying it is like malicious. No, it's the market. Basically, we've talked about this. Points at a different thing. They need it to be consistently on time, volume, etc. is a lot more important than the specific
Yeah.
flavor and so on and so forth.
Even like
So
Jax. That sounds like Jax
yeah, but well, these days all those idiots are using
or
Athena or whatever. It's just
that
some
other
one of the,
one.
one of their friends' brands or something. So that it probably doesn't even matter. Like if they doubled the price on Athena, they would probably still pay it because it's consistent and stable and
Yeah.
predictable and so on and so forth, right? That's probably one of the reasons why those brands blow up like that.
Yeah. No, yeah, I saw those jugs in like some tour of a dispensary, Athena jugs,
Mm.
you can pick them out and that's why I was thinking like, oh wow, yeah, they're
Super common one they use in
being
the
sold.
industry.
Mm. And
But
I
I'm
guess
not.
my
Yeah.
point
yeah,
is like, yeah,
but
100% you could get something better and 100% cheaper, but for
yeah,
them
but
that's not
the
even an issue.
industry uses a different line from Athena that's powdered. Okay,
Uh,
they don't
They
buy
do.
like buying any of the bottles is like buying water. The
Wait,
shipping
I
and the
thought Athena was
size of it.
powder. Is Athena not the powder one?
No, Athena
Oh,
has both. They have a
they
pro.
have two
They have
lines.
both
Oh,
lines.
okay, okay,
Yeah, but
gotcha.
this was like in New York, so maybe they're not as
No,
advanced yet.
no, they're distributed everywhere, but they have two
Well,
lines.
I
They
mean,
have
they'll get to where California is, where they'll be looking for those extra nickels, and they can
There's
still spend a
probably
little bit
there's probably
more
some
and waste some money.
element of just the hype,
Mhm.
because a few years ago it was Jack's 321. Everybody was talking about 321 was just one of their formulas, right? But it was Jack's everything, Jack's everywhere, and then it switched to Athena. Maybe a couple of years from now it'll be something else. Who knows, right?
Well, Jack's probably
yeah.
cheaper than Athena. I would think so.
No,
I don't think
Jax is
so.
cheaper. Jax is cheaper.
Just
Is it?
the
Jax is cheaper.
powder and bags and
And there's a place called Grow fuck, I forget the name. There's salt suppliers.
Mm.
and they sell it for like $2 a pound. Like
Salt
basically,
suppliers. Yeah, you see,
it's
they
just
probably don't have those in New York yet, but yeah, LA area, yeah, they
no, because
no, no.
they use it for a lot of other crops.
Okay.
That's the thing. Yeah, there's a lot of
Well,
different
there was
crops that would
another
need that.
brand too besides Jack's, Agro something or what was that?
I'm trying to think because
Some
I
other
used to use them.
powder.
They're
Yeah.
based in Torrance. Like even the color
Is
code
that
system.
HLV or HOG,
Well,
HV,
HGV is
HGV?
that's like Athena line powder is basically just about the same as HGV, but HGV was like a product way before Athena was.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, they were
and
kind of late on the scene, it seemed like, or I didn't know about them anyway.
well, it
Till
takes a lot to launch a nutrient line when the hydro stores and the retail thing was collapsing. And yeah, whatever you're buying when you're like a big legal grow or whatever, or it doesn't even have to be legal, big grow, they sell direct now to you. So they're not paying retail. They're anywhere near retail, right? They're buying it basically as wholesale. They buy more than the store used to buy in a year. So they get the better price in the store at. Because the more of it you buy, the cheaper you get it for. When you buy pallets of, whatever, I forget the numbers, but yeah, it's pretty cheap because it's not going through like a hydro store, and that's why there's no more hydro stores. I mean, because the home growers don't buy enough to support such a store overhead, and all the commercial guys, even the smallest one, can just set up. If you have a business account, whatever, they'll sell post, and you buy pallets, then you're you're buying it wholesale. And wholesale, yeah, it was a lot cheaper than what retail was. Laura should know that because he worked in the stores. What they were getting those jugs for were, yeah, they were tripling the price.
Depends on what level you were at. There's
Yeah.
different tiers, obviously.
And whether it's build a soil, the organic
But I'm just saying,
amendments,
like when you're
or
a hydroponic store, like
hydroponics, all that stuff is overpriced. Like agriculture's used all kinds of products at way lower prices than what a cannabis product, which some of it is designed specifically for cannabis, but a lot of it's the same stuff.
yeah, but it's not even really design. It's just they're just tailoring NPK and what they think that they can
Yeah,
sell you.
yeah, yeah. I didn't like Athena, but I have friends that have gotten great results from it. But I do like that HGV stuff. HGV, yeah.
Are they associated with Jack's? I kind
No,
of
they're
rings a
different companies.
bell.
The old guy.
No. Okay.
Jax was around before. Jax makes a 15-15-15. That's what people fertilize their trees with and like standard agriculture. Um, yeah, it was called Grow More. Grow More, it's another company like Jax that sell um, salts and have like every NPK you can think of, hundreds of them, right? And some of them are tailored for cannabis, some of them are tailored for all kinds of crops. And yeah, a 25-pound bag, which um, basically a pound will make 1,000 gallons. I mean, 100 gallons of water. So 25-pound bag is 2,500 gallons of water. It was like $50. Now it's probably up. Prices up now, probably a little. And that was like the cheapest food. It was no It wasn't made with shit like the same shit that the other shit's made with. Growmore's been around forever. Um, and they make other products too. They make pH down. Um, they make CalMag, all the standard. A lot of companies went to companies like that and white labeled, like had them mix up. They're a company that makes the that stuff. So if you're a company that wants something made cheap and packaged and all that, yeah, you go to Growmore. They sell retail too, but they also like, how I first came across Growmore. There was one hydro store in Burbank in '91 called Molson's, right? And he had jars of salts, different NPKs under his house label brand. And as we got, it probably was by '93, we became friends with this old man, Molson, that owned the store and talked tomatoes and shit. But, it was a hydro store. Yeah, he finally, because we were buying so many of these jugs from him, he like hipped us that, oh, that's just Growmore, right? And he sold the whole bag of Growmore too for like $50. Back then it might have only been $25. And like, yeah, if you want to buy 25 pounds of it, just buy this. It's the same stuff. Like their product was his product. He
Yeah.
just put it in smaller, like one
Yeah.
pound things for home growers and stuff. And back then, we used to veg with this like atrocious, like we wouldn't use that NPK in veg, but that was like in the '90s. That's what we used. That's why a lot of our weed was so stretched out and grew a certain way. We used to use 1444. It was lime green color in veg. That was like the standard NPK at that time for
Did you ever
veg,
use something called like
1444.
Gravitron or some shit? You ever use that?
What was it called?
Was it like Gravitron or what the fuck was it? It was like the thing to keep it from stretching. The fuck was it called? Fuck.
Oh,
I'll think about
gravity
it.
or no? There was a
Gravity,
whole
maybe?
line. There was a whole
Oh yeah,
line of
Gravity,
PGRs
Supernova.
that kept thinking
Yeah, there was like Gravity,
gravity and
Supernova, all kinds of
the
shit.
main product was Bushmaster,
Yeah, those were all
Bushmaster.
the real money makers, those little bottles for like
Yeah, some of those are
forty
gnarly.
Yeah,
dollars.
Zero
okay.
60,
They
zero
they
shit.
claimed that their product was 100% organic and it was derived from a certain seaweed. I can't pronounce it. And oh, there was top like at first, yeah, they got pulled off the shelf, and then they got somehow got back on the shelf, and then got pulled off the shelf when independent people tested their product and found the PGR. I forget what it's called. IBA. No. Yeah, like if you gave that 1 mil a gallon, half a mil a gallon in like week one of flowering, that was you got no stretch. Your plant just stopped right there. But it also grew really weird, but it grew really dense, like super dense nugs, like where like an ounce would look like a half ounce. They were that dense, but they didn't smoke good because they were so dense. It was I forget the name of that because like not all what do they call it, PGRs are bad. Like some of them are on the rooting products that those ones are considered bad. But then the one that was in Bushmaster, that was considered toxic or
I
bad.
remember that product, that name, and I mean, I never used
But
it.
but there was like um
All that stuff.
one
Yeah.
PGR was like being used um
in a bunch of products during that time because everybody was competing.
So sometimes it wasn't even a PGR. It was just
It was like Austin called.
like
It was called from Humboldt's County's own. That was the name of the company, and they like acted like they were super organic, but actually, um, wait, it's called. Let me see. I'm pulling it up because they still sell Bushmaster, but you can't buy it in
huh.
California, in this state, that state. Yeah,
Okay.
Bushmaster and
I
PGR.
mean, it was just like the PK boosters, but yeah, like some of that might be
No,
like,
no.
I don't know,
Okay.
potassium sulfate and
Yeah. I mean, there's threads on the old forums from like
mm,
2012 when people started accusing them of I would wait, I'm gonna find I'm breezing through then because that made the buds really dense, but it also uh it prohibited trichromes, right? So then they had this other product that was supposed to put the trichromes back on. There was some other PGR. And then, yeah, basically, when during the legalization, all that kind of stuff got got yeah, there were people
yeah, that was good.
that
Because
were
that must
already
have just
like,
been that, obviously, I mean, that all came from like, the botany industry, the agronomy industry and horticulture, all these people that knew plants and studied it and knew all these products from like just like other
yeah,
uses,
like here it says
just brought them to
whatever
cannabis as
year
like, oh, here are these miracle things.
Bushmaster was marked illegal for sales in California, and the EPA and Canada made it illegal to use it to grow cannabis. Yeah, they fought this fight. They were lying the whole time. They
Huh.
knew that they had spiked this shit, this little bottle with, because like the tiniest amount of it would yeah, your plants wouldn't stretch at all. Yeah, it's weird. They must have cleaned up because you used to be able to just type this in this the the PGR. They keep listing. Oh, they were called PGRs, but no one's saying the name of it. I used to know the name of it. Um, yeah, that's weird. I forget all this shit as time's gone on. But yeah, I use that stuff for sure. But not for that long, because your bud it didn't like
Yeah.
me and my friends realized it fucked up your bud, but you
I
got
guess
a
I'm
big yield, and I'm sure some people are still using it. When I found all that out and read all that, I remember thinking, yeah, that was how BC Bud was back in the day. Like a pound would be this like little ass bag because the buds were so dense, right?
yeah, yeah, I bet that stuff happened.
Um,
Yeah.
um, and
But I'm glad that stuff was so expensive because I never used any of that. I think the most expensive thing I bought was like
oh, okay, I
distillatory,
found it. Okay,
silicon,
so the PGR that's in
salicylic
Bushmaster
acid thing.
and was in a bunch of uh different products because everybody was competing back then. Phosphor load, that was another name for it. Gravity was another name for it. Different companies all had it. Pacibutazol, right? Paclo bud
Yeah.
used to call it, and yeah, the shit was so dense, and it hardens your flowers to where like yeah, if you didn't have a metal grinder, it would break those plastic ones. It was just like it was the hardest rock bud ever.
Is that what they
But it
called? That's what
wasn't.
they called it too, right? They had hardeners. Right?
Yeah,
That was a
well, one of
product
the
line that,
PTR
yeah. Gravity, yeah.
people were still talking
I
about it
remember
today.
people used to come in. They'd be like, what can you sell me? I wanted it to finish up a lot sooner. I wanted it to ripen up sooner." And people would be like, "Want you to, come up with magic potions," and there was stuff for that.
Yeah. I tried once also something that produced ethylene. I forget the name of that product, but it was something that was supposed to prevent herms. It was like something happened, and I thought like, oh,
Well,
they
we
could
didn't have the
herm, so
internet
I
and,
tried
and
that product.
inquiring minds. Yeah, so they say pack abuse are retards plant growth by inhibiting the plant's natural production of gibberellins. The results in shorter internode length, greater root development, early fruit set, enhanced fruit set. It's also marketed as a fungicide. Yeah, it was like, dude, they snuck that shit into a bunch of stuff. And there's this other shit called damomodazide, and it promotes early set, fruit set. So that's going to speed up your cycle.
I think that's what this ethylene could do too. Oh, it was called
And its
Switch.
half
That was the
life.
name. Switch was the name of it.
Oh
It was
yeah,
like
Yeah,
to
that.
switch a
Yeah, that was
product from
it.
veg to flour
yeah.
like real fast.
Yeah, and
I
that was
remember. I
a
remember
scam.
Switch. That was banned also.
You probably it was supposed, I don't know if it did what it was supposed to do. It was supposed to just produce ethylene gas, like you spray it on. And you use it
Yeah,
like in the first
okay.
couple of weeks of
Now I
flour.
remember some of this. Okay, so Pacabutazol, guess who uses it? What industry and was like and still legal to use it?
Some
Bonsais. Bonsai trees are making
oh,
Pacabutazol, right? Where it's like, oh,
really?
if you give heavy doses of it to an ornamental, now that's an ornamental.
Ah, they're shooting
So
up those
like
bonsai
here is the
masters.
super bud flower dragon top load emerald triangle gravity emerald triangle bushmaster. Um, yeah, they
Huh, they've
did
been
it in
shooting up.
20.
That's fucked up. It's like athletes,
Well,
to
but
get these like super
it's
bonsai
all played
plants
out on the
using
forums.
these hormones.
Whole drama played out on the forums where people
You're funny. You're
somebody
you're
called them
funny.
out on it.
That's fucking. That's a good way to put it, though. It is like kind of like that, like that super athletes using the fucking the shit, like you're saying.
They should test them. I
That's
wonder if
fucking.
they do in Japan. They probably because I guess they have competitions because
Oh
they're so into it.
yeah. Oh, you have too much ethylene or too much whatever.
Yeah. But he's in the bonsai industry. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, some kind of ornamental anyway. Yeah, that at least is, yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, okay, so when they did the test out on this Pacabutazol, yeah, dude, you don't want to smoke that. It's cancers and all this shit. Um, yeah,
Yeah, right.
and they
Um,
kind of like it's like I'm reading back on all these threads. Um, it's like the opiate whatever pill they said wasn't addictive. It was more
your
addictive.
audio's
They did it.
your audio's
Oh,
fading there. That's
yeah,
better.
they knew the exact they knew what they were doing. They had real, the people that worked mixing these products and branding them and bringing them to market. But like, yeah, the one Bushmaster, the label they show it where it like says 100% organic from Azealia something fucking seaweed, right? Um, Yeah, that's not what was actually in their bottle. The seaweed was in there, but that wasn't what made the plant. See, when you gave 1 mil a gallon and watered them. The next day, your plants would be like in a whole other unnatural state. But oh, they didn't stretch anymore. It was gnarly shit. And I think, like, if you remember the BC bud, yeah, that shit was super dense. Like, and it's like I've had dense bud where you go to take out what you think's a joint's worth, but then it like expands out because it's dense. No, this was bud that was small and dense and weighed a lot, but didn't like it was just dense. It didn't like you grind it up and you need to put twice as much in there to get a joint.
Huh.
And yeah, that was a thing, and everyone was using it. Like it was a thing. But we were all like naive. Like when they first brought Avid around and Eagle 20, yeah, there was no, oh, it took 6 months or so. And then on the forums, people that were smart as fuck, I forget who they were, fucking, what's his name was one of those people, dude. That's how I knew Coot way back then. I forget his screen name on the forums. It wasn't Coot, but he was him and a bunch of other guys were like calling out these companies, right, publicly. And then, oh, there'd be like these, you can go read the threads. They're like, oh, it takes time to read them, but they're more like beefy as far as like people beefing and like talking shit on each other because it was all just behind the keyboard, right? For
Yeah,
the most
yeah.
part, right? So they're vicious as fuck. Like the forums were no joke. There was like some real arguing going on there, but a lot of it was just truth telling, and there were a lot of people that didn't want to believe what the few people were saying until it got proven out, and all those things got proven out.
Right. No pictures. Pretty almost none.
Well, those companies, like, yeah, like at their
Yeah.
peak, at their prime, they made a lot of money real quick.
Yeah, they
Because
did.
yeah, that and like I was one of them. We were gullible as fuck, dude. Whatever they fucking said in high times, whatever they said through whatever information feed, or nothing like we have today, where it's much more uh, in depth and truthful, and people know their shit. Back like 15 years ago, and the people that sold these products, they knew exactly how gullible we were, because most of them had degrees in chemistry and they knew what they were doing. It wasn't like, oh, yeah, we didn't realize there was the PGR, like, because like
Yeah,
uh,
they knew.
these aren't easy to come by, and they have their expense. They're not just accidentally there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But there was like advanced nutrients. I mean, they
Oh
were
yeah.
right there at a great time for them.
Yeah, well,
Or
they made
him,
it.
or him.
They
Wasn't it
did
really
like
just
exactly what Fumi was
one
saying is
guy?
they made it super complicated. I already
Yep.
know that. Like I've done it super complicated and gave a lot of additives hydroponically, right? And then I've just grown with like a basic low EC or ppm of a basic food line. None of the bullshit, none of the boosters, none of the sugars, none of the this, none of that.
Uh-huh.
And dude, you can barely tell the difference,
I used some
right?
of the
Like,
sugars. Oh, there was like Humboldt
no,
honey.
it's like, well, like, but
I
here's the
used some of
thing, and
that.
Fumi was saying it. The plant makes sugars; it doesn't take in
Yeah,
sugars,
yeah. No, yeah, I realize that.
right?
No,
So, like, there's a whole bunch of products, and probably over the years, the product category, is probably worth millions,
it
right?
seemed to help.
That
It probably
that
had
are
it
basically
was a mixture of
selling
different
flavored
things.
sugar water that you're supposed to use at the end of the cycle to make your plant, you know, They have grape flavored and this flavored and that.
Oh, Advanced. Yeah, Advanced had a whole line of just the
Sweeteners, they
sugars.
call it. They call it the sweeteners, right?
Yeah,
Every
yeah. Oh, that
line
was a
had a
genius
sweetener,
for them, the
right?
marketing guy, of whoever thought of
Well,
that.
like I remember seeing a podcast with a PhD guy on it explaining in chemistry that and the labeling of these products were to use it late in the cycle.
Uh-huh.
Where this PhD guy said the only reason you would use that product and you'd want to use it early in the cycle, starting in veg, in your soil, is because that sugar could be used by the microbial and
Yeah,
all
the
that shit, right?
biology. Yeah.
For the soil. Like that's why people put molasses
It was
in
genius though for them to market it that way
right.
from
But
that point
they
of
made
view.
it, but there
Of
was a
no,
lie
but
in their whole marketing
oh, it
thing
was a total lie.
because the plant roots cannot take in sugar.
No, and even the flavoring though, it was a double lie even that like you would get the flavor that they would say. So they had like you said, like 10 different sweeteners.
Yeah, but
And so
guess
like
what?
oh,
Those
like
products are
depending on
still on the shelf.
so like depending on what strain you were growing, like oh you had to buy oh that's a strawberry or that's a grape
Okay,
strain, or you got to get the
those
grape
products
sweetener.
are still Hawthorne still has fall. It wasn't like none of those products were eliminated. No, not at all. Somebody still buys them because it sounds good. It sounds good.
It
Why
does.
wouldn't them?
It does
And
sound
like
good.
I had early experience with molasses, and dude, when before everything, like we're talking like 91 or 2, the rumor was stop giving them food like the last week and just give them Dr. Pepper, right? So we would flush with Dr. Pepper,
Uh-huh.
right?
Right, that's what I heard of at the end, a sweetener to like
Okay.
to
Okay.
like
That was
yeah,
the
it
beginning
was
of the sweetener
like a
concept,
chelator
right?
that would take nutrients
Right.
out of
And
the
don't forget,
soil
sodas have
root
like a
zone.
tremendous amount of phosphorus in it, right? Like sodas have a whole bunch of shit in it, right?
Yeah, yeah. And a
Right.
lot of
But
acid. Yeah, well, phosphoric
not so
acid.
like we didn't really do the Dr. Pepper thing, but it was a thing that went around. But over the years, I did molasses and other sweeteners. Yeah, if you want your bud to like a joint have to be relit every hit, load it up with sugars, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't, the bud don't smoke right if you
yeah.
use that shit. So even though the plants don't take it up, I don't know. I could tell you it ruins the smokability of weed, at least even just molasses. Because yeah, we used to like put molasses in the reservoirs, and then wonder why our drippers were clogged up and every fucking thing else.
Well, molasses was supposed to feed your microbes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always, even though I start with Rockwell, I grow mainly not Rockwell. I always used microbes, but the difference in that is you're not really getting a life cycle going, right? Where in a soil, especially a no-till soil, yeah, like Dr. Ingram talked about this. If you don't get a healthy, balanced microbial living soil overnight, it takes time for the all the creatures, right, to balance out the good ones, the bad ones, and have like a full full food web as she described it, right? It's not something you just add some products and create it because all these things have like hours to live, right? Or like a couple days. And so it's about their reproductive cycle. And if you're not giving them um, everything that it takes for them to 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 take hold, right? And like you shouldn't have to keep adding them. You should add them to where there's a healthy balance, and then they can continue to to live. In hydro, well, you're cycling everything through. So it was like for a lot of years, the understanding I had from like forums and shit, and that's why I didn't use microbes, is well, the pH down in the hydro solution, it kills them. Well, that's not necessarily true, right? It isn't the healthiest place for them, meaning like, yeah, the adding the pH down, that's an acid. That's gonna, you know, like tap water. Like I use tap water. Oh, well, tap water has chlorine and chloramine and all these things in it to keep it safe. That that's to keep all the microbial life out of water. You know what I mean? So I was like, yeah, but then it was on here 5, 6 years ago. I mean, on some cannabis thing where some PhD type was saying that they did like a white paper on tap water, RO water, filtered water, this, that, and the other, with nutrient solution, at this pH, at that pH, all these different, uh, and showed the amount of microbial life sustained and how fast it dropped off. So, yeah, it's a mix. You know, going and learning how to grow during the time I did, we were filled with this a bunch of misinformation for a lot of years. And now it's hard to decipher what's really because it's still a money game and they're still trying to make money. A lot of the basic companies are still here today. Advanced, General Hydro, Botanicare, Canna, the main brands. They've had, if there's no hydro store and there's very little retail, and the whole game has changed. A lot of those companies must have seen better days as far as like their balance sheet, their profits.
A lot of
Because
those
there was
companies, most of those companies were bought up by Hawthorne, and
yeah,
if they didn't get
and,
bought
and,
up, then they don't exist.
and then they don't or they do, but they're still working the same bullshit, chuck and jive. You can't trust them.
Oh, of course
You
not.
can't trust what it says on the label. You can't trust what the the I mean, here's the biggest thing. My one thing of trying every product, all this shit over the years, it's just like a known thing. Don't ever use anything more like start off like quarter strength, whatever it says on the label. And yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like because whatever they put on the label is to sell more of that product.
Well,
And like if
whatever they put on the label. So say they put like say it says 0, 10, 10, right, on the label. Well, that's 0%, 10% phosphorus, 10% potassium, right? Well, that's only the guaranteed minimum amount. So there could actually be more in there
yeah,
than
yeah.
10%.
And I
So
just had learned, and I call it less is more. Yeah,
yeah.
I used like General Hydro, like a third strength, maybe half. I don't even remember what it said on the thing. I knew where I found and just followed my recipe. And that was the same with all those products. Like if you use the shit full, now the thing is turned around to they call it crop steering.
Oh, they want you to push, push, push because they want to sell you more.
Well, and they're not just selling more. If you don't have the other inputs dialed in, meaning like okay, if you're going to push the food, you have to push the CO2. If you're going to push the CO2, you got to push the light. If you're going to push the light, you got to push all the parameters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you do all that perfectly, right, and now they got it down to SOPs. Yeah, you can grow a bunch of mids, like basically get 3, 4, 5 pounds of light from weed that could be a lot better if you just let it grow its own wet, natural way, but maybe only be 2 pounds of light or a pound and a half of light. Oh, but you want to push it to 3, 4, 5 and crop steer and tweak all these things because all those things, when you're trying to sell food, it ain't about what makes the weed more, the effect stronger. No, they never say that. What do they always say? Oh, your yields will go up. It's okay, yeah, it's always been about that. But my 35 years experience would tell you, yeah, no, that's like this weird sliding scale, right? Like as long as the plant has all of its fundamental needs, whether it's from good living soil or hydroponic solution, salts, whatever, if it has all those things, the micro set, the micronutrients, and the macro set. Now, hey, a couple little kelp here and there, and a little guano here and there. None of these things hurt. Um, just a little bit. The tiniest amounts of adding some goodies to it will you'll get the best results when you follow their 5 mils per gallon, 10 mils, 20 mils per gallon. Yeah, no, that's all bullshit. That's what makes fucked up weed that tastes shitty and might be big and yields good, but it isn't the real deal. But that's what it takes to stay profitable in the cannabis business, today. I mean, I just spent a whole day with all that. And all the companies and all the whole thing. Nothing's changed. New faces, younger generation, same old shuck and jive.
Yeah.
Where, yeah, I mean, ultimately to me, I was like, yeah, sad because our excuse in the 90s, early 2000s, we didn't know any better. Like, we didn't have this, like, in depth.
Well, we had Robert Clark and we had a couple Ed Rosenthal
Yeah,
books.
yeah. We had a couple people that were on the right track, but, you know, and a lot of the right track today is what the commercial side of the industry is doing to get big yields. That unless you really have like all these parameters all dialed in, there's no reason to give excess CO2 if you don't have excess light, if you don't have excess aeration, everything. But when you have all those things like perfectly dialed in, and okay, they've collected data, and they definitely have a SOP of what they're doing.
Yeah.
But that's why they grow a lot of weed that's not that impressive to people like that's been around a while. It's all just, oh, it looks really good, smells really good when they show it to you. But when you really smoke a joint of it, you're like, yeah, this is just another one of those. Now, if they had gone back, because yeah, we did grow better weed 20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think
There was a lot of shitty weed back then too, but the real what was top shelf was way better than what's top shelf today. I mean, maybe it's just a bias from, you know. No, I remember, man, there was some killer weed. Now, fuck, a lot of people that have like what's hypey killer weed, but it isn't actually that. It's not like, wow, weed's so much better now than it was before. No, it's the opposite. And then today I see it all. But
yeah.
the strain that won the Czar Olympics, I heard it on the announcement when I left, is from Bleezy, who isn't well liked or whatever. This one brand, and it's called Gus. I haven't heard.
Yeah, so let's see here. Hang on. I was looking this.
Now
This is what I
Now,
saw. This says flower finalists Olympics. It says number one, green dog, orange mamba. Number two, High Mart Zote. Number three, Miami mango, blueberry banana, but blueberry banana. Number four, Pancakes Farm frog poison. And then number five was Dank Mob frog poison. And then number six, Essential
now
Torrents.
here's the thing. Here's the thing that I thought when I heard about these frog poisons. You realize that this competition started out with the entries being submitted in November of 25. Then they go through a panel of their judges that are supposedly like all these experts or whoever. There's this whole thing. Then they narrow down from like 100 entries to 28. This year there were so many good ones. This is the story. There was 35. Then those 35 resubmit a different batch, obviously, right? Because it's 4 or 5 months later. And then those are sold as the judges' kits. And then that's what
What kind of nonsense are we talking here?
yeah, well, some of this is like a way overthought thing, but there is a certain thing that winning a Olympic award means something because of the whole like emphasis that they spend on
Huh. It makes sense
uh
why they call it an Olympics now, though.
now, hey, next month, June
Because they
13th,
get down to the
the
finalists,
same
and
the
yeah,
same Olympic
I like
people
that.
are in Oklahoma. And the other place that they're there they have an event later in the year is Michigan, and then the one in LA. And I don't know. I mean, hey, I'm 63 years old. It just seems like a bunch of young, like whatever, 20, 30 somethings, maybe a few other. Um, that's who this the whole thing is. And all right, they're the ones that have the energy, like oh, some of the couple of the old brands are have booze, but don't expect like whoever the sea junkie guy is, he's not at his booth. As a matter of fact, he's hustling and building the brand out in Michigan. Uh, Jungle Boys was there. Maybe Ivan might have showed up at fucking for 5 minutes. No, it's like employees that have an outfit and do the shows. You know what I mean? Back in Flora knows this. Back in the day when I was involved in these events with booths, if somebody had a booth, that was because they were there. Like you weren't so big that you just paid to have a booth, right? Like um Jungle Boy isn't even operating that much in California. It's mainly in Florida. Um so like hey, did you see the old school characters at the event? No. We saw their brands. And I could see where even myself, I rarely go to these things. I won't go to like I'm probably good for the next few years because that just ain't my kind of party, my kind of music, my kind of like everybody's like posted up like it's like gangster. It's like it's hard to even explain. And everybody's got their hype and their model girls handing out like shit
Wow, that's
everywhere.
wild.
It's just like it's like that all was started way back when, like 15 years ago, whenever. Except now it's on steroids, and the world ain't the same place, right? Like I know you mentioned earlier that Hitman was going. Yeah, well, guess what? All those classic brands that made the chalice what it was, what 10 years ago or longer, they don't even the couple that exist. they're not like they're these big brands now. It's all about branding and fucking shirt, but I don't even know. I got so much junk, all the swag shit. No, I didn't get that much. A couple things I thought were cool. I was like, sure, I'll have one. I'll always take a lighter if I use them. But like, yeah, and yeah, the Olympics is like a hybrid metric trap. So like metric event, you can't be just giving dabs to people from your booth and freebies and make sales like that. That's not how it goes. That's not like that's just other. So like they're like a private party. I don't know. Like it's hard to explain.
Have you heard anything about the German one, Mary Jane?
Yeah, well, my fake kid Robbie's leaving next week. They got a booth. They've had a booth there for 3 years. Um,
Oh, okay. It didn't
yeah,
start yet. Okay.
now but it's starting up next week. That thing is
Okay.
like, okay, so today, like realistically, seemed like a lot of people. It was like a couple thousand, maybe 1,000, right? Maybe a little more. People came and went, and most of them are all insiders, right? Um, the Olympics, I mean, Mary Jane has like 60, 70,000 people per day. Like it's massive. Like even the biggest high times events and shit. I guess the one on 420 whatever year in Denver. That was like this big. Remember the one that they had the shootings to, or some idiots shot some people and
Oh
created
yeah,
bad
yeah.
press. That year, because it fell right on 420, yeah, there was a lot of people for America at a cannabis event. Yeah, they're all in decline, right? Because especially at this one, all those brands have multiple outlets all around the area, the vicinity of LA. Fidel's, LA Family Farms, Jungle Boys. Why would you pay $100 to go into a place to then buy shit when you could just go buy shit from them at their store? So like back in the old days, Prop 215 event days, oh no, people came there because that was where you could get it. And so a lot of people bought their tickets, right, and came to the cannabis event to source and connect with whoever they were supporting, whether it was Subcool, Kelly Connect, DNA.
Yeah, seeds were a big thing. Yeah.
They were less of a thing than they are now, but
Because that was,
now there's so many that it's less of a thing.
yeah, but it
But back then
may
there
go
was,
away. It seemed like that was the only way to get it, or no, maybe
well,
I guess you
bottom
could
line
get them
is
by
we're
mail
never
too.
putting things back in the bottle. So, okay, wait, our own government said seeds were legal,
I know.
what, 2 years ago? Now they think they're going to like take that
I
away.
don't, I kind of don't believe it either.
And,
I'm
and,
with
and,
you.
and even if
Everyone
they
says
do
it though.
legally take it away, you got to remember, like officers, and they only file cases if that's what the district attorney or the legal apparatus wants. So the courts are already backed up with real shit going on. You're gonna like say, oh yeah, this guy had a pack of seeds he sent to this other guy. We want to charge him. Like, wait, like, because the
Yeah,
overall public thinks weed is legal in a very general term. They're not even smoke stoners or anything. They think that in the states and even the federal thing, oh, now they made it even more
yeah,
legal. So they're wondering why there's like stupid cases that's costing them their taxpayer money in the system, in the jail, and the
Yeah,
bailiffs, and the county workers. Because oh yeah, to run a court costs money every fucking minute of every day,
yeah,
lots of it. And this is me. I don't know anything. But yeah, at least in my like, if your place, whatever state, isn't quite there yet, well, California, Colorado, you're Colorado, I'm California, and Florida's up in, Washington. They have their own weird hybrid that's a whole different clusterfuck. But for most states, all have functioning the same. Yeah, Colorado's like actually beat us to the punch as far as rec or right behind us when it came to 250 or medical. We have like, 20 some fucking years of the system working its way through. So like place like New York or whatever states that are just a few years in, they're in the early growing pains of it. You know what I mean? You'll end
yeah,
up like all right, Colorado. So you think that the Colorado police establishment, whether it's city, county, any of them, are going to like care about someone sending someone seeds? They're going to like put resources into keeping that from happening? I don't think so. I don't think
yeah.
so.
I don't know how that became such a
You
big
know,
thing that people talk about.
well, you have
Is
to wonder like things that happen at this scale is because what do you call it? Lobbyists and money, like money equals voice equals law, right? So, the investors, whoever has got the ear of the lawmakers, they might have thought, oh, well, we want to have control of that too. Because trust me, first they want to control this aspect of the product and then this aspect of the product. Ultimately, they want to control the whole
yeah,
product, right?
yeah,
And like one of these big conglomerate, just like if you buy farm seeds or farm, oh, you're stuck buying. I read a thing or saw a meme. There's like three international companies that basically control all the different seeds for whether you're a tomato grower or this grower or that grower, whatever it is, corn, the agriculture. And in
great. That
cannabis,
was that. That's like
we
that
have like
business
what
guy said.
10,000
Three
breeders
companies in
and
a mature industry thing,
right,
kind of
okay,
thing.
exactly, okay, and that's what these money folk and the corporate angle to this whole thing. Yeah, that's so. Oh, we got to get rid of those 10,000 independent breeders that are all making a buck.
Yeah,
If we add it all up that together, that's $1 billion a year. We want that money.
yeah,
And, you know, who knows? I mean, I remember, yeah, because I still am like a conspiracy theory, like Hop Layton, right? How do you know, like that, and especially that strains, like, okay, toad venom's really big right now. It's being crossed into everything, right? What do you call it? A genetic bomb, they would call it.
oh,
Meaning,
like a cannabis COVID.
yeah, where especially because like if something new comes along, yeah, everybody's gonna get this thing and cross it into everything else. Like you've seen this happen over and over, right? That's
Uh-huh.
some of the bottleneck, right? And then next thing you know, the cannabis genetic pool collapses because we like let them engineer some fucking genetic bomb, right? That, oh, yeah, that didn't show at first, but like two
Yeah, that
years
could
later,
happen.
every plant that it ever
Yeah.
touched now has some fucking
But I don't.
collapse of
They
it.
keep talking about these seeds from China. Being
Yeah,
sent random people receiving randomly.
yeah,
They didn't
I hung
ask for
out with
anything.
Masonic one time, and these weren't sent. These were like somebody gave them to him. He had a vial, and they were just Chinese hemp seeds, dude. These things were like pachinko balls. Remember pachinko balls, like a
Wow.
ball bearing?
Yeah,
That they were
huge.
I've never seen a seed. Like at first, I was like, "No ways, that is it's a seed. It's fucking a seed. Maybe not quite as big as a pachinko ball, but almost.
Huh.
Right, the biggest seed ever. Right now, I don't know if they germinated what a novelty, but no, they supposedly come from China, some Chinese hemp plant. But that's the seed, that giant. And we've seen the tiniest seeds, which I can remember a couple times getting seed packs and they were tiny like that and thinking, oh, this is bullshit. But sure enough, they germinated and fucking were
I
just as good
remember
as any
him.
other seed.
I remember him showing those on YouTube, but I didn't know he germinated them.
I don't know if he ever germinated a couple or he just holds on to them, but when you see him on, on Instagram, so okay, they're pretty big. When you see him in person, you're like, holy fuck, dude. It's like unreal. You've never, like, hey, I've never seen a seed even a tenth of that size.
And they just came to him randomly in the mail?
Well, he's got his people.
Okay, okay. So we're not just like, yeah,
No, it wasn't just
someone in China.
randomly.
Here,
Yeah,
bro,
and like
these.
someone in China that I think like oh, I forget the island he went to a while back. Where in the middle of the it's an American island. It's out in the middle of it's like a uh, still is like a it's this tiny island way out in the middle, like really closer to Asia than it is here. Not I can't remember the name of it. There was a cannabis event there.
Huh.
And somehow he went
Wow.
there.
Wow. That
And
sounds
there, well, there is
totally
this international. Like
far
I'm
out.
like a barely leave California, but like oh, there is this other level of cannabis. It's like an international thing. It is an international thing. Now, oh, there's a lot of people that try to capitalize on the money part, but oh, there's genetics from all over the world. Hey, I was hanging out with Captain 420 the last 3 days. I took him to the airport tonight. After the show, but picked him up on Wednesday. Oh, he had now his stuff was already pre-rolled because that's how he brought a few joints that were from Thailand weed. Now a couple of them were like just hype strains that were grown in Thailand, but a couple of them were Thai strains that were from Thailand, and they were fucking pretty good. They tasted good, uh, like
Huh.
they tasted adequate, good. But what was really good about it, I remember when he first lit one, and then like the uh, exhale smell or whatever, like like before I even hit it, the smell I like from his lighting it. Oh, that shit was like
Exotic. Like,
exactly, yeah, it was
yeah, like
different,
far, far away. Uh-huh.
far, far away.
Nice.
Where
Yeah.
ours are like we're pretty bottlenecked.
Oh, they'll be selling that stuff internationally if they can. I can see it. We'll want it. We'll want it all.
Well, I mean, he says that
You
like
already have me wanting it, wanting
weed
some of
price
that.
is so low there, and there's so many dispensaries. Because even though he spends in north to north, Xiaoming or wherever he really is, he spent the last couple weeks in Bangkok before coming back. Forget how many thousand. Bangkok's not that big of a city, but in this one area, there's like thousands of cannabis stores,
Huh.
and yeah, the amount of tourism because the tourists are the only people that can afford the cannabis. The people that like, yeah, he's when we went out to eat, it takes him a while to adjust. It's $20 a meal here when it's like $2 US will get you like five
Wow.
star meal more than you can eat, right? And good food. Um, but that the economy is like, yeah, if you take American dollars and then what do you call it when you traded into Thai money baht, it's like 30 to 1, right? So you get 30 baht for $1. But if you work there, you get like 30 baht for the whole day's worth of work. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, like,
it's
so for
crazy.
the people there, they're poor. Do you know what I mean? Overall. And they can't afford $10 grams of weed or, you know, 3,000, like 8,000 baht, or I don't know the whole math of it. So they're not the real customers. And the ones that smoke weed, yeah, there's cheap shit. And that's all they can afford.
So
But
right now, isn't it like medical only right now though, too?
yeah, they've kind of reined it back and they've tried to regulate it. I mean, they're the example of like why regulation was important from the beginning. No, you can't just pass something and say weed's legal with no taxation, no regulatory framework, no business like
Yeah, that was
you
it
know.
was pretty crazy. That yeah,
Now, hey,
there were
I
some
give them
wild
credit
moments
that
in
they went
cannabis.
for it. They went for it, but like you got to understand, Arjun mainly and some other finance types from Amsterdam, right? The greenhouse guy, Arjun.
Uh-huh.
He had friends in the politics in Thailand. He's always had connections to Thailand. And
Oh yeah, he's
dude,
big over
when
there.
they
Right.
passed the law to legalize weed, it was abrupt and really was like like sort of unexpected. But it really stemmed from that they're a tourist nation, and after COVID, they were just wanting to get tourism back as much and as fast as possible. And
Yeah.
the idea was, oh, if we legalize weed, that's going to bring a lot of tourism.
COVID was a crazy moment in cannabis too, where it
Right.
was
Okay. Now,
essential.
now, yeah.
Dispensaries were essential,
Now
essential
that was like one of
businesses.
the most positive things out of this
Yeah,
whole
they
last
fucking
so
made
many
me work,
years.
and they made me fucking work all through it though, because I was in the industry. So when all these other motherfuckers were getting
Oh yeah,
when all these
they
Yeah.
motherfuckers were getting like time off and they were getting like this double and huge and gigantic fucking
Yeah.
paychecks for fucking what'd you call it, for unemployment, they were like with the COVID payment on top of it.
yeah.
Wasn't getting that shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
No.
guys got screwed.
And for the people that were
Oh
like not working, but the owners, oh, that was probably to
damn.
me. Hey, it was like I remember telling my partners, dude, it's like the old days. It was like a year or two where the price didn't quite go up as high as the old days, but the demand sure did. Right? Like, holy shit, I couldn't grow enough during that COVID time when, like you said, it was made essential. But like that
Yeah.
shows the real power of like 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 can you imagine if there's like people were cut off from weed during COVID? I mean, already there was like an uptick in domestic violence and shit like that from people drinking, right? There's data that showed that. Well, that's not cannabis prevented a lot of that shit because people were going crazy. Just the unsureness of that time. Forget the money, and don't forget the boom in the weed business during COVID. And oh, I saw it. Every one of those, like when Trump gave all the money away to everybody, the employment money, this money, that money. Guess where they spent that money?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
definitely bought a lot of dabs.
Yeah, and other substances. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure alcoholics still drank, but like during COVID, was that the time to get drunk? No. Was that the time to do other drugs? No. Was it time to party? No. But oh, was it time to get stoned, stay at home, cook food, and
It's
be a
crazy.
homebody? That's what people did. But that only lasted, once COVID was over, and then it's been back to the same old race to the bottom, as I call it. But it's all right. Like I ain't hating on it. Like world changes, and sometimes you're person that lived in the cusp where you were part of like the certain era, and then that era changed, right? On so many things. Some
Yeah.
products have gone through many ups and downs and keep, have thousands of years of history. Cannabis does too, have thousands of years of history. Most of it prohibition and negative shit, but we're making some progress, I guess. I mean, I don't know. If a bunch of people hanging out at 62nd, 60th in Central, in total South Central LA, like, and it's like, dude, like you can go to that website. They don't put the address, the time, the event, anything, because it's not really that kind of event. It's like one of those things that LA's got way bigger problems than to fuck with a couple thousand people who rented this fucking whatever it was. It was like a courtyard of an old spice company, like the old buildings on the facade of this block that were these buildings that, oh, like somebody has bought. It's called the Beehive, and it's an event place. And if they're not doing a cannabis event, they're doing like some kind of private events, whether it be music parties or you don't have to. Not all events have to be public events. You know what I mean? There's a gray line when it comes to what is a private event and what's a public event. You know what I'm saying? And if it's a public event, well, then you have to abide by all these regulations. In a private event, there's less of them. And if you pay off the right people, no one's fucking with you. Like parking was a thing. They had these guys. I was watching before I went in, I realized, yeah, they would like, there wasn't a set price for parking. Like, oh, it was 40 to 150. Where do you want? Like, yo, you want the spot right here, like in front of the place? Oh, that's 150. These weren't really parking spots. It wasn't, this was like a industrial area, like where we found a free place to park. We were like getting our shit together. A seamstress factory let their workers off, and like 100, basically women, but no, there were some men that just worked at the clothing factory or whatever. We're walking down the street. Now, all those warehouses and business had like parking in front of their place. Monday through Friday, trust me, those are you only park in front of the business you're going in. But on Saturday, all those businesses are closed. So then on all these streets, the event basically put cones in front of every parking spot there was and then sold them to everybody.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I was thinking, God, that was like probably 1,000 of those from 40 to 100, whatever. Say, like that's a lot of money because you could have walked from a few blocks away. Nah, you don't want to leave any fucking vehicle in that part of town on those streets. So you're out of your mind. So you paid the park, and then they like had supervision, seemed like, but no, we still saw cars that windows were busted out when we left.
What are you talking about?
Like it's all Olympics in South Central.
Oh,
Like that's where it was at. The actual when I made a post from there and I did location, I was it said South Central LA. I was like, oh, if you know LA, South Central is like it's mainly residential, industrial, but it's definitely the hood.
it's hood. Yeah.
It compared to like all the other areas that you could do an event. the valleys, like
Probably
Pasadena, Burbank, Santa Monica,
would they
even
put this
Long Beach.
what do they do? Put this
But
like on Figueroa Street somewhere?
oh, worse than that. We're talking Central and 61st.
Oh wow.
Like
Or something?
I Gage and Florence, I forget the streets. We were like way in it. That's why I left before the sun went down. I grew up in that town, even though things have changed and it's safer than well, I mean, some you could always end up in the wrong place at the wrong time. But there's certain
Exactly.
parts of town that I've known this is not as a white guy from hippie dude from around there. You stay away from those areas. You're not really welcome there. Now, well, hey, you're bringing money and there's events, cannabis events. All the hot dog vendors were outside. Dude, the street that we walked on, it was about a dozen, and they had where their van was, and then they coned off the street and spots in front, and then there'd be another van. They were all like private car washes. But the vans they had a pressure washer. Dude, they were given like full details. And people drive up, but these aren't people with a business license or any of that. They're just hustling on the street, just like a food vendor. I was like, oh, well, I guess this is where everyone's getting their car washed. Like when we looked for parking, it was like, yeah, you're not going to park on this street because these guys like had it locked down, at least a dozen of these like they were like minivans, but they were totally outfitted with a compressor, uh, foamers, vacuum, buffers. They were detailing cars, and then they had little tables and an umbrella tent, and there was vendors with food. It was just LA's become this place where there's not only the homeless, there's like hustling going on. Where in
Yeah,
the
but
past, like
that's part of the culture.
yeah, like so, like, and the police don't do anything because how are you going to do anything? Blame somebody for trying to like stay out of being homeless? So they're out there
Yeah,
working
it's
their
like
ass off cleaning cars. What, you're going to
exactly
go
it's like
and say,
rather
wait,
than
where's your business license? No, they have cones and they minding their own business and keeping the area clean and uh you know and there's we when we went I had to go downtown to the parlay place and then I realized on this other street behind Alameda there was like 2 blocks where there's trucks with brand new water heaters on them and water heaters taken off the trucks lined up on the sidewalk like brand new tags on them everything this size that size this size. Yeah, they were probably like hot water heaters, right? Well, they were hot water heaters, but hot water heaters that came off a train or a truck. And yeah, they were, I didn't stop and look, but no, that looked like if you went to the Home Depot water heater section, but they had more. Like, and there was just this 2 blocks, different trucks, different vendors. You could tell, little, right? Just like there's yeah, that was like I came across it. Oh, if you need a water heater, that's the spot you go to. If you need your car washed, you go down to Florence, uh, or Central, or you want whatever, you go over here. And it's just business on the street. And even these are like some of them legit businesses, maybe. But to have the overhead of a building and all that, oh, you can't make any money. So just pull up on the side of the road. People will find you. You know what I mean? Set up wherever. And there's so much of that going on where I'm always thinking, what about the real water heater business? Aren't they complaining? What about the real car wash a couple blocks from there? Like everyone's getting their car washed over here. But like myself, yeah, if they do good service, I'd rather support somebody independently than any kind of like most businesses. I don't feel bad about those people because I know those people could be like choosing a more criminal path or just like being homeless, but they at least are trying to work their ass off. And most of them, yeah, I mean, part-time hours, I don't know. Who can tell who has papers and who doesn't? But I already know a lot of the people don't have papers.
You ask them.
No, because like I don't like I feel like if
Hey
you're
fool.
trying to
Hey
contribute,
fool. Hey fool. We're doing a sock check. Sock check, fool. You got your
yeah,
papers?
LA's like its own
No,
massive
you can't. You
thing.
get fucking shot.
Even ICE gave up on
Somebody,
trying to fuck with LA.
somebody would try to beat the shit out of you or shoot you if you
Yeah,
try to do that.
no, and this is the part of town. I mean, you all remember the LA riots. This is where it kicked off. South Central, where they burned down everything. Like if they were fed up and pissed off or looted, or there wasn't nothing to loot, right? Like to those parts of town, there isn't a grocery store.
You know what
There's
though?
little liquor
In that
stores.
part of town that you're talking about, you know what I've seen? I've seen a bum. This was like maybe like like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I was driving and it was just about before dark. It was still sunlight, like the sun was setting, right? This dude had a baseball bat, aluminum baseball bat, and he was beating the shit out of the fucking the things you put the coins in for the
Yeah,
parking
yeah,
meter thing. Yeah, he was beating the shit out of those, and like I had to like I went around the block and like he was just going to different ones, and like I happened to like just go by that same area maybe like 45 minutes later, and I could see he was successful at a couple of them because they were fucking destroyed, and like there was change still on the ground in some of the areas because like I guess
yeah.
he only wanted the
Well,
fucking he only wanted the
yeah. Well,
quarters.
Heavy. The guy that goes and collects has like a two-wheeler that, yeah, like change adds up to a lot of weight.
Yeah, but
So
I couldn't
you can't
believe.
carry so much of
Yeah,
it.
I just couldn't believe how bold he was because it was like it was still broad daylight and he was just there beating the shit out of these.
Most of the most of
Nobody
the places
nobody
where
was nobody
you
was
put
fucking with him.
parking meters, they don't take money anymore. It's like card only. You
So he
gotta like,
yeah, but these ones still these were like this a few
yeah,
years ago. Yeah, he was beating the shit out of them.
yeah. Well, there's a certain amount of, and even in the worst neighborhoods up there, like, yeah, the rents are high. It's like it's not
So
like
yeah,
things don't add
it's a
up.
ghetto. It's a complete ghetto, and it's still fucking 3,500.
Yeah, and I know Tuesday I'm trying to figure out who to vote for. I don't vote for LA mayor, but that's a contentious race. There's three fucking
Yeah, I want Spencer Pratt.
people. One of them, Spencer Pratt, the fucking
Yeah,
reality TV star,
but I think he's
trying
probably
to be mayor.
I think he's probably better than the other two, though.
Yeah, like even the governor's race, there's like 10 of them running or 12. I have no idea. I listened. I read the book a bit. I watched the debate. They're all bad.
Well, they're all politicians, so no, they're not really for us.
Yeah, yeah. And even in the debate, none of them said anything that was like, "Oh, well, at least that person might do something good." No, they're all saying the same bullshit.
It's like a script.
And it looks like the guy that's going to win is the billionaire, Stiver, who's like a creepy guy, but actually for a billionaire, well, out of the 12 of them, he's the only one that's for raising the billionaire's tax. And he's a billionaire. Okay. But no one trusts him. Of course he says that. But even all the other politicians that aren't even billionaires, they're not for the billionaire's tax. Because the billionaires are funding their fucking campaign against this billionaire who says, yeah, it's like a California tax that all billionaires are going to get taxed at a high rate. Yeah, that'll never happen, but that's what the guy says he's going to do. And like his ads, He owns like you can't like YouTube ads. It's all him. This Stiver guy. Uh, he's kind of a corny blonde hair, part of PayPal. He made all this money, a lot of it, billions, and he's kind of cool with it. And now that he's been running for governor, he's really laying it on thick of how he's such a what do you call it, a philanthropist or something, give away more money than he keeps, and he's going to fix everything. And most likely he's going to win because he spent like more money than all of the other candidates combined. His own money. Because yeah, like when Fumi was saying, yeah, the Hudson Bay lady or whatever, 16th, 1600th richest person was like 1 point something bill. So like 1600 people, or maybe it's 2000 billionaires in the US. Yeah, there's 300 million people or 350 million, whatever the number is, somewhere around there. So wait, we have like a couple thousand that are billionaires? Wait, that doesn't add up. Is it billionaires? Yeah. Like think about it. Thousands don't phase you if you're a billionaire. I watch this high stakes poker game 5 nights a week, and a few of the players on certain nights are billionaires. They play what they call big stack poker. They're not even good at poker. What they're good at is going all in with like way more money than anybody else has with nothing. And and the people can't call because they don't want to gamble everything. It's called big stack poker. And then like the one dude, Peter, he don't speak it. Look at English. He's Chinese, and I don't know why he's a billionaire, but he's a billionaire and a sick gambler. Yeah, the other night he went 800,000 down in like a game where other people were buying in for 20,000 and 30,000 and shit. He kept losing, but then the last hour he made like 700 of it back. Just like push it, like going all in. The tables turned, and then he got, but he still lost 100,000. And I'm thinking, I know about being a sick gambler personally, but if you really had billions, why would like gambling where it didn't even matter if you lost the money matter? You know what I mean? Like, how would you get a thrill out of that? That's all like jump change. Like, even if you're a billionaire, losing 1 million ain't shit. That's 1/1000th of the billion. You know what I mean? Like, some people are living in a different planet, man. Because, like, one thing's being a millionaire. I could dig that. But being a billionaire, you're like, you're starting to like gravitate like in a different realm of reality than 99.999% of every other human on the planet. They're like, yeah, lucky for them. You know, most of them aren't even like, yeah, I get it. That guy was really smart. No, most of them were just somehow in the right place at the right time with like certain investments or companies that propelled them to 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 this other level of wealth that then propelled them to the mega wealth where they got so much money it doesn't matter if they spend 1 million a day, they still gonna be fine. Because as a young kid, we used to, as kids riding our bikes, we used to be, yeah, one day I'll be a millionaire. Like back then, like, yeah, having $1 million made you like a millionaire. That was it. That was the this the thing. The difference between a million, a billion, and now trillion, it's not even fathomable, dude. Especially the trillion part. Because at that point, then you have 1,000 billions. So like, what's a few thousand? What's 50,000? What's a quarter million? If you have a trillion, nothing. That's like 15 cents in the on your counter to the average person, or a quarter, or $2. You know, like they at a certain point, if you have that much money, a couple 100,000 is relative to like $20 to a regular person. And they don't really live amongst us. They live in their own little, because they already know, like, regular folk don't ain't their thing. They don't hang out with regular people. They're isolated. Well, it was a long day. The last 3 days, because like me and Captain Fortune, because I didn't have like really extra room where I live, but they give me 2 months, 2 nights a month free at the casino, and it was the end of the month. I had to use them or they evaporate. So we stayed at the poolside at the Paula Casino, fucking nicest room. And then, guess that was Wednesday night, Thursday, Thursday morning, the motocross awards were at the outside pool theater. So then all these motocross guys and the teams and that whole thing converged on the place for the season awards show or whatever it was. They were giving them big old to all these people. It was fun. And then, he stayed in Fallbrook. I had to do my horse shit this morning, and then we went up to this fucking LA. And I took him to the airport. He's flying back to Ohio right now. That was whatever. It was all right. I had to drive to LA, then drive back to LA. But I was going to LA today for this event, but it disrupted my normal flow of like doing nothing all day, hanging with my cat and the horses. I was busy entertaining him. No, we're good. We've hung out numerous times. He's cool. But like, I'm antisocial. After a day or so, I'm like, I just want to be back to like my own little bubble, not having to worry about somebody else. Flight was a couple hours late. Fucking that was a long day Wednesday because of that. And so tomorrow's Sunday, and yeah, I'll just get back into my normal routine, doing nothing. Well, I do shit, but like at my own pace. I got so many samples of weed to smoke I got today. I'm too stoned to try any of them. You just smoke so much that you're like over it. Normally, I like have a few puffs before I went to sleep. So like, I smoked so much today, I'm gonna be hungover for a day, and that's what I don't like. Like, I smoke weed all day long. Like today, it was like one big ass, whatever you call them, half asshole, fucking dab. So many fucking hits. I was like, I was baked. Me and Data like get my tolerance back down. All right, since I'm the host, who's still with us? Is this us three?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think that's it.
What
Yeah,
time
it's
is it?
after one here. But
Yeah.
I wanted to hear what you were doing with Captain and stuff too. But yeah, I'm ready to call it a
Well,
night.
he visited, I forget, a couple guys he knew from online came out to the casino. I had errands for him the one day, and then I played the my Uncle Rick's poker game on Thursday, 5 o'clock, like always. Oh, I won. Like I I remember it was like the final table, usual suspects. I already had 120,000 chips with like the closest person had 24,000. So I just had to manage like not dumping it all off. And so
So,
yeah,
did
I
you guys go to a
first but
casino? You said,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I was at the Paula. I I was a okay, now I'm just a Pearl member, but it's Pearl, I forget all the levels. I had the platinum card like 7 years ago when I used to gamble like really big. And they send me these things in the mail like, oh, we missed you for years. I just threw them away. But then, like in March, I looked at the thing and it gives me $180 the first and the 15th of every month added play. So they give me $380 on my player card, and I get 2 nights in the hotel, which is like really nice hotel. I don't know what they charge for rooms, probably 100 and something more. Um,
Probably.
So for the last 3 months, when I realized it, yeah, okay, I've lost the 180 this last time. The time before I turned the 180 into 700 that I walked out of the place with. I've never gambled any of my money because I have different value for money than I used to. And no, but out of the 180, one time I ran it up and then lost it back, but had fun. Uh, and then wait, today's the 31st. Oh, the first I get another 180. I'll go out there and take a shot with it.
But I can
They
see
think
after
it's
you're
gonna.
doing with Uncle Rick, then you have one.
Well, like even my
Yeah.
code is we missed you in some numbers. So this card, it's personalized. It says Ben, we miss you, dude. They kept sending it to me for 7 years until I was like, fuck, this is like, because now I'm at a point where, yeah, the reason I used to just throw that away, I didn't even read it because, yeah, I was done gambling. And it's basically am because unless it's you're gambling your money, then you're not like me taking a shot with their money. Okay, that's not gambling to me. And then when we played poker, Uncle Rick's thing, it's play money. It's not real money. We have play money. It's fake chips.
But you
I'm up
must
to
have felt pretty
8 million.
lucky after winning there. You must have felt like, all right, to the casino now.
Yeah, well, I did run up my I had like 80 when I started, and one point I had it up to 300, and then I left on Friday with 170. So I made a little,
Yeah, that's good.
and it's fine.
Positive's always good.
I love casinos. I love all because like I'm an
Right.
addict, and and casinos are
Yeah.
full with gambling addicts. They, like all kinds of degenerates, and I can relate to those people. They come in all walks of life. The person that's got their last $5 to the person playing blackjack for 100 a hand or
It's a
whatever.
weird concept, really. Yeah, a place where where people go to gamble. And it's just
Yeah, well,
people that
okay, like
sometimes at a
I've lost.
machine, just one person, at
Yeah,
a machine.
I relate to degenerate gamblers because I'm one of them.
Um,
Like,
yeah,
and I'd be part
like
of why I know I
gamblers.
don't want a lot of money is because I already know what I would do with it. Gamble. I
It's
love
kind of
gambling.
like sports, but get just get right down to win and lose. Forget like all the
Yeah, I don't do sports bets because I'm not good at
don't
that.
spend the time playing anything. Just like
I like
get a
playing
winner, get a
Pai
loser.
Gow. I like Baccarat. I'll play blackjack, and I like one slot machine, which they only have three of at the whole place. It's called Crazy 88. And over the years, I've fucking had 10,000 hours on that thing. I've won tons of jackpots, but overall, I've lost more than I've won. But I won't play any other game than that. And I like gambling enough. And since they don't trip on it, yeah, I'll go walk into the high lit room and just watch Pan. I mean, Baccarat, because
Hmm.
there's people going at them, betting big. Sometimes they're hitting it. Like, God dang. Uh,
Hmm.
but I know from my own gambling, yeah, when I won, all it did is accelerate me to a higher limit. Like, if I won, a lot of times I'd win a penny slot machine and then go take it to the dollar slot machine and win more and work it up for a few thousand. And then I go play blackjack, 50 a hand or some shit, do good for a while, and then lose it all back. And then, like in an 8 hour period, driving home, I'd be like, yeah, why didn't I just leave when I had X amount? But then I've been a gambler for so long. Of course, I know why. Because that's not what happened. You want it
Yeah.
like once you start winning some, you want more, right?
Yeah.
And they know that, and then it's a whole, like yeah, it's and over the long run, they own those facilities or those establishments because the math is in their favor. Period.
What a concept. I wonder when the first casinos were. Like the
Oh, we
Rome.
did
I don't think the Romans had casinos. I mean, they had gambling, but I never heard anything about casinos kind of thing.
well. I mean, we definitely had them in the Wild West, but I think it was
Casinos.
a
Well,
lot
even there
earlier than that.
it was in bars. Well, I guess they kind of
Yeah,
merged. Yeah, okay. And
yeah. And horse racing's been around for a
I
long
mean,
time.
there's
But
always gambling around any
do a quick
sports kind of
little
thing.
AI search, and it said that it says the first official government sanctioned casino came about in 1638 in Venice, Italy. While informal gambling houses and dice games have existed since ancient Roman times in China and Egypt, the structure of concept of a modern casino began in the 17th century. It says.
It's a weird concept, It's a place where people go and gamble. Like I said, you could just be one on one with the machine. You could be with lots of people at a table, and it's just a whole big room filled with these people gambling. And
And like I'll tell you,
it's a
any casino, you don't see any Indians in there. They're the board members. They all get siphon money every month from the profit. You see some white people, older people. They have buses from like the old folks' home that take them there. It's people that gamble their Social Security money away.
yeah.
Um,
Now it's all
but
entertainment
then
kind of
the
thing.
majority of the people you see there at the machines, in the table games, all over, and working as dealers are Asians, Chinese, Thai, Filipino, all the Asians. They love gambling.
Huh. Wow, and they didn't
Like,
even come up with the casino.
well, some
Yeah,
of it is in their country. Like here, gambling's a vice. It's been like,
yeah, they always
you know,
gamble though. Yeah,
in their country, gambling's like in their culture, gambling isn't like a here. A lot of people from the time the church as kids, gambling bad. It's a vice, right? And in Asian cultures, some of them it's not like that. So gambling isn't like a faux pas or anything. So it's like more accepted that they gamble. And
Mm.
I tell you, when I used to play Hold'em a lot, that's a lot of Asians. They're the luckiest motherfuckers I've ever gambled with. Even sitting around the slot machines, all of a sudden you hear one win the biggest jackpot, or oh they have drawings and shit from your player's card, and it's like oh win somebody win like their name win.
Mm.
Uh, always Asians winning all the fucking $50,000 progressive free every hour they give away. I never won any of those. I keep thinking, what are these days?
Yeah, that's
But
yeah. They didn't. Yeah, Macau is the gambling place over there near China, anyway.
yeah,
But they just, that was Portuguese that,
yeah.
owned that for a while, and then yeah, Chinese got it back. But
But
I
as
wonder
far
who
as like
got. It
the
was probably the
people who
Portuguese that
gamble,
got the gambling going.
like I'm
I
telling
think
you,
they wanted to keep it separate off. They didn't allow it or something on the mainland.
like 24 hours a day at that Apollo Casino, Pachanga's another one, Valley View, Harris. Those are the Indian casinos around me. Without having real numbers, I'd say 40 to 50% of the people, men and women, in the establishment gambling,
Mm.
whatever time of day, 24 hours a day, are Asians. Not one kind of Asian, all kinds of Asians.
Uh-huh. And what kind of game? Like, I guess the French they got into it big because right? I guess they invented roulette and baccarat. It sounds like those are two French games
Well,
that are big. Like,
now I'd rather play baccarat than like blackjack. I mean, one's trying to get a nine, one's trying to get 21. Oh,
yeah.
and the one you're trying to get nine,
No,
the
that was probably
rules
the
of
Italy was
baccarat
probably
is
blackjack.
you either bet on the player or the bank,
Guessing.
whichever side gets closer to nine. Two cards, and there's you can take a third card, but you don't take a card. Nobody makes the decision. The rules of the game dictate what happens. The only decision as a gambler you make is whether it's this side or that side, player or bank, they call it. Blackjack. Oh, and then you second guess. Well, shit, if I didn't hit that, then it wouldn't have. That would have changed the whole shoe. You know what I mean, or the whole deck. And
Actually,
then,
they say that was probably French too. I'm looking that up. Actually, I was thinking of craps was probably. I'm gonna look that up. Was
and now
Italian because
I
they use
I
dice
played
anyway.
craps a bunch of times just because of the excitement, but I have no idea. Like, like, oh, I've won some money doing it, just following what everybody else does, but I don't know it. I don't understand the whole thing.
Yeah, Roman soldiers invented craps. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, gambling's been
times.
around a long time. But the lotto, that's just the numbers racket from the mafia used to run the mafia ran what do you call it? Numbers racket, they called it, which was basically the lotto, but it wasn't like regulated.
Right. It's like right, like yeah, like I said, people always gamble. Bowling alleys, pool halls. But
Well,
like, yeah,
the
just to have a
biggest
place though where
attendance
people
at
come to gamble.
horse racing, Seabiscuit era,
Casino,
and wait, what were the horses? Seabiscuit,
casino.
and there was these horses that had big stardom. It was all after the Depression. And horse racing was a thing where you could bet $1 and win a lot, or bet even whatever. So when we were in the Depression, yeah, like that was like some of the biggest attendance in and at the time, horse racing was like one of the few places you could gamble because a lot of our country and states banned gambling, legal. right? Casinos, and, except for Vegas and then Atlantic City. But way before that, horse racing was like our pastime. And a lot of people bet on the horses. I watched a documentary on Seabiscuit. It showed old footage, like crackly black and white footage from like 1930s. Santa Anita and Kentucky Derby and all these places. Dude, I mean, now, they built these places to hold that many people, but they used to get that many people a long time ago. When like part of Seabiscuit's story was it was a time when the country was in total depression. People didn't have shit, but even people that barely had anything would get to the track and bet what they had. And some people won, and some people lost. One thing about horse racing, poker, it's called parimutuel gambling. So you're not gambling against the house. Blackjack, baccarat, roulette, craps, slot machines, you're gambling against the house. That's not parimutuel. So parimutuel, in a poker table, there's 9 people. Somebody's going to win some money and the other people are going to lose money. You're going to pay what they call a rake. They call it the rake to the house for providing the service. Like lower stakes hold'em game. Like every hand's like $3. It comes out of the pot and they drop it down. Now it's up to 5. Depends on what limit you're playing. Horse racing, the horse track only takes a percentage. So if you won on this horse, you won the money that the people lost on the other horses. Parimutuel is the concept. Sports betting is parimutuel. And that's why that's become legal now. Like even in our poker game, there's a few people, I don't need to mention names, but they live in certain places, Canada, Michigan, and whatever. Okay, so what's the big sports bet website called FanDuel or what's the biggest one? I think it's called FanDuel or so that's like a sports betting website or thing. It bought Poker Stars because even though we play free money, we use Poker Stars where then we have like a closed club. So you have to like be accepted, invited into this club with like 30 people, maybe sometimes it's only 12, 20, all the people. Smash plays in it every week. Smash is really good. I've beaten him a couple times. He's beaten me a couple times. Rick, the guy with the yellow skunk farm. That's the guy with the whole ecosystem. But Fazoli. I don't know all the people. I know some of them. I've won a bunch. I usually place for sure. I'm pretty good at it. Now, no, like you were saying, oh yeah, you must have thought you were lucky because you won. Free poker, if you're not playing with real money, is like a whole different game than real money. Like when you bet or bluff, yeah, people are gonna call off free money. So I take advantage of that, and I'm pretty lucky. But no, I don't. I know what, and I know the math of poker. I played Hold'em for a long time. I like gambling, but no, it's an adrenaline rush. It's a endorphin or whatever all that shit is.
Yeah,
It,
yeah, really.
you know,
That's kind of like what they use in like video games and like what was that farmer game, that stupid farmer thing.
yeah. I
Um,
mean, even Pokemon is
just
teaching
gets you
young
addicted
kids
to it for that reward,
to gamble.
Yeah.
Like baseball cards were that way. Oh, you bought this pack for a quarter of 3 cards or whatever comes in it, and you might get lucky and get Babe Ruth or get whatever Pokemon, right? And then now they show that the generations that were raised on Pokemon and all this have like a much higher percent of gamblers within the generation. A lot of parents, you know, were cool with their kid being into Pokemon, but I don't know if they realized, oh, that was like instilling in their children gambling, and that's what Pokemon is, right? I mean, ultimately.
Yeah, it's probably one of the better ones, though. I mean,
Well, you look at
compared to
Snatch.
like,
He buys all
or
these
Angry
packs,
Birds or all those,
and
all the
they
video
open
games.
them up, and there's a chance you might get a card that's worth $100,000 or $10,000 or $1,000, or you might
Right,
just get the cards that aren't worth shit, right?
right.
So that's and you're talking about kids 5, 6, 7 years old get into that, right? I don't have kids, and yeah, I mean,
At least it's real cards and you're trading, something
yeah,
real.
but it's still like it's instilling gambling, the basic
It
concept
is.
of it.
It
Right?
is.
Even though I don't think most parents and the whole Pokemon phenomenon that's been around now for 30, 40 years, maybe it's even longer, really understood that they're taking, letting their kids get into Pokemon's like turning them on to playing a slot machine or
Hmm.
a blackjack machine, whatever.
I
Same thing.
guess. I guess it's bad, but it's just like baseball cards. Kind
Well,
of
but
the same
that
thing,
was where
all
it started.
random what you'd get.
Yeah, but that's like technically, if you're banning gambling, you should ban that.
Yeah,
But then
maybe.
I remember California, we had
Well, the
pari-mutuel
new,
was
the new
legal.
things.
And then when they made the lottery, see, the lottery isn't pari-mutuel, it's the house,
I don't lose
right?
sleep.
Yeah.
You not believe in me.
What'd you say,
And
Flora?
and it was,
Man, it's holiday. How did you get for you? You just celebrated being sober.
Oh, oh
I
no.
don't know, his
That
audio was messing up.
Yeah, it was messed up. But the new thing is this predictive market
Yeah,
betting.
and that is
That's
called
bad. That's a
that's
bad mark.
called
That's
whatever
a
market.
bad thing for addiction for people.
And
Yeah,
even the Congress and our government system doesn't you don't call that gambling, right? It's technically it's what do you call it? It's whatever market, poly market or whatever,
yeah,
right?
poly market is one of them. Yeah.
Okay. And even in the wording they're using, it's not like, okay, it's a bet. There's no difference in that bet in a bet on the NBA finals or whatever, right? That's a bet's a bet. But somehow I saw a podcast where guy was breaking it down that the way that they call it the poly market and there's another term, like a legal term for like the wager. You're betting on no, like you're not betting like that, but you are betting. Like the reality is, it is actual
It's a
just betting, right?
contract. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind of weird.
it's
Like,
a
yeah, I mean,
futures contract. I think that's what they call it, a future
yeah,
contract or something.
yeah,
But
yeah.
that's
It's
like
kind of
that's a bet,
like,
right? From
yeah,
my understanding, I'm a
they
gambler,
did.
so
I
if I
think yeah, it's something like that. Yeah.
but like the way that they put it in the legislation and made it legal or whatever, it's like, yeah, you can't call it betting. It's not wagering, even though it is. It's
It's like
classic.
you and somebody else making a
Yeah,
contract to like, oh, if this happens, you get
yeah.
this.
Well, and wait,
Otherwise,
what's
I
the
know.
stock market? The ultimate fucking casino, right?
It's not much different. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and so yeah, us humans like to gamble, and there's a lot of people that make their living off of it. It's a whole industry. And most people that gamble, yeah, there's a winner. Some people, I guess, got lucky and win. No, but most of them, like even the stories of how many tragedies of people who won the lottery and then a year later, like
Yep. Poor
lost it.
or dead.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
not a lot good comes out of gambling. It's a vice. It really truly is. And
Well,
drugs
that's
are a
like the
bad vice.
lottery,
Yeah.
actually, even, and that, is
I
that's
see.
gambling. Yeah.
See, I don't play the lottery because the odds of the lottery are like a, thousands of times worse than like blackjack or any of those. The problem is that the lottery, like the problem with when you're a gambler is knowing when to stop. Like, oh yeah, I came here. If I doubled up, what did I expect to have happen? So I put 20 in, I won 40. Wouldn't that be good? No, you want to win 100. You know what I mean? Okay, now you've somehow got lucky and worked that 20 up to 500. You're going to keep gambling that 500, and they're going, and then the numbers are going to turn around. That's just,
Mm,
and they know that. And if you gamble a lot, you know that.
mm, yeah.
And certain people get triggered by gambling. Then other people, money has too much value. They're not going to waste money gambling. But there's like a
Mm.
certain percentage of people that just love to gamble. It's like I think it's just like they say alcoholism is like inherited. Gambling's probably inherited. Like if your family line were have gamblers throughout these centuries, and they pass that on
Yeah,
to you.
that's weird. Yeah. And like you said
Because
with Asians, but I mean, a lot of it is, it's got to be cultural with Asians. I think it's just with
yeah,
fortune and luck.
well, I have friends with a few Asians, and they explain to me that it's like here, from the time you're a kid, it's kind of gambling's a vice, so it's bad. Now we've taken that off. So that's what some of our problem with our current society is. Like even the article that I read a few months back or longer, when the alcohol numbers, alcohol industry's lost $1 billion of sales a year. It's just an outrageous drop, right? Um,
Good.
did the money go into the weed sales? Like that's what everyone thinks. Oh, weed's legal now. That the next generation isn't buying alcohol; they're spending their money on weed. That's not what the data shows. The amount of money that's lost in the from the alcohol industry, the gambling industry picked up that amount of money, that amount of growth, not the weed industry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because like at this point, young
It's a little
kids,
surprising.
the next generation, oh, it's going down because the NBA finals and the soccer, and oh, now you got the poly market. There's like a million things you can bet on legally online. You know what I mean?
I guess.
Um,
Yeah.
and oh, they're making a lot of money. And one thing about the poly market, other forms of gambling, even though they've been caught cheating over the decades, you know, fixes in or whatever. The fix is really in this poly market because there's been like obvious insider type bets where somebody bet this ridiculous amount of money the day before something happened that they might have like known, like even when we struck Iran, all these things, right? And who's really like saying, is that a fair, like or in sports, if you had an inside tip and there's like repercussions, Pete Rose, different people. Um, and the poly market is corruptible.
Yeah.
But for like the guy that bet whatever millions of dollars that won $1 billion off of some insider trade, that he won money from other people that lost. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I hit my limit.
All
I'm
right.
I'm really
Yeah,
fading.
I am too. It was good talking to you guys. Have a
Yeah,
good
really good.
weekend.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
Flora.
All right, Flora. We'll see you guys.
All right, cool. I'm gonna jump off. Okay, you guys have a good
Cool.
night.
Thanks. I've been watching your
Everyone have a
channel a
good
little
one.
bit, some of the videos and live stuff you've had. It's cool.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right,
We'll
thanks.
talk, you guys.
All right, take
Yeah.
care.